Situnen said, as he stared at the war chariot. Celestial treasure. Although it is a low-quality celestial treasure, it's one of the most powerful low-quality celestial treasures, extremely close to mid-quality. Little brat, how do you have so much good stuff in your hands? If the spirit beast was a bit stronger, it might be able to raise it to a mid-quality celestial treasure. Low quality. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had 3 war chariots and this one was the smallest. The other 2 were both stronger, especially the last one. I have seen some ancient records about celestial treasures that use beast spirits. These can only be produced in the celestial realm, and after the celestial realm collapsed, these treasures almost went extinct. Unfortunately, although this is a low-quality celestial treasure, it requires a special technique to use like mid-quality celestial treasures do. To use it by force can't unleash its full power. What a pity! Situnen let out a sigh. He truly admired Wang Lin right now. Although this brat's cultivation level wasn't as high as his, he sure did have quite a few treasures. Back when he was at this cultivation level, he didn't even have a single celestial treasure. Wang Lin looked at Situnen, took out a piece of jade, and after recording some information on it, he threw it to Situnen. Look at this. Situnen caught the jade. When he checked it, his expression changed greatly. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "This is the technique to control this celestial treasure?" "That is correct. Using this technique allows you to control this god-slaying war chariot. I can even promise that this technique was left behind by the creator of this celestial treasure." Wang Lin nodded and looked at Situnen with a smile that was not a smile. Situnen put away the jade, let out a mischievous smile and said, "Are you planning on giving me this god-slaying war chariot?" Wang Lin's expression remained the same as his hand formed a seal and pointed at the war chariot. A ray of black light flew from the chariot toward Wang Lin. "Why would I not gift it to you?" Wang Ling grabbed the beast trap and put it away. Situnen was about to get revenge, and if he didn't have any treasures, Wang Lin would be a bit worried about him. So he decided to give Situnen the war chariot. With Situnen's new body and the war chariot, his quest for vengeance will go a lot smoother. Without the beast trap controlling it, the beast spirit let out a roar as it wrapped around the war chariot and quickly escaped. Situnen laughed as he quickly chased after it. "Don't run. Come and play with this old man." The 4 armies of the Forsaken Immortal clan covered the skies of the north, east, west, and south parts of the Suzaku continent. In the eastern army, the 5th ancestor's eyes became cold. He waved his hand and softly said, "The 3-month wait is almost over. The day of the country of Suzaku's destruction is about to arrive." The moment he finished talking, he immediately started moving along with the huge black cloud behind him. His target was the center of the country of Suzaku, Mount Suzaku. At the same time, the other 3 Forsaken Immortal clan armies moved and started the last attack on the country of Suzaku. The 2 giant reincarnation trees on the Suzaku continent began to glow brightly, and then 2 shining ancestral spirits walked out of them. These 2 ancestral spirits both had 10-leaf plants on their foreheads. The moment they appeared, they also rushed toward the country of Suzaku. On the country of Suzaku's side, the 4 defense lines were immediately forced to retreat. This was a large war, so the entire Suzaku continent was trembling as the sound of countless spells echoed across the land. Zhuke was currently standing on top of Mount Suzaku. His red robe was flowing in the wind along with his white hair. He stood there completely motionless. Chu Yuanfei had left. The ascendant ancestor from the Shattered Earth sect was hidden away in closed-door cultivation. Right now, the only ascendant cultivator in Suzaku was Zhuke. His figure revealed a hint of sadness and loneliness, but even more so, a hint of madness. "Cultivators of planet Suzaku, I am the current Suzaku. All of you no longer need to defend. Let the Forsaken Immortal clan come. Qian Feng and Lu Mei, the 2 of you come here." Zhuchua's divine message swept past the entire Suzaku continent. All of the cultivators that were defending let out sighs as they heard this and scattered as they ran for their lives. Without cultivators stopping them, The four Forsaken Immortal Clan's armies charged toward the center of Suzaku like violent storms. If one were to look from above, they would see the entire Suzaku continent being covered by four giant, black clouds that were quickly closing in on the center. Zhu Kz had his hands behind his back as he looked at the blue sky and said, "Everything will be decided." Shortly after, two figures flew in from the distance and stopped next to Zhu Kz. They were Chen Feng and Lu Mei. Chen Feng was wearing a black robe and his eyes gave off an evil aura. He silently stared at Zhu Kz with a gloomy expression. Lu Mei was still beautiful. She looked like a fairy with the white silk robe she was wearing. Right now her eyebrows were tightly knit, but she also remained silent. Zhu Kz's figure contained a trace of loneliness as he said, with a heavy tone, "The country of Suzaku can't fend off the Forsaken Immortal Clan. Chen Feng, Lu Mei, the two of you will go through a life or death trial today. Whether you two live or die will depend on your luck." At this moment, the black clouds closed in like raging tsunamis. The black cloud from the east only had one person, a middle-aged wearing a gray robe who looked like a scholar. With one step, he arrived 1,000 feet away from Zhu Kz. "Zhu Kz, I'm the Forsaken Immortal Clan's fifth ancestor." Another person walked out from the western black cloud. This person looked very young, and his whole body was covered in tattoos. Except his tattoos weren't black but golden. If Wang Lin was here, he would have recognized this person at a glance. This person slowly said, "The Forsaken Immortal Clan's junior master greets, Zhu Kz." Three people walked out from the southern black cloud. The three of them closed the gap in one step and stopped 1,000 feet away from Zhu Kz. Two of them were in an illusionary state. They stared at Zhu Kz but didn't say a word. The other person was a woman. She was very beautiful and her eyes contained a hint of charm. She looked at Zhu Kz, let out a smile and said, "This little girl is the Forsaken Immortal Clan's third ancestor. And these two are my clan's ancestral spirits." From the northern black cloud, Xianxia walked out. He whispered toward Zhu Kz, "Senior apprentice brother." Zhu Kz suddenly turned around toward Xianxia and asked, "Should I call you Xianxia or second ancestor?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "Forget about it. Senior apprentice brother can call me whatever you wish. All of you have come. The only 11-leaf shaman in the Forsaken Immortal Clan, first ancestor, you might as well come out too." Zhu Kz's eyes sparkled as he looked into the sky. A ray of five-colored light gathered in the sky and a transparent figure slowly took form. The figure descended slowly and said, "Zhu Kz." This first ancestor looked extremely ordinary. Yet with just one palm, he had scared Chu Yuanfei away. This power was similar to that of a late-stage ascendant cultivator, and to some degree even surpassed it. Xianxia said, in a heavy tone, "Senior apprentice brother, our goal isn't to destroy planet Suzaku but to find a way for us to coexist. If you promise to hand over the Cultivation planet crystal, we can stop this war. We'll split the planet in half and never bother each other again." Zhu Kz let out a laugh that contained a hint of mockery and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that you all were afraid of me destroying the Cultivation planet crystal, you would have already attacked without wasting time on all this nonsense." Arrogant. The fifth ancestor's eyes lit up as he hit his forehead and a tattoo appeared. He pointed at the tattoo. He spat some blood on it and shouted, "Seal!" The tattoo immediately began to glow blood red and smashed toward Zhu Kz. The fifth ancestor knew that Zhu K was powerful. This was only meant to test the waters, so he didn't move closer. Zhu Kz's eyes became cold and he sneered. It seemed like he wasn't going to react, but then a golden glow appeared around him. Cracking sounds came from the tattoo as cracks appeared on it, and then it shattered shortly after. At the same time, the fifth ancestor's expression changed and he quickly backed up. At this moment, a bloody dot appeared on his forehead and blood started to drip out of it. The first ancestor frowned and arrived before the fifth ancestor. He reached out and took out a golden needle. However, the moment the needle appeared, it disappeared without a trace. Zhu Kz's expression was gloomy as he moved. His speed was too fast, so fast that besides Xianxia and the first ancestor, no one even saw what he had done. Suzaku Seal attack. Zhukezhi's ancient voice came from the void. When he reappeared, he was already pointing down from the sky. The sky darkened as a large amount of the flames appeared around his body. The flame covered everything within 1,000 feet of him, and the ground began to show signs of being scorched. Aside from Xianxia and the first ancestor, everyone quickly backed up to avoid the impact of the flames. At the same time, a fire phoenix came out from Zhukezhi's body. It let out a screech before it closed its wings and descended toward the ground. The first ancestor charged into the sky. His body started releasing a black glow. Then he raised his hand and pointed up. A mysterious 11-leaf plant suddenly appeared on his forehead. One of the leaves fell off and floated toward where he pointed. The fire phoenix let out a roar as it passed right through the leaf and the first ancestor and charged toward the fifth ancestor behind them. Its speed was too quick, so the fire phoenix landed on the fifth ancestor in the blink of an eye. Boom! After a loud bang, the phoenix disappeared and the fifth ancestor let out a miserable scream as he started burning. 3 breaths later, the fifth ancestor died. Zhukezhi's face was pale and a deathly aura appeared around him. The Suzaku seal consumed the user's life force when activated, and with his current lifespan, he could only use it twice. After using it one more time, he will die. Once a target has been locked onto by the user's divine sense, the target of this Suzaku seal can't change. It didn't harm the first ancestor, but it almost instantly killed the fifth ancestor. If it were locked onto the first ancestor or Xianxia, the Suzaku seal wouldn't have killed them with one hit, but it would have injured them. This was why Zhukezhi didn't target them and instead targeted the relatively weak fifth ancestor to get an unexpected kill. The first ancestor stared at Zhukezhi and said, word for word, Zhukezhi. The fifth ancestor's death didn't seem like a big deal to these people. None of them showed any anger. Xianxia calmly said, Senior apprentice brother, you still have one more of those left. However, after you use that one, your life force will be drained. I gave you 3 months of time, so I assume you have thought clearly about all of this. Either you sacrifice every life on planet Suzaku to wipe out my forsaken immortal clan, or you listen to my suggestion and we split the planet in half. I need your answer. A hint of madness appeared in Zhukezhi's eyes and he laughed. My dear junior apprentice brother, based on your understanding of me, what do you think I'll choose? How about we play a game? If you win, then I'll give you this planet. But if you lose, your forsaken immortal clan can die along with all the cultivators on this planet. Xianxia's eyes were calm as he said, Oh? Tell me about it. Zhukezhi laughed like crazy. His eyes became cold as he said, The cultivation planet crystal is in the Suzaku tomb. Any soul transformation cultivator can go in there as he wishes. If you guys can't find it in time, then I'll blow up the cultivation planet crystal. Either the Cultivation Alliance wipes out your forsaken immortal clan when they come to investigate, or everyone that was born in this planet after the country of Suzaku took over will die. Xianxia let out a faint smile and said, The cultivation planet crystal contains the soul pieces of every single cultivator on the planet. If you destroy it, brother, your disciples will die with you. With that, he casually looked at Qian Feng and Lu Mei. After Qian Feng heard this, his eyes revealed a mysterious light. He looked at Lu Mei and noticed that her eyebrows were knit even tighter. This old guy has a lot of secrets. I didn't know the cultivation planet crystal had such a use. Qian Feng's eyes became cold. Life and death is all up to fate. Qian Feng and Lu Mei, this old man will give you 2 a chance to go retrieve your soul pieces. If you can retrieve them, you can live. If not, you will die. Don't blame me. After Zhukezhi finished, he waved his hand, causing his hair to start moving without any wind. Then he chanted something and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Shortly after, a red light flew out of his body and took the shape of a red, heart-shaped crystal. The madness in Zhukezhi's eyes became even stronger as he shouted, Break! The red, heart-shaped crystal began to crack. More and more cracks appeared like it would break at any moment. At this moment, all of the cultivators of planet Suzaku, no matter where they were, even the ones that had long left the planet, Everyone who hadn't broken past the ascendant stage felt their hearts tremble. From the rank 6 country of Suzaku down to the rank 1 cultivation countries. Even the mortals felt pain in their hearts. This kind of pain came from the soul. It was something that no one could resist. Even cultivators that specialized in the soul could only make the pain lessen slightly. The cultivators who were running away, the cultivators who were healing, and the cultivators who weren't sure what to do in this situation all felt the pain in their souls. They felt like they would collapse if there was a bit more pain. If this feeling had lasted a breath longer, it could have driven someone insane, and a sliver more would have killed them. Among the mortals, from the kings to the commoners, everyone on planet Suzaku trembled. This pain didn't take anyone's status into account nor it care about whether they were mortals or cultivators. As long as you were born after the country of Suzaku took over the planet, you couldn't escape it. All of the plants, animals, and demonic beasts felt like the world was about to collapse. Even all of the forsaken Immortal clan members that were rushing toward Mount Suzaku on the Suzaku continent felt this. Although what they felt was a lot weaker, they still felt like their lives were in someone else's hands. It was as if one squeeze would end their lives. The cultivation planet crystal was more powerful than anyone had expected. Even Zhuke felt like he was going to die. At this moment, he seemed to have understood something. So this is what the cultivation planet crystal from the Cultivation Alliance is like. At this moment, the pursuers stopped chasing and the people escaping stopped running. Everything on the planet seemed to have stopped. The air was filled with heavy breathing and fear. Xianxia also felt this pain. It caused his expression to slightly change. Although he had long thought of this, his heart still trembled. The third ancestor's expression changed even more. Her face was extremely gloomy and her teeth were clenched. Although the first ancestor's expression remained calm, his heart felt bitter. The forsaken Immortal clan shouldn't have come out this early. They should have listened to Xianxia and solved this matter in a more gentle fashion. Grooming the next Suzaku and secretly controlling the planet was the best way. However, it was too late now. Next to Zhuke, Qianfeng's expression changed greatly. He now looked at Zhuke with anger. Only Lu Mei, who felt depressed, was looking into the sky and still hadn't said a word. The madness in Zhuke's eyes dissipated a bit. They were now showing a bit of clarity. However, the clarity quickly disappeared and he laughed like a madman. The cultivation planet heart hasn't completely shattered yet. It is shattering bit by bit. The cultivation planet crystal will collapse when it completely shatters. Xianxia, the game starts now. Let's see if your forsaken Immortal clan can get the cultivation planet crystal before it breaks. If you can get it, I believe you have ways to prevent it from breaking. At that moment, this old man will give you planet Suzaku. However, if you can't get it or don't have a way to stop it from breaking, then you can all die with this old man. With that, he waved his hand and all of Mount Suzaku began to rumble. Due to this violent rumbling, dust was kicked everywhere and the earth below trembled. Under this heaven-shaking rumble, Mount Suzaku split in half. A dark passage was suddenly revealed before everyone. I have opened the Suzaku tomb. Xianxia, this game starts now. You know the rules of the Suzaku tomb. Any cultivators under the ascendant stage can enter and ascendant cultivators can't. Zhuke's eyes were filled with madness. The first ancestor was looking at the slowly shattering cultivation planet heart. He was about to attack when Xianxia shook his head and whispered, "It's useless. The cultivation planet heart and Zhuke have been fused into one for a long time. He doesn't even need to take it out to make it shatter. He did all of this to put pressure on us and make us watch our deaths come. Even if you were to take it, we would have no way of stopping it from shattering. I'm confident that with how crazy he is right now, he will destroy the cultivation planet crystal. If it was 3 months ago, he probably wouldn't have even given us this game as a chance and directly caused the cultivation planet crystal to explode. Now that he had time to think it over, he gave us this rare chance. Alas, if you guys had listened to me, we wouldn't be stuck in such a dilemma." The moment Mount Suzaku split in half, Qianfeng was the first one to charge into the Suzaku tomb. Lu Mei pondered a bit before letting out a sigh. She was the second person to enter the tomb. Xianxi's eyes lit up and he looked around. The Forsaken Immortal clan's junior master pondered a bit before walking into the tomb as well. At this moment, the clouds in the sky churned as a large number of Forsaken Immortal clan members appeared from within the black clouds. Several people flew out from the clouds. They seemed like they already knew of the matter ahead of time. Without a word, they entered the Suzaku tomb. One of them was the 8-leaf hunchback old man who hunted Wang Lin before. After 3 days, the news of the Suzaku tomb opening spread across the entire planet. The news of the Cultivation planet crystal also spread like wildfire. At the moment, the most important thing to all cultivators was to go to the Suzaku tomb to retrieve their own soul piece. All of the cultivators from across the planet rushed toward the country of Suzaku to go into the Suzaku tomb. However, the Suzaku tomb had a special restriction set by the Cultivation planet crystal. Once it exceeded a certain number of people, no more could enter. Although a lot of people wanted to go inside, the number of people that actually managed to get in was very small. Zhou Wutai was one of the people that went in, and along with him was the woman who was always wearing a veil, Xianxia. On the 4th day, Wang Lin and Situ Nan arrived at Mount Suzaku. Zhu Kz had disappeared, leaving behind only the Cultivation planet crystal, which was slowly shattering. Yunk Zi and company were also not there. No one knew where they had gone. A large number of cultivators and Forsaken Immortal clan members were sitting around Mount Suzaku looking at the entrance to the tomb. At the moment, none of them were interested in fighting each other. Wang Lin looked at the passage at the foot of Mount Suzaku and slowly walked over. Most cultivators on the planet were gathered in the country of Suzaku right now, and they all had one goal: enter the Suzaku tomb to retrieve their soul piece. The limit of the Suzaku tomb caused a lot of powerful cultivators to gather here. Although they were mostly soul formation cultivators, there were 16 soul transformation cultivators as well. The 16 of them surrounded and completely blocked the entrance. These 16 were close to the country of Suzaku, so they got here within a few days, but even so, they were too slow and missed the chance to enter. Before they arrived, the number of people that went inside the Suzaku tomb had already reached the limit. The only way to go in right now was to wait for the people inside to die. If one person died, one more person could go in. Among the 16 soul transformation cultivators, only one of them was at the late stage, 3 of them were at the mid stage, and the rest of them were at the early stage. These 16 people were scattered around the entrance of the Suzaku tomb. All of them had their gazes locked onto the entrance. If there was a green flash and a ripple appeared, that meant that someone inside had died and another could go in. With these 16 people waiting, none of the surrounding people dared to get close. They were all waiting for these 16 to go in before fighting over who had the right to enter next. After all, entering this place meant that they would have a chance to retrieve their soul piece. For a chance to save their own life, everyone on planet Suzaku was willing to give it their all. The higher their cultivation level, the more true this was. Wang Lin's figure closed in from the distance. He was wearing a white robe that made him look very calm. Along the way, Situ Nan had told him everything about the Suzaku tomb in detail. However, Wang Lin wasn't very confident about this trip. The Suzaku tomb seemed several times more dangerous than he originally expected. Situ Nan gifted me a jade that allows me to leave the Suzaku tomb, so I should only have a problem if I don't manage to get to the Cultivation planet crystal and retrieve my soul piece from inside it. Although Situ Nan has a way for me to not die, not only is it very difficult, but my soul will be missing a piece. This will affect my future cultivation. Wang Lin's figure slowly closed in. The cultivators around Mount Suzaku were either chatting with each other, silently cultivating, or thinking about something else. The moment Wang Lin arrived, some cultivators raised their heads to look at him. Their eyes lit up, then they quickly lowered their heads and made way. There were a lot of cultivators around, but whenever they saw Wang Lin, their expressions would change slightly and they would move out of the way. Wang Lin walked past the cultivators one by one when a very arrogant voice came from the front. "Stop!" The moment the voice came, the cultivators scattered while Wang Lin continued moving. 1,000 feet away from Mount Suzaku sat 5 cultivators. No cultivator dared to get within 100 feet of these 5. Among the 5 were 3 males and 2 females, and their ages varied greatly. There were 2 young women, 2 young men, and an old man. The 5 of them were all at the peak of the late stage of soul formation. The old man even had a strand of celestial spiritual energy inside his body. He was clearly ready to refine his body and reach the soul transformation stage. However, he didn't have enough celestial jades, so he had only refined a small portion of his body. But even with just this, it made this old man much more powerful than normal soul formation cultivators. The person who shouted was a young man who was sitting next to the old man. This young man was very handsome and was filled with a noble spirit. But if you looked closely at him, you would see hidden intentions in his eyes. Normal people wouldn't be able to see through this, but Wang Lin, although he still looked like a young man due to the dew from the heaven-defying bead, was an old monster who had cultivated for hundreds of years. He was able to see through that person at a glance. As he calmly looked at the young man, he continued to walk forward without even pausing. The young man's eyes were filled with caution as he walked up and shouted, "Fellow cultivator, don't break the rules. My teacher was here first. Once those soul transformation seniors have entered, it will be our turn. Since you came late, you should be in the back." Wang Lin's gaze landed on the old man with the bit of celestial spiritual energy in his body. The old man was wearing a black robe and looked like a skeleton. His eyes gave off a ghostly light that could shake anyone's heart. When he looked toward Wang Lin, his eyes became serious. It was as if he had understood something. "My teacher is the honored brutal Nanming." When the young man saw that Wang Lin's eyes were still calm, he called out his teacher's name. The old man's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Shut up!" While the young man was still startled, the old man stood up, respectfully clasped his hands toward Wang Lin, and said, "Brutal Nanming greets Senior. My disciple was rude and offended Senior. I hope you can forgive him." With that, he quickly moved out of the way. The moment those words came out, the people around the old man were startled, but they quickly got up and respectfully got out of the way. Wang Lin nodded toward the old man as he walked past them, and then he came within 1,000 feet of Mount Suzaku. The moment he stepped foot in this area, aside from the one late-stage soul transformation cultivators, 15 gazes gathered on him. "Teacher, what cultivation level is that person at? Could he be a soul transformation old monster?" Disciple wasn't able to detect a trace of celestial spiritual energy in his body though. After Wang Lin left, the extremely arrogant young man sent a voice transmission to the old man. "Of course you weren't able to notice. Even I didn't notice until he got close. That person is not only at the late stage of soul transformation, but he's the kind of late-stage soul transform cultivator who is just below ascendant cultivators. He must never be messed with. Only late-stage soul transformation cultivators can reach such a state where celestial energy flows naturally through their body and shows no hint of it." The old man sent a voice transmission back. The moment the 15 gazes landed on Wang Lin, their eyes all lit up. Shortly after, they all withdrew their gazes and began to ponder. They recognized Wang Lin as someone who was on their level and would be part of the first group of people to enter the Suzaku tomb. Wang Lin walked toward the foot of Mount Suzaku. He sat down near the entrance and silently pondered. Among the 16 soul transformation cultivators that were there, the only late-stage soul transformation cultivator was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a purple robe and looked extremely normal. He was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. An ancient sword was stabbed into the ground before him. Its golden tassel flowed in the wind. The 2 bells on the tassel were creating a crisp ringing sound. A small monkey with red eyes was sitting beside him. The monkey would sometimes scratch its head and scream at the entrance. At the moment Wang Lin sat down, the middle-aged man opened his eyes. His eyes were calm as he looked toward Wang Lin and said, "Xianxia." The moment he said that, the other 15 soul transformation cultivators were shocked and looked at Wang Lin once more. The name Xianxia was very famous on planet Suzaku. Almost every cultivator on the planet knew this name. If his battle with Red Butterfly hadn't caught the attention of the soul transformation cultivators, then the deaths of Li Yuanfeng and the giant demon clan ancestor definitely made them pay attention to him. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. He looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Have we met?" The middle-aged man faintly smiled. He rubbed the little monkey beside him and answered, "We have not." Wang Lin no longer spoke and closed his eyes to rest. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he faintly smiled. Fellow cultivator Xianxia sure has great willpower. You used the celestial refining method to wash away your mortal roots in one go. This makes you much stronger than people who have to wait until the mid or late stages of soul transformation to wash away their mortal roots. If anyone other than us soul transformation cultivators look at fellow cultivator Xiang, they will think that you are at the late stage of soul transformation rather than the early stage. There aren't many people who used this method to reach the soul transformation stage. It's no wonder you were able to kill Li Yuanfeng and the giant demon clan ancestor. Wang Lin slightly frowned. He opened his eyes to look at the person and asked, "Is something the matter?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Nope. I'm resting, so please don't disturb me." With that, Wang Lin closed his eyes again. The middle-aged man's eyes became cold. Then he applied some pressure on the little monkey. The monkey immediately began to shrill and its eyes started glowing red. Just at this moment, the passage leading into the tomb released a glow and a green ripple spread out. This meant that someone inside the tomb had died and another person could enter. The middle-aged man frowned. Then he glanced at Wang Lin before getting up and walking toward the passage. The red light slowly faded from the little monkey's eyes. Although its eyes were still glowing red, the light was several times weaker than before. The middle-aged man thought in his heart, "Wang Lin, you don't recognize the current me, but I recognize you. We haven't met in a long time." The moment he entered the tunnel, he looked back at Wang Lin and revealed a creepy smile. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as watched the middle-aged man enter the tomb. He had never met this person before, but the creepy smile gave Wang Lin a familiar feeling. However, after thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember where he had seen this smile before. After the middle-aged man went in, the three mid-stage soul transformation cultivators stood up and rushed toward the passage. The remaining cultivators' eyes all lit up as they got up and rushed to the passage. A lot of people inside the tomb had died this time, so a lot more people could go in as well. Wang Lin followed them closely and also entered the passage. With a flash of green light, everyone before him disappeared. Then the green light flashed again and one of the soul transformation cultivators was pushed out. He let out an angry roar as he went back to where he was sitting and sat down with his fists clenched. The entrance to the Suzaku tomb was in Mount Suzaku, but the tomb itself was another world. The Suzaku tomb was surrounded by the mysterious power of the cultivation planet crystal. Aside from the entrance at Mount Suzaku, there was no way to break in or out. Aside from being filled with majesty, every generation of Suzaku found that it was filled with mystery. This place wasn't this big when the first Suzaku planted the cultivation planet crystal. However, as time passed, or to be more accurate, as more soul pieces were added, this place grew as if it were alive. It exists within the planet and gradually grows. Now it has its own mountains and rivers, its own sky and earth. Anyone who enters this place for the first time is shocked. Wang Lin appeared somewhere on the edge of the Suzaku tomb. The earth here was scorched and strands of black smoke came out from the ground and drifted into the sky. The sky here was not blue. There was rainbow-colored lightning flashing up there and large spatial rifts that would open up high up in the air. These powerful fluctuations caused the earth below to light up and darken. Wang Lin appeared on the scorched earth where strands of black smoke were rising up from the ground. Shortly after, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he looked into the distance. Situ Nan said that the Suzaku tomb isn't large and is split into the inner and outer sections. The center of the inner section is where the first-generation Suzaku's tomb is located, and that's where the cultivation planet crystal is. But this place is far too different from how Situ Nan described it. My divine sense can't even cover the outer section, much less find that altar. Wang Lin frowned as he squatted down to touch the scorched earth and felt the heat with his hands. There is fire element within this earth. It doesn't seem to be caused by after effects of a spell or battle, but rather from a natural fire elemental spirit. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he flew away. There is no one within 5,000 kilometers of me. It seems all those who enter are scattered across this tomb. Various thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind as he quickly flew into the distance. Just as he left, a pair of green eyes appeared in the ground. The eyes emitted a mysterious light as they looked at Wang Lin, and then disappeared back into the ground. Wang Lin was quickly flying toward the end of the scorched earth, but then he suddenly stopped and backed up. Boom! A moment after he backed up, a pillar of blue flames silently appeared where Wang Lin just was. The blue flame was about as thick as a person, and it caused the temperature of the area to immediately increase. The heat wave created by this fire quickly pushed away all the smoke coming out from the ground. However, the black smoke was like a ghost. After it was pushed away, it changed directions and went into the blue flame instead of continuing to float up. At this moment, a strange scene unfolded before Wang Lin. All of the black smoke within 5,000 kilometers flew toward the blue flame. A large amount of black smoke gathered within the blue flame. Then it came out from the blue flame and took the form of tentacle-like things. As Wang Lin backed up, his eyes became cold. He slapped his bag of holding, took out the celestial sword, and slashed down without any hesitation. A half-moon-shaped sword energy formed and charged toward the blue flame like a fierce storm. At this moment, the black smoke quickly gathered to form a shield to protect the blue flame. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came from the shield as it collapsed. The sword energy shrunk a bit when it broke through the shield, and then it landed on the blue flame. A crack as thick as an arm appeared on the blue flame, and strands of black smoke came out from the crack. The blue flame moved, causing a large amount of black smoke to gather around it and seal up the crack. As more black smoke gathered, the blue flame began to change until it took the shape of a human. It looked like an 8 or 9-year-old child. Its entire body released black smoke, and its eyes were completely dark. It looked at Wang Lin and let out a happy smile. Don't leave, play with me. Only a short period of time had passed since Wang Lin had swung the sword and the flame had taken the form of a child. Wang Lin coldly stared at the child. He was able to tell at a glance that it wasn't some demonic beast but the fire spirit that was creating this heat. Wang Lin coldly said, "Scram!" He flew past the flame child and was about to leave. "Don't leave!" The child waved its right hand, and the earth before Wang Lin began to rumble. The earth suddenly rose, creating a 1,000-foot tall wall to block Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned. His body suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared he was several tens of thousands of kilometers away from the scorched earth. The child floated to the edge of the scorched earth and looked at Wang Lin. However, it didn't take a step outside. It was clearly limited to moving within the scorched earth. The child's black eyes stared at Wang Lin. These dark eyes gave off a creepy feeling. It suddenly let out a roar, and then it jumped into the air with its arms open. A large amount of black smoke came out from its body. This black smoke was like a group of dragons. After it flew out, it entered the scorched earth. Rumbling sounds came from the 5,000-kilometer area of scorched earth, and the scorched earth began to slowly move forward. Wang Lin found as he coldly looked at the child. Without a word, he turned around and flew away. When the child saw that Wang Lin was going farther and farther away, it began to panic. It roared several more times as more black smoke came out from its body and dug into the ground, causing the scorched earth to move even faster. However, this couldn't compare to Wang Lin's speed. Seeing Wang Lin's figure slowly disappearing in the distance, the child's face was filled with hostility. It let out a big roar into the sky. Then its body collapsed into a ball of blue flame and went back into the scorched earth. The scorched earth began to tremble violently, and then suddenly it started expanding again. It wasn't moving this time. It seemed to be stretching itself into a line that moved forward at a frightening pace. As Wang Lin flew, his eyes became cold. He turned around and saw a line chasing after him like a dragon. At the front of this line there was a ball of blue flames with the child's strange eyes. "You're courting death." Wang Lin didn't use celestial spiritual energy in that swing earlier. He took out a celestial jade and absorbed all of the celestial spiritual energy inside it. Then his eyes released a golden glow as he slowly raised the celestial sword. The celestial sword released a golden glow as it was filled with celestial spiritual energy, and then Wang Lin swung down. One swing of the celestial sword was like divine punishment. Its power was several times stronger than before. The sword energy moved faster than the speed of sound and quickly landed on the scorched earth that was charging towards him. Boom! The earth trembled, and at the moment the sword energy landed, cracks appeared on the scorched earth. The cracks quickly spread, and in the blink of an eye, the scorched earth was covered in cracks. Wang Lin whispered, "Shatter!" With a bang, the line of scorched earth was shattered and dirt flew out in all directions. At this moment, a mysterious power came out from every speck of this scorched earth. Wang Lin's expression was strange as he reached out and caught a few specks of dirt. After checking them out, he turned around and quickly left. Shortly after he left, those specks began to gather once more. It didn't take long for the scorched earth to reform itself. The child looked toward where Wang Lin had gone and revealed a look of deep frustration. "Don't leave!" The child suddenly turned around and saw a ray of light flying toward it. Joy suddenly filled the child's eyes. After leaving the scorched earth far behind him, Wang Lin's expression was very gloomy. He was now certain that the child made of flames was not a fire spirit. If it were a fire spirit, then that sword slash should have destroyed it, but that strike that contained celestial spiritual energy only made it collapse and did not inflict any injuries. Even the scorched earth wasn't damaged at all. The blow from the celestial sword only made it fall apart. The scorched earth was originally just grains of dirt fused together anyways. This place is very strange. As soon as that scorched earth shattered, I felt like each of those grains was a soul. Could those have been the soul pieces? Wang Lin suddenly stopped and looked back behind him. A faint scream came from behind Wang Lin, and then a happy laugh followed it. Although there was no speech, Wang Lin could clearly hear one line within the laughter. "There is someone to play with me." Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He tried to scan the grain of dirt in his hand with his divine sense, but he found that there was a force stopping him. Wang Lin frowned. Then he activated some celestial spiritual energy and infused it into his divine sense. His divine sense spread out again, and this time it broke through the force and entered the grain. The moment his divine sense entered the grain, he heard the sound of a mirror cracking. Then the grain cracked open and a blue flame appeared in his hand. When he saw this flame, Wang Lin's body trembled. Soul piece. This was the soul piece of Immortal, and it contained a hint of fire element. The owner of this soul piece never cultivated and was only immortal. That scorched earth is made up of these grains of dirt, and every grain is a soul piece. All of them should be mortal souls that couldn't cultivate, and that child is some kind of spirit body formed by all of these soul pieces combined. No wonder the celestial sword couldn't destroy it. Wang Lin's expression was even more gloomy. He looked at the flame one more time before putting it back inside the grain. The moment the blue flame went back inside, the crack on the grain sealed itself. He waved his right hand, and without him stopping it, the grain flew back toward the scorched earth. Situ Nan said that the soul pieces are inside the cultivation planet crystal. So why did I find soul pieces right at the entrance? Could my soul piece also be inside this kind of life form? Wang Lin frowned and flew forward. The Suzaka tomb was too big. After leaving behind the scorched earth, Wang Lin picked a direction and quickly flew that way. The landscape of the Suzaka tomb was no different from outside. There were mountains and rivers, and the spiritual energy here was very dense. The spiritual energy here was several times more dense than outside. Even most sects' spiritual energy gathering formations couldn't produce this kind of effect. 3 days later, Wang Lin was moving like a meteor at low altitude toward the inner part of the tomb. However, after 3 days, Wang Lin still hadn't found the border. Right now he was flying over a plain. The green grass of the plain seemed to go on forever. In the past 3 days, he hadn't seen one cultivator. While he was flying, his expression changed and he turned around. He saw 2 cultivators flying across the sky like lightning in the distance. One was male and the other one was a female. When the 2 of them saw Wang Lin, they were startled. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he hid his cultivation level. He now looked like someone who had just reached the soul formation stage. Two divine senses swept past him as if scouting him out. Afterward, the two of them seemed to have relaxed a bit and slowly flew towards him. The two of them stopped several hundred feet away from Wang Lin. Neither of them looked very old. The male was a young man wearing a green robe. This robe was messy. It had holes and even some blood marks that had already gone black. On his sleeve was a mysterious symbol. It was clearly the symbol of a certain sect. As for the woman, she was a bit ugly. There were countless pockmarks on her face. If a mortal saw her in the middle of the night, they would mistake her for a monster. Although her face wasn't pretty, her body had a womanly charm. If you ignored her face, she definitely had a certain charm to her. The two of them were several hundred feet away from Wang Lin when the male shouted, "I'm Morong Yun. I wonder what your name is." Wang Lin remained calm and let out a smile. "I'm Qing Mu." Qing Mu was the name Wang Lin used when he entered the soul refining sect. Wang Lin was able to see through their cultivation levels at a glance. The young man was at the mid-stage of soul formation while the woman was at the early stage. Outside the Suzaka tomb they could be considered strong, but inside the Suzaka tomb where so many have died they seemed a bit weak. They were only able to come inside because they were already in the country of Suzaku when the Suzaka tomb opened up. If they had arrived a few days later, then there was no way they would have had a turn to enter. Morong Yun carefully examined Wang Lin and said, "Has fellow cultivator just reached the soul formation stage?" The woman looked at Wang Lin with a hint of coldness. Wang Lin faintly smiled. "That is correct. I have just reached the soul formation stage." Morong Yun carefully examined Wang Lin. After confirming that he really was at the early stage of soul formation, he relaxed a bit and said, "Fellow cultivator, this place is simply too dangerous. How about we team up? The more people we have, the safer it will be, and we will have a higher chance of getting our soul pieces back." Wang Lin pondered a bit and said, "After hearing fellow cultivator speak, you seem confident in getting your soul piece back." As Wang Lin spoke, his eyes lit up without anyone noticing. Morong Yun laughed and said, "Fellow Qing, you don't know, but I was among the first wave that entered the Suzaka tomb. I personally saw how Chen Feng and the 8-leaf shamans of the Forsaken Immortal clan entered the intersection. If it wasn't for the fact that my cultivation level isn't high enough, I would have already gone inside the intersection." "Oh," Wang Lin faintly smiled. "How did Chen Feng and them enter?" Morong Yun let out a mysterious smile and said, "I can only tell Brother Qing that the entrance is an altar. They searched for a very long time and finally went into the altar. However, the location of the altar is remote and very dangerous. We need to wait for more people before we go. Then we will have a better chance." Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He looked at this person, faintly smiled, and nodded. As the two were talking, the woman next to Morong Yun said, "No need to speak any more nonsense." With that, she flew away. Looking at the woman's back, Morong Yun let out a sigh and said, "She looks like a great beauty from the back. What a pity." With that, he clasped his hands at Wang Lin and followed behind her. Wang Lin rubbed his chin and slowly followed behind the two of them. He would occasionally place his gaze on Morong Yun. The mark on his sleeve and the black blood marks on his clothes made him ponder. As they flew, Wang Lin calmly asked, "Fellow cultivator Morong, what kind of danger is there at the altar?" A hint of fear appeared in Morong Yun's eyes as he took a deep breath and said, "I only saw it from a distance. 3 of the 8-leaf shamans and 2 soul transformation old monsters died. Even after they all died, I never spotted the enemy." Wang Lin revealed a smile that was not a smile and said, with a hint of mockery, "Fellow cultivation Morong's luck was pretty good." Morong Yun was startled when he heard this. Then he let out a wary smile and said, "I was really far away and escaped right away, so I wasn't caught in the fight. However, one thing I'm sure about is that there is a powerful existence there that is very dangerous. We need more people to have a chance at entering." Wang Lin looked at Morong Yun with a strange smile on his face and no longer spoke. Morong Yun's heart sank. He took another good look at Wang Lin before turning around and carrying on. The 3 of them flew very quickly across the plain with the ugly woman in the front. In the afternoon of the second day, the woman stopped. She looked into the distance and coldly said, "There is someone up ahead." Just as she spoke, a sword pierced through the air and swept toward them. As the fierce sword energy closed in, a cold aura surrounded the area. A white flying sword quickly closed in. The person on the sword was an old man with gray hair wearing a gray robe, but with eyes were like lightning. His expression was very gloomy and kept on looking behind him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was able to tell at a glance what was wrong. A bolt of twisting lightning was chasing the old man. The bolt of lightning seemed to be alive and was closely chasing after him. As he was escaping, the old man's divine sense swept past the three of them, and he exclaimed when his gaze landed on Wang Lin. Wang Lin had seen this old man before. He was one of the 16 soul transformation cultivators outside the Suzaku tomb. His cultivation level was at the early stage of soul transformation. He didn't stop and quickly said, "Fellow cultivators, retreat quickly. That thing is very strange." Just at this moment, Morong Yun casually looked at the thing that was chasing the old man. His gaze was very ordinary, but the bolt of lightning immediately stopped and let out a roar of discontent before running around and leaving. Everything happened very quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin had been paying special attention to Morong Yun, he wouldn't have seen what just happened. The lightning quickly disappeared. Even the old man on the flying sword was startled. He stopped, looked behind him, and his eyebrows knit tightly together. Morong Yun moved up a few feet. He clasped his hands and said, "Junior Morong Yun greets Senior." The old man coldly looked at Morong Yun and ignored him. His gaze landed on Wang Lin as he clasped his hands and said, "Many thanks, fellow cultivator Tsang." After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure out why that thing had stopped chasing him. In the end, he thought that it had something to do with this Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was very famous, so he had to have some powerful spells. The moment he said, "Fellow cultivator Tsang," the ugly-looking woman suddenly turned around and carefully looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin faintly smiled and shook his head. "That is not me." The old man's eyes faintly narrowed and he smiled. "Let's not talk about this. Amu Yunhai, does fellow cultivator Tsang have any clues about entering the intersection of the tomb?" Wang Lin stayed quiet and looked at Morong Yun. Mu Yunhai's heart skipped a beat. Morong Yun faintly smiled as he clasped his hands and said, "Junior Morong Yun greets Senior." Mu Yunhai nodded and asked, "Do you know how to enter the intersection?" Morong Yun nodded and replied, "Senior Mu, Junior does know the method of going in, but Senior has to promise that you will take us in as well. If Senior agrees, then I promise to tell Senior everything I know." Mu Yunhai's eyes lit up and he said, "Speak." This old man agrees. Morong Hai's eyes revealed joy. "Junior will lead the way. Our destination is an altar. It's the only passage into the intersection." Mu Yunhai asked, in a serious tone, "Are there dangers there?" Morong Yu quickly replied, "There are." Junior saw several 8-leaf Forsaken Immortal clan members die. There was a total of 8 of them, but the first person to enter didn't encounter any danger. Mu Yunhai frowned. Then he looked toward Wang Lin and asked, "Fellow cultivator Tsang, what do you think?" Wang Lin looked at Morong Yun with a smile that was not a smile and said to Mu Yunhai, "With the two of us working together, even if we can't get past it, our lives shouldn't be in danger." Mu Yunhai laughed. Then he nodded and said to Morong Yun, "Little brat, lead the way." Morong Yun quickly nodded. Then he looked at Wang Lin and warily smiled. Senior is definitely not a soul formation cultivator. Junior didn't know before. I hope Senior won't blame me. With that, he flew in front. Mu Yunhai signaled Wang Lin and the two of them followed behind. As for the ugly woman, she hesitated for a bit before following them. Although Morong Yun's speed was very fast, it was still too slow in Mu Yunhai's eyes. Half an hour later, Mu Yunhai let out a snort and moved up, grabbed Morong Yun, turned toward Wang Lin and said, "Fellow cultivator Tsang, you and I will each take one of them and get to the altar at full speed. If we are slow and the cultivation planet crystal breaks, then all of us will die here." With that, he held Morong Yun and suddenly sped up before disappearing into the distance. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his right hand and the ugly woman was immediately surrounded by a mysterious power. Wang Lin flew off into the distance while taking her along. Is Senior Zhang Niu? The woman was behind Wang Lin and a hint of her fragrance entered Wang Lin's nose. Wang Lin calmly answered, I am. The woman wondered a bit and then suddenly said, Senior, beware of Morong Yun. After that, she remained silent. Wang Lin and Mu Yunhai were very fast. With Morong Yun guiding them, they quickly crossed the plain. 3 days later, an endless mountain range appeared below them. Above the mountain range was a massive black cloud. This black cloud was constantly churning and it gave off a creepy aura. On the western side of the mountain range was an extremely tall mountain peak. Most of the peak was hidden within the black cloud, so only half of it could be seen from outside the black cloud. Under Morong Yun's guidance, Mu Yunhai charged into the black cloud. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and followed closely behind. Inside the black cloud, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a black light. The black light quickly disappeared within the black cloud. Then he slapped his bag of holding and took something out. With one shake, it also disappeared within the black cloud. He did all of this very inconspicuously with the cover of the black cloud, so no one detected anything. Even the woman who was next to him didn't notice because the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. The mountain in the black cloud was a bit blurry. It was as if there was something wrapped around the mountain peak, giving it an ethereal feeling. On the top of the mountain was a large platform, and at the center of the platform was a black altar. This altar was a tower with steps leading up to the top. There was a concave at the very top of the tower with black fog going inside. Mu Yunhai held Morong Yun and landed on the altar. Wang Lin landed after them. They saw dried blood marks on the altar and the smell of blood was still lingering. They sometimes heard wails coming from the black cloud as if there were ghosts crying. After Wang Lin landed, he let go of the woman and his eyes lit up. After looking around, he saw that this place was very different from how Situ Nan described it. The altar that Situ Nan told him about was in a valley surrounded by mountains and not a mountain peak. His eyes quickly became cold. Mu Yunhai spread out his divine sense and looked around. Then he said, Junior Morong, is this the altar you were talking about? Morong Yun quickly nodded and said with confidence, Senior, this is the place. However, Senior should be careful. Aside from the first 8-leaf shaman, the ones that followed him all died mysterious deaths. Mu Yunhai looked at Morong Yun before quickly grabbing Morong Yun and pressing his hand on Morong Yun's forehead. Mu Yunhai's eyes lit up and he whispered, Soul search. Morong Yun let out a miserable groan and his body began to tremble. Mu Yunhai's eyes lit up even more, and then he let go of Morong Yun after a while. Morong Yun fell down like a pile of mud. His body gave off a deathly aura and remained motionless. Fellow cultivator Tsang, this person isn't lying. With that, he jumped up the altar. Fellow cultivator Tsang, I'm going to scout. Please guard me. Okay. A hint of mockery appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Mu Yunhai arrived at the top of the altar in almost the blink of an eye. After standing there for a bit, his expression suddenly became strange. His eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at the concave on top of the altar. Shortly after, joy appeared in his eyes and he laughed. This is the place. Fellow cultivator Tsang. I'll be going ahead. With that, he walked into the center of the altar and disappeared. The ugly woman hesitated for a bit. She looked at Wang Lin and then at Morong Yun before pondering in silence. Wang Lin sneered and didn't look toward the altar. Instead, he looked at Morong Yun and flicked a spell toward his forehead. As soon as the spell arrived, Morong Yun suddenly opened his eyes, grabbed the spell, and crushed it. Then he stood up and looked at Wang Lin. Black gas suddenly appeared and covered his face. Then his originally handsome face became fierce. How did you figure it out? His voice contained a mysterious power. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he said, I can tell you, but you have to answer a few of my questions. Morong Yun's eyes lit up and he said, Interesting. You answer me first. Wang Lin calmly said, All cultivators like to keep themselves clean. so they keep spare clothes in their bags of holding. Rarely anyone would appear in such a disheveled state like you. Morong sneered and said, "Just because of that?" Wang Lin's expression was still calm. He stared at Morong Yun and said, "Of course there were other tells, but right now I want to know what you are." Morong Yun snorted. "I'm made of soul pieces. Tell me what else gave me away." Wang Lin said, "Your clothes are far too old and not what the cultivators who just entered would wear. What is your goal?" "I don't have a goal. I just don't want you guys to get the cultivation planet crystal. Also, are those the only 2 points?" Morong Yun frowned. Wang Lin let out a sigh and shook his head. "The last reason is the symbol on your clothes." With that, Wang Lin's right hand suddenly moved. He activated the celestial spiritual energy in his body, and then a spell containing celestial spiritual energy suddenly appeared before him. As his right hand rose, the celestial spell rushed out toward Morong Yun. Morong Yun sneered and didn't move, but at the moment the celestial spell landed, his body collapsed into strands of black gas and disappeared into the surrounding black clouds. Wang Lin didn't chase, and a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. Soon, a scream came from within the black cloud and the strands of black fog flew back and condensed back into Morong Yun. His expression was extremely ugly as he looked around and said to Wang Lin, "You are not a normal soul transformation cultivator." A 30-foot-long flag flew out from the black clouds. The flag was moving like a wave inside the cloud. A large amount of soul fragments were coming in and out of the flag. There were 10 primary souls inside the black cloud with their gazes locked onto Morong Yun. Among these primary souls was a golden-purple Qilin. Its eyes revealed a fierce gaze. Wang Lin had refined the 1 billion soul flag once more on the way here with Situ Nan. He fused his other 2 flags into it, so now the Qilin and Li Yuanfeng were both primary souls of the 1 billion soul flag. Now this 1 billion soul flag had 28 primary souls. "Do you think you can trap me like this?" Morong Yun sneered and charged out once more. He turned into black fog again and flew toward Wang Lin's orifices. Wang Lin's body backed up and his eyes became cold. He raised his hand and whispered, "Seal!" At this moment, another flag flew out from the black clouds. As soon as it appeared, a large amount of restrictions flew out of it. At a very quick speed, they closed in and created a cage the size of a person, trapping all of the black fog inside. The cage quickly shrank until it was the size of a fist. This sphere was made of restrictions. The rows of restrictions completely sealed the black fog inside it. Lifeforms made of soul pieces were very hard to kill, and even if they were killed, the victims would be the owners of the soul pieces and not the lifeform. If Wang Lin were to use celestial spiritual energy and held nothing back, he could kill this thing. However, more soul pieces would come and reform this lifeform again. In a certain way, these lifeforms were undying. However, when the cultivation planet crystal shatters, these soul pieces will also collapse. No one knows whether the next lifeform they face will contain the soul pieces of their loved ones. At that moment, how would they act? If it was your own soul piece, then that would be easier because you have a mysterious connection with your soul piece. Of course, there were quite a few heartless people inside the Saga tomb. There were a few people who, after observing for a while and learning the secret, began a slaughter. They destroyed one soul piece after another and then waited for the life form to reform by calling more soul pieces. They continued this stupid method in hopes of finding their own soul piece. Qian Feng was one of them. At this very moment, Qian Feng was at a mountain range in the intersection of the tomb. He was sitting outside a cave with a very gloomy expression. He was the first person to enter the Saga tomb, so obviously he met the lifeforms made of soul pieces. These lifeforms couldn't be killed, so in the end, both cultivators and the Forsaken Immortal clan members met something like Morong Yun and rushed toward that mountain peak. There were some people that were tricked by the altar, but Qian Feng didn't fall for the trap and escaped. He spent a lot of time and effort before finally finding the real altar and entering the inner section of the Saga tomb. Although the inner section was smaller than the outer section, it was still very large. There were also a lot more of those life forms here, and some of them were very powerful. Qian Feng couldn't beat them, so he was forced to retreat. During these days in the inner section, he still couldn't find the first Suzaku's grave. As time passed, more and more cultivators and forsaken Immortal clan members entered the intersection. Qian Feng personally saw a familiar soul transformation cultivator's eyes go dim and die after a few forsaken Immortal clan members went all out and killed one of those lifeforms. This scene shocked everyone around. Qian Feng found out that this person's origin soul had shattered and he had completely died. Everyone who had entered the Suzaku tomb was very smart, so they immediately understood the meaning behind this. As a result, in the battle against these lifeforms, some began to hold back. But the more they held back, the harder it was to win. It was like a dead knot. Qian Feng had been sitting outside this cave for more than half a month. His heart felt very anxious and this irritated him greatly. He didn't know how long he had before the cultivation planet crystal collapses. If he couldn't get his soul piece back, then the only thing left for him was death. Zhu, you old bag of bones. If you are going to die, just die. Why does everyone else have to die with you? Qian Feng clenched his teeth and punched the ground. He took a deep breath, his eyes lit up, and he looked at the cave before him. He began to silently calculate and then suddenly took out a black gourd. His right hand formed a seal and then pointed at the gourd. "Red butterfly, come out," he said. A ray of golden light came out from the gourd and Red Butterfly appeared before Qian Feng. She was wearing a red dress. She was still as beautiful as before, and her eyes were still without any life. At this moment, the coldness and arrogance she once harbored no longer existed. What remained was a heartbreaking sorrow and indifference. This gourd was a treasure from his family that was said to have been left by an ancestor. Not only did it have its secrets, it could also store living things. Qian Feng said, "Time is up, so it should have recovered. You go lure it out." Red Butterfly didn't say a word as she slowly walked into the cave. Qian Feng took a deep breath. His hand formed a seal, and the celestial spiritual energy in his body activated. The celestial spiritual energy slowly gathered on his finger until it formed a small golden ball. Qian Feng's face was gloomy as he stared into the depths of the cave. Shortly after, a roar came from within the cave and the ground began to tremble. Red Butterfly ran out from within the cave and stood next to Qian Feng. At the same time, a tall figure came out of the cave. This was a 100-foot-tall giant and its body emitted black smoke. Every step it took caused the ground to shake. As the giant was walking out of the cave, Qian Feng's eyes became cold and he pointed at the giant. The small ball on the tip of his finger shot out toward the giant. An angry roar came from the giant as its body collapsed into countless strands of black smoke to dodge the ball of light. Qian Feng shouted, "Explode!" With one word, the ball of light suddenly exploded, creating a powerful explosion that quickly spread in all directions. The entire mountain trembled and a large amount of rocks began to fall off of it. All of the strands of black smoke that escaped were destroyed without any exception. "This is the 69th one already, and I still haven't found my soul piece." Qian Feng frowned. He knew that this method wasn't the best method. However, this Suzaku tomb was simply too big and he wasn't powerful enough to go to a lot of places, so he could only use this dumb method and hope for a miracle. On the mountain with the altar in the outer section of the Suzaku tomb, Wang Lin held the sphere with the life form sealed inside and jumped down. As for the ugly woman, Wang Lin ignored her. Wang Lin's voice was calm as he said, "I won't kill you, but I can seal you, and this kind of seal is permanent. Once the owners of the soul pieces die one by one as their lifespans run out, you will die a true death." Throughout these past several days in the Suzaku tomb, he had been thinking of a way to deal with these lifeforms. After pondering for a long time, he thought of this method. Using a large amount of restrictions to seal each of the soul pieces would create some kind of sealing effect. Then, by adding a soul fragment of the same cultivation level, it would prevent the lifeform from reforming again. He only needed to wait for the owners of the soul pieces inside the lifeform to die naturally for this lifeform to die naturally as well. Wang Lin didn't have time to test if this method really worked, but when those words landed in Morongyun's ears, it was like he was shocked by lightning. "I'm unkillable. When the soul pieces that I'm made of die, I can gather more soul pieces to reform myself." Morongyun's roar came from within the sphere. Wang Lin coldly snorted and landed at the foot of the mountain. He pointed at the ground and created a hole several dozen feet deep. Wang Lin jumped into the hole, placed the sphere inside, and began placing down restrictions nearby. Morong Yun noticed what Wang Lin was doing and quickly said, "What are you doing? I'm going to seal you here. I'll come back in 100 years to see if my method works or not." As Wang Lin spoke, he continued to place down restrictions. Morong Yun pondered for several breaths before shouting, "You! What exactly do you want?" Wang Lin's lit up and he calmly said, "I want my soul piece." Morong Yun quickly said, "That is not possible. We were created by the cultivation planet crystal and are made of soul pieces, but we can't pick which soul pieces we get. Also, I'm far too weak to collect the soul piece of a cultivator like you. Only those powerful life forms in the intersection can take the soul pieces of powerful cultivators from the cultivation planet crystal." Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He shook his head, placed down the last restriction, and flew out of the deep hole. At the bottom of the hole there was only the sphere formed by restrictions all by itself, surrounded by flashing restrictions. I know the real method to enter the intersection." Morong Yun didn't dare to bet. If he lost, he would really die. Wang Lin looked at the mountain range in the distance and said, "I also know." He pointed to the ground and the hole began to close. Just as it was about to completely seal it, Morong Yun's roar came from within. "We have a king in the intersection of the tomb. Only he can extract the soul pieces from the cultivation planet crystal. This is the truth. How do I find it?" Wang Lin pointed at the ground to stop from closing. Morong Yun quickly said, "Once you get inside the intersection, go east. There are 9 mountains that form a giant ravine. Instead of black fog, there is white fog coming out, making it easy to find. The king is at the bottom of the ravine." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then he raised his right hand, left this place, and the ground began to close once more. "You?" Morong Yun's voice was cut off when the ground closed, leaving not even a crack. When Wang Lin reappeared, he was in a valley in the depths of the mountain range. When he passed by this place earlier, he had his divine sense spread out, so he noticed this valley. Inside the valley was an altar. This altar looked exactly the same as the one from before. However, when Wang Lin entered the valley, he suddenly stopped and looked forward. What he saw made his eyes become cold. A woman whose beauty couldn't be replicated sat beside the altar and looked at Wang Lin with her beautiful eyes. Lu Mei. This woman was Lu Mei. She was wearing a light pink dress with blue butterflies embroidered on the edge. Her dress gently flowed with the wind. Her silky black hair was casually draped over her shoulder down to her waist, which, along with her slim figure, made her all the more alluring. Lu Mei let out a smile and whispered, "Wang Lin." Wang Lin's expression was cold. He looked at the altar beside Lu Mei and blandly said, "Move aside." Lu Mei revealed a hint of weakness in her eyes and gently asked, "Do you hate me, Wang Lin?" Wang Lin slightly frowned. Then he coldly looked at Lu Mei and said with a heavy tone, "Move aside." At this moment, a breeze came from the mountain and lifted up Lu Mei's silk-like hair. This elegant scene was also filled with a refined sense of beauty. Lu Mei's figure was very beautiful. She gently put the strands of hair that were lifted by the wind behind her ears. Then she looked at Wang Lin with resentment in her eyes and stood up. "Wang Lin, you're such a cold-hearted person. Could it be that besides Li Muin, you can't allow another person into your heart?" Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He coldly looked at Lu Mei and touched his bag of holding. The celestial sword appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he activated his celestial spiritual energy and swung the sword. A slice that could shatter the heavens. The swing with celestial spiritual energy traveled through the valley like a meteor. Lu Mei's expression remained calm. She pointed at the air before her and the figure of a peacock appeared. At this moment, the sword energy arrived. The peacock's eyes started glowing green. Then it shook its body and several feathers quickly fell off its body and created a shield. Boom! The sword energy collided with the feathers and the resulting shockwave caused both Lu Mei and Wang Lin's clothes to flap loudly in the wind. Lu Mei's eyes lit up as she looked at Wang Lin and said, "You are indeed at the early stage of soul transformation. Wang Lin, your cultivation speed is really fast." Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He looked at the celestial sword in his hand and gently stroked it. Then he said with a heavy tone, "Lu Mei, I'll say it one last time. Move aside or I'll attack with all my power." Lu Mei bit her lower lip, shook her head, and whispered, "I can't let you. Wang Lin, you have no chance of surviving inside. How about you give me your domain and I'll get your soul piece back for you?" Wang Lin looked at Lu Mei and began to laugh. "Thousand illusion ruthless domain. Lu Mei, do you still think I haven't seen through you yet?" Lu Mei's expression remained calm and she smiled. "Of course not. I believe that the big-eared cultivator came to battle with me just for you." "That is correct. My domain is the thousand illusion ruthless domain. Your life and death domain is one of the most ruthless things under the heavens. The heavens have to be ruthless or it won't form Daos. Wang Lin, on a fundamental level, we are the same. I used 1,000 avatars to experience various lives filled with emotion to cultivate my ruthless Tao. And you use emotions to experience death, see beyond it, and comprehend the reincarnation cycle. I'm sure you have already comprehended that the life and death domain of the reincarnation cycle is also a ruthless Tao. You and I are the same kind of people." While Wang Lin stared at Lu Mei, he slapped his bag of holding and the restriction flag appeared. He didn't want to use the soul flag right away. The soul flag should be saved for when he tries to take back his soul piece or when fighting the king for his soul piece. He shook the restriction flag, causing the restrictions to fly out. Strands of restriction gas spread out and surrounded the valley. Wang Lin shouted, "Lu Mei, Zhuke is about to die. Our battle is pointless." Lu Mei was, after all, at the mid-stage of soul transformation, so he couldn't win quickly without using the soul flag. If he gets delayed here for too long and fails to get his soul piece back, it would be bad. Lu Mei smiled and looked at the sky. The gentleness in her eyes disappeared and was replaced with a cold and ruthless gaze. "Wang Lin, even if my teacher hadn't ordered it, I would still have come to fight you because I need your domain to complete my thousand illusion ruthless domain. Wang Lin, you can attack." Wang Lin's gaze was now completely cold. His hand formed a seal as he pointed at her and said, "Restrict." The restrictions from the restriction flag suddenly began to congregate. They were all flashing brightly. This light gathered before Wang Lin to form a black lance. Purple lightning moved along the black lance, causing cracking and popping sounds. Wang Lin moved forward and grabbed the lance. Celestial spiritual energy immediately surged from his body into the lance, causing the lance to glow golden purple. All of the restrictions had celestial spiritual energy infused into them, so a primal aura appeared from the lance. "Scram!" Wang Lin yelled as he jumped into the air and stabbed toward Lu Mei. He was like a dragon diving into the sea. The lance charged forward as if it could pierce the heavens, creating sonic booms along the way. Lu Mei's cold eyes revealed a mysterious light and she said, "Although you have a lot of treasures, the amount of celestial spiritual energy you can use with your early-stage soul transformation cultivation is too little." With that, her delicate hand pointed forward and with a green flash, the figure of the peacock appeared before her once more. This peacock's eyes released a demonic light as it floated above Lu Mei and stared at Wang Lin, who was still charging toward Lu Mei. At the moment Wang Lin's lance closed in, Lu Mei whispered, "Open!" With one word, all of the feathers on the peacock suddenly opened. The beautiful figure of a peacock opening its tail feathers appeared within the valley. It suddenly became very bright, as if all the light in the surrounding area had gathered on the dazzling sight of the peacock. At the same time, a powerful surge of celestial spiritual energy came out from the peacock and surrounded the area. Although it sounds like these events took a while to unfold, it all happened very quickly. Wang Lin closed in with the lance like lightning. Boom! A loud boom occurred at the moment the peacock opened its tail feathers. The powerful impact of the celestial spiritual energies forced Wang Lin's body to pause for a moment. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. Although his body paused for a moment, His reaction was very fast. He flicked his wrist and the lance flew toward the peacock at an even faster speed. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion occurred. The lance was like a fierce dragon as it slammed into the peacock. The purple lighting on the lance disappeared and the lance collapsed into strands of restriction gas which shattered and faded away. Although the peacock was still beautiful, its color had dimmed. Lu Mei's face was a bit pale as she whispered, "This treasure of yours isn't a pseudo-celestial treasure or a celestial treasure. It is very strange." As Wang Lin threw the lance away, he quickly backed up, reached out with his hand, and a 30-foot-long flag suddenly appeared in his hand. The moment the flag appeared, the coldness in Lu Mei's eyes deepened. She looked at the soul flag and whispered, "I didn't expect Senior Du Tian to really give you the 1 billion soul flag. However, Wang Lin, I already knew that you had the soul flag, or else I wouldn't have chosen to wait for you at this altar. I was the second person to enter the Suzaka tomb, and this is the battlefield I have chosen for the two of us. If you choose to use the soul flag, I will destroy the altar. It will take several days for it to reform, so you will be delayed for several days." Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he looked at Lu Mei. Situ Nan had explained this altar to him before. This altar was created by first-generation Suzaku with the purpose of transferring people. Once the cultivation planet crystal has opened, it will be surrounded by the crystal's mysterious power and gain some extra abilities. Even if it was destroyed, it would only need a few days to rebuild itself and remain here forever. Its characteristics were similar to those of the life forms made of soul pieces. Wang Lin asked, in a serious tone, "What is your purpose?" Lu Mei looked at Wang Lin and faintly smiled. "I don't have any purpose. I just want to have a domain battle with you." As Wang Lin stared at Lu Mei, his right hand tightened and the 1 billion soul flag disappeared. His left hand formed a seal and pointed between his eyebrows. The sky darkened and a rift opened as if two invisible hands had torn it open. Waves of gray gas came out from the rift. As more and more gray gas appeared, a giant scroll suddenly emerged from the gray gas and covered the sky. The moment the scroll appeared, it released a mysterious power that surrounded the area. Lu Mei's eyes lit up. Then she took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged on the altar, and closed her eyes. At the moment she closed her eyes, the peacock before her let out a sharp shrill and floated up. It was now directly above Lu Mei. Its body suddenly expanded, making it a 100-foot-tall peacock. Its tail feathers were now even larger and it almost completely covered the entire mountain range. "My domain is the 1,000 illusion ruthless domain. Every feather on this peacock is one illusion. In truth, my domain doesn't have 1,000 illusions yet. It only has 999. Once I obtain the last illusion, my domain will reach the late stage of soul transformation. Wang Lin, give me the last illusion. Okay?" Lu Mei's voice came from the peacock. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he raised his hand and pointed at the sky. A heaven-shattering explosion came from the scroll in the sky as mountains and rivers appeared in the scroll. Strands of gray gas came out from the black and white painting inside scroll. "I'll give you the last illusion you wish for, and it will be one you will never forget in your life." Wang Lin's voice was cold as he pointed down toward Lu Mei. A loud rumble came from the scroll followed by a large amount of gray gas. It suddenly turned into a dragon and opened its mouth to devour Lu Mei's peacock. The peacock let a cry. This cry was very crisp and could shake the high heavens. It then lifted its proud head and opened its beautiful tail. The 7-colored tail feathers gave off a demonic glow as the ruthless domain flew out. At this moment, another color appeared under the life and death scroll. This ruthlessness could make ice even colder and force the 4 seasons to immediately change. Wang Lin felt this coldness inside the valley. This was ruthlessness, a natural indifference. At this moment, the peacock was only an illusion. The one who was really looking at the dragon was Lu Mei. Her eyes were indifferent, ruthless, and cold. Although she was similar to Red Butterfly was cutting off emotion, which was very different from having no emotion. Only someone with emotions can cut off their emotions. And the heavens were naturally emotionless. Since there were no emotions to cut in the first place, it was a step higher. The dragon descended and its giant mouth arrived next to the peacock. In a flash, the dragon split into thin, gray pieces of fog that surrounded the peacock. Wang Lin sighed. Nothing in the world can escape life and death. Let those that exist continue to exist, and let what is dissipating dissipate. He thought of Li Muwen. The peacock let out another cry as the 7 colors from its tail fused together to form a rainbow. The rainbow shot out from the peacock, pierced into the sky, and fused with the painting in the scroll in the sky. The most beautiful thing in this world is often the most ruthless. A rainbow is beautiful and is admired by hundreds of millions of people. However, it is ruthless because no one can make it stay. Just like how the peacock's tail opening is beautiful but is also death. After the rainbow entered the scroll, the painting was no longer just black and white. It now contained a bit of color. The gray gas around the peacock was no longer monochrome. It also had other colors mixed in. 999 illusions. I'm missing just one illusion to obtain 1,000 illusions. Wang Lin, where is that last illusion? If you only have this much strength, if you can't resist against me without the soul flag, then I'm very disappointed in you. I could have attacked you when I first met you in the soul refining sect, but you were too weak then. Your domain hadn't reached its completion and become corporeal yet, so I had to wait. Your domain has now reached soul transformation completion and become corporeal, but you are still so weak. If this is all you have, then you won't even be able to let me complete my last illusion. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. He raised his head to look at the life and death scroll and silently pondered. Inside the painting in the scroll, the 7 colors became even more dense and the painting was no longer just black and white. The mountain and sea became very lifelike. Not only did the mountains and sea have color, even the trees had a hint of green on them. You say to let what exists continue to exist and what should dissipate to dissipate, but does your heart really think so? Wang Lin, I never thought that your domain had such a big weakness. No wonder you didn't want to attack with your domain. So it was like this. Lu Mei's voice was filled with a heavy sense of disappointment. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He waved his hand and a strand of pink gas flew out from his hand and into the life and death scroll. Wang Lin coldly said, what should dissipate will naturally dissipate, but if something that should exist dissipates, then I definitely won't agree. Lu Mei, I'm gifting you your last illusion. At this moment, a pink dot appeared on the life and death scroll and transformed into a charming figure. This figure wasn't Li Muwen but the one Su Ligua kept referring to as Little Sister Fairy. The 3rd ancestor of the Forsaken Immortal clan reincarnated into a cultivator and obtained her own domain. But when she returned to the Forsaken Immortal clan, she gave up her cultivation and allowed her origin soul to shatter. However, her domain was very stubborn, so it didn't dissipate. After Wang Lin got hold of her, he kept her in his bag of holding. This was Wang Lin's real ace against Lu Mei. In fact, Wang Lin had thought of this plan before Zhou Wutai handed him the information about Lu Mei. Although this method was very vicious, if Lu Mei didn't give up on Wang Lin, then he would use it without any hesitation. After he saw the information from Zhou Wutai, he was even more confident that this domain was ideal for dealing with Lu Mei. To break a ruthless domain that is based on having no emotions, one must use lust to create an emotion. At the same time, an evil laughter came from within the scroll. Meiji's charming figure appeared inside the scroll. Her crisp voice was like a song. What a ruthless heart to trap me for so long and only to release me when you have a use for me. Wang Lin, could your heart really be made of stone? But this little girl really does like this body. With that, she let out a charming laughter. This laughter even caused Wang Lin to become shocked. He required a few moments to recover. Black fog came out from the celestial sword and Su Ligua stared at Meiji, his eyes filled with desire. This is... Lu Mei's hesitant voice came from within the peacock. Wang Lin's eyes showed no mercy as he said, Life and death domain. Reincarnation cycle. The scroll in the sky suddenly closed with a bang like 2 giant waves from the north and south had just crashed together. The moment it closed, the rainbow shattered and the colors were forced out of the scroll. However, the scroll suddenly trembled and once more opened up. But this time there were neither mountains nor a sea in the scroll, only the figure of a woman. This woman was very beautiful. Her eyes were filled with lust as she let out a laugh. She jumped out of the scroll, turned into a pink mist, and quickly descended upon the giant peacock above Lu Mei. The peacock revealed a hint of hesitation in its eyes. This hesitation came from Lu Mei's heart. This kind of hesitation was very rare when coming from Lu Mei. Wang Lin calmly asked, "Lu Mei, did you want the last illusion?" The hesitation disappeared from the peacock's eyes as Lu Mei's voice came from it. "Wang Lin, you're really despicable." Wang Lin's expression remained the same. The pink mist that was Meiji descended from the sky like a meteor. The pink mist split into two right above the peacock and entered its eyes. The peacock began to emit a pink smoke. Then its body trembled once and collapsed into specks of light, revealing Lu Mei, who was sitting on the altar. At this moment, a rosy red color appeared on her cheeks, making her already beautiful face even more charming and alluring. However, Wang Lin's eyes were still cold. He didn't care if Meiji could successfully take over Lu Mei or if Lu Mei could complete her last illusion. There was no grudge or deep hatred between Wang Lin and Lu Mei. Overall, their relationship was complicated. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Mei kept looking for Wang Lin to cause him trouble, he probably wouldn't have used Meiji. Although it was granting Lu Mei's wish, it was just as Lu Mei said. To use the lust domain to break her ruthless domain was too despicable. But Wang Lin didn't take any of this to heart. He began to walk forward. He just needed to enter the altar to go into the intersection of the tomb. His first goal was to find the first-generation Suzaku's grave. It would be great if he could get his soul piece back from there, but if it was not there, he would find the king of those life forms and get his soul piece back that way. After obtaining his soul piece, he won't care about the matters on planet Suzaku. He will leave here and leave this whole mess behind. In these past several years, Wang Lin had a feeling that Tuosen from the land of the ancient gods would be able to escape soon. He believed that he stood no chance against Tuosen at all. At this moment, at the eastern side of the Suzaku continent, in an area covered by a black cloud, the forsaken immortal clan's first ancestor, Xianxia, the third ancestor, and a 10-leaf ancestral spirit were sitting there. Their life plants were flashing above their foreheads, and in between them was a skull. There was a tattoo engraved on this skull. This tattoo was several times more complex than the ones on the skulls Wang Lin obtained. There was no comparison. There was a powerful aura gathering above the skull. Xianxia looked at the skull with respect and said, in a heavy tone, "The ancestor obtained enlightenment from the primal spirit of our clan and broke past the 11-leaf stage to become the third 12-leaf shaman in the clan's history. This skull tattoo possesses a certain power, so if all of us work together, we should be able to use it to send one of us inside." The first ancestor slowly asked, "Then who is going?" The third ancestor, that beautiful and charming woman, was no longer in any mood to laugh, so she sighed. "It would be ideal for first ancestor to go, but your body is buried deep within the immortal graveyard. If you go with your tattoo soul, we don't know if the Suzaku tomb will affect you or not. How about—" Just as she got here, she suddenly stood up and looked toward the direction of the Suzaku tomb. Then she slowly revealed a strange expression. "That sliver of my domain from back then is trying to possess a body. Humph! How could I let her do as she wishes?" Xianxia was startled and said, "Is that your old lust domain?" The third ancestor nodded and said, "It is my lust domain. If she succeeds in the possession, she will definitely take part of my power. How can I let her succeed? That thing separated from me and was found by a little cultivator. I believe that that little cultivator is inside the Suzaku tomb right now. Although I can't destroy the domain, I can make some slight changes to it. Normally, it wouldn't matter too much, but during a possession, it will make her possession fail." After the third ancestor finished speaking, she pointed at her forehead. The plant on her forehead began to move in a mysterious manner. Tattoos came out from the plant and disappeared in the air. In the Suzaku tomb, Wang Lin walked onto the altar and activated it. He felt the altar teleporting him and he was just about to disappear. But just at this moment, a large amount of pink mist suddenly poured out of Lu Mei's forehead. It was followed by Meiji's scream. How could it be like this? There is a force with the same type of energy as me interfering with my possession. How could it be so? When Meiji was born, she lost all memories of her creator, so this was their first meeting from her point of view. After she entered Lu Mei's body and was breaking Lu Mei's domain, she suddenly felt pain in her soul. This pain caused her to lose all her power and made her feel very weak. As a result, Lu Mei's domain counteracted and she was forced out. At the moment Meiji was forced out of Lu Mei's eyes opened up and she said, "You're the last illusion. You won't be able to escape." After Lu Mei spoke, a large amount of the pink mist was sucked back into her. Meiji let out a scream. She was still completely powerless. She felt despair before clenching her teeth and snapping, "If I can't possess you, then let's fuse." With that, Meiji used some unknown method that caused her body explode and her soul to collapse. Even her powerful lust domain also collapsed, and all of it went into Lu Mei. All of this happened very fast. By the time Wang Lin turned around to look at Lu Mei, Meiji had already collapsed. At this moment, a large amount of pink mist came out of every single pore on Lu Mei's body. The clothes on Lu Mei's body turned to dust and disappeared. What appeared before Wang Lin's eyes was Lu Mei's extremely beautiful body that would charm almost any man. Wang Lin didn't have enough time to teleport away before the pink mist spread out in all directions. He could only quickly back up and create a gust of wind filled with celestial spiritual energy to shield him. However, although he backed up very quickly, the pink mist was not affected by the gust at all. It was as if it was ethereal, so it quickly spread out. It spread too fast. Even as Wang Lin backed up, some of the pink mist still entered his pores. However, the amount of pink mist that entered Wang Lin's body wasn't too much, so after activating a bit of celestial spiritual energy, he pushed most of it out of his body. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he continued to back away until he was finally able to dodge the pink mist. This pink mist isn't a spell. It's formed from a domain. That is why the wind had no effect on it. Wang Lin's expression was dark as he looked at the pink mist that was covering the valley. A very alluring figure slowly appeared from within the pink mist. Lu Mei's originally white and flawless skin now showed a hint of rosy red, and her eyes would sometime expose a ruthless gaze and other times expose a lustful gaze. Her expression made it look like she was going through a painful struggle. At this moment, the ruthlessness in Lu Mei's eyes disappeared and lust filled her eyes. She let out an extremely beautiful smile as she raised her hand and pointed at the air. All of the surrounding pink mist suddenly rushed out in all directions at an unimaginable speed. The pink mist spread like a shockwave, carrying an incredible amount of force. It was as if something had exploded. The speed at which the pink mist spread was far faster than Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers became a world of pink. The mountains were also covered by this pink mist, giving off the illusion that it was all a dream. Wang Lin wasn't far from Lu Mei. They were at the center of the pink mist. Originally, with his mental strength, he would be able to withstand this if he stopped his breathing and activated his domain. But when Wang Lin was retreating earlier, a bit of pink mist had entered Wang Lin's body. Normally, he only needed to find a place to cultivate for about 1 incense stick of time to force it out of him completely, but now he didn't have that time. As the pink mist surrounded him, the pink mist inside him broke free from the seal and moved through his body. Thanks to the pink mist inside and outside his body, Wang Lin lost control for the first time. The Thousand Illusion Ruthless Domain was already at the mid-stage of soul transformation. This was really only 999 illusions, and each one represented a life Lu Mei had lived. The Lu Mei in the Shen Dao sect was only one of the avatars. Lu Mei had 999 avatars like this to experience 999 different illusions, and she only needed one more for her domain to reach the late stage of soul transformation. After reaching the late stage, she will only need enough celestial jades before she can take the life and death trial to reach the ascendant stage. One step could be death, or that one step could lead to becoming an ascendant cultivator. Meiji's appearance was a great trial for Lu Mei. Without the third ancestor's interference, Lu Mei most likely would have been possessed, becoming a puppet that only knew how to enjoy sensual pleasure. That was why, in her eyes, Wang Lin was despicable. The third ancestor's unintentional help forced Mei Ji to collapse to fuse with Lu Mei, causing her life to become Lu Mei's 1000th illusion. Her domain was currently far above Wang Lin's life and death domain, which was only at the early stage of soul transformation, so he couldn't resist it. The pink mist that covered everything within tens of thousands of kilometers was now slowly condensing back toward the valley. This process lasted for 2 days. All of the pink mist outside of the valley had come back, but the valley itself was still covered in pink mist. From inside the mist, the painful cries of a woman could be heard, but that voice was also filled with pleasure. The voice was like the song of a fairy that would make anyone's heart pound and blood surge. After an unknown amount of time, the pink mist gradually faded, revealing a woman lying on the side of the altar. Clarity slowly returned to her eyes. Ripples of energy were coming from the altar, meaning that someone had just teleported away. Shortly after, all of the pink mist dissipated and the valley returned to what it was like before. The woman sat up straight and slightly frowned as she reached out to grab a bag of holding. With a flash of white light, the woman's naked body was hidden under a white dress. She stood up, looked at the red spots on the altar and began to ponder. I can't believe that the last illusion of the 1000 illusion ruthless domain is this illusion. The moment this illusion appears, the domain changes to the 1000 illusion lust domain. All of this is like an illusion, yet it is so real. I never thought that my 1000 illusion ruthless domain's last illusion would be obtained like this. Teacher wanted me to leave my mark on Wang Lin's Tao heart, but he never would have thought that my last illusion would contain his aura. Lu Mei's eyebrows were furrowed tightly together as she looked into the distance and finally let out a sigh. She had a very complex feeling in her heart, and at this moment, she suddenly felt lost. Everything that just happened was completely outside her expectations. Wang Lin's body appeared in a wasteland in the intersection of the Suzaku tomb. After he appeared, he looked into the sky with a very complex expression. While being surrounded by the pink mist, he felt like he was in a dream. When the pink mist dissipated, he saw a woman below him. At that moment, his heart felt pain for her. I still have things to do right now, so I have to put aside the matter with Lu Mei for now. Thinking about it is useless. Wang Lin sighed as he touched the spot between his eyebrows. This was where the heaven-defying bead was located. Li Muan's nascent soul was slowly recovering inside the heaven-defying bead, and one day she will awaken. Wang Lin pondered a bit before he disappeared and flew off quickly into the distance. The intersection of the Suzaku tomb was also different from what Situ Nan told him. Situ Nan said that the inside of the Suzaku tomb wasn't large and that there was a mountain in the center. The first generation Suzaku left the Suzaku seal's Tao inside the mountain, and that was also where his corpse was located. Every Suzaku cultivated here for several months to obtain the Suzaku seal's inheritance. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and swept the area. This place was too big for Wang Lin to cover in his divine sense, but he detected multiple powerful presences. These presences immediately released their full auras when they noticed Wang Li. It was as if they were trying to provoke him. Wang Lin's heart trembled. All of these presences were life forms made of soul pieces. Not only did the intersection have more of these life forms, but they were much more powerful than the ones outside. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then he picked a direction and quickly flew that way. His first goal was to find the mountain which was supposed to be the center of this place. He knew that he didn't have much time left. If the cultivation planet crystal shatters, he will have to use the method Situ Nan gave him. This cultivation planet crystal was very tyrannical. It was the absolute power that the Cultivation Alliance gives to rank 6 cultivation countries. After cultivators have reached the ascendant stage and have experience trying to find their own Tao, they might get a chance to get their soul piece back from the cultivation planet crystal. However, none of the Suzakus could take back their soul pieces. If they did, they would lose their ability to use the Suzaku seal and in a way lose their title of Suzaku. But not all ascendant cultivators succeed. The success rate is only 50%. Only after reaching the level above Ascendant or if a rank 5 cultivation country ascends to rank 6 can one's soul piece be safely retrieved. Xianxia wasn't able to retrieve his soul piece. In fact, ever since the country of Suzaku arrived, no one has managed to retrieve their soul piece. This had a lot to do with Situnan's seal. Although the seal on the cultivation planet crystal prevented future Suzakus from controlling the planet, it also stopped anyone from being able to retrieve their soul piece when they reached the ascendant stage. In some more powerful cultivation planets, like the ones controlled by rank 7 or 8 cultivation countries, there were sects that were powerful enough to match a rank 6 cultivation planet. These sects have found ways to avoid the cultivation planet crystal. If that wasn't the case, there wouldn't be any strife within the cultivation alliance. At this moment, far away in space on a large planet, many rays of sword lights were flying across the sky. These people were not fighting but rushing to some place. This planet was far too large. It was tens of times the size of planet Suzaku, and with a planet this big it would naturally have more mortals. 5 smaller planets orbited this large planet. There were also countless cultivators living on each one of them. There were even smaller planets farther out with powerful formations protecting them. The largest planet, the one at the center, was planet Tianyun. The 5 smaller planets were under the control of planet Tianyun, which was a rank 7 planet. As for the even smaller planets, they were personal planets of very powerful cultivators. Unless people were personally invited, no one could enter them. Planet Suzaku was simply too small compared to this. There were many sects on planet Tianyun, but of course the most prominent was the Heavenly Fate sect. The Heavenly Fate sect says that everything in life depends on fate. Everything has already been set, so you can't force it and you can't escape it. This decree of the sect gave them a transcendental feel. The person who set this decree was a person that a majority of the population on planet Tianyun respected. He was the All-Seer. At this moment, the All-Seer opened his eyes from his closed-door cultivation. He had a gentle expression on his face, and although he had white hair, he didn't look old, giving him a transcendental feel. His bright eyes showed off more energy than many youths' eyes. There wasn't a hint of death on him. He was filled with endless vitality. He was currently at the Heavenly Fate sect's Celestial Fate Pagoda. At this moment, both of his eyes revealed a mysterious light and he muttered to himself, "When I was visiting an old friend, I passed by a semi-wasted cultivation planet and met a child. This child was able to comprehend the life and death domain of the reincarnation cycle and was trying to reach the soul formation stage. Not many people can do this, so when I saw that his cultivation was lacking, I gave him a hint and said that I would accept him as my honorary disciple for 100 years. Today I suddenly had a feeling. I believe that this child will arrive soon. I don't know what cultivation level he is currently at, but if he manages to get here, if his cultivation level isn't at least at the late stage of soul formation, I'll be disappointed." The All-Seer pondered a bit before slightly shaking his head and closing his eyes again. Inside the Suzaku tomb, Wang Lin had slowed down and kept his divine sense in a smaller range than before. There were simply too many of those lifeforms around here, and some of them would be hard for Wang Lin to deal with unless he used the 1 billion soul flag. He moved very carefully. Whenever he detected danger, he would immediately change directions and go around it. This caused his journey to slow down a lot. On this day, what appeared before Wang Lin were 2 heaven-piercing mountains. Between the 2 mountains was a small path with no end in sight that led into the depths of the 2 mountains. The 2 mountains were surrounded by a luscious jungle. While Wang Lin stood at the foot of the 2 mountains, he pondered a bit and his eyes sparkled. He had already been in the inner part of the tomb for a few days now. According to his calculations, the center of this place should be through the path. However, along the way, Wang Lin could clearly feel that the closer he went to the center, the more of those lifeforms there were. Some of the more powerful ones were not things Wang Lin could deal with. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin walked toward the small path between the 2 mountains. He was very cautious with each step and constantly watched his surroundings. These lifeforms could take many forms, so if one was careless for even a moment, they would be ambushed. Along the way, Wang Lin looked at the surface of the 2 mountains on either side of this narrow path. There were patches of wet spots on the smooth mountain surfaces, and sometimes drops of water would fall from the sides of the mountains. After walking several dozen meters, Wang Lin's expression changed, and he realized that something was off. He carefully looked at the walls of the two mountains and his eyes lit up. If this place is wet year-round, then there should be moss growing. After all, the rest of this place is similar to the planet outside. However, this place looks like it just became wet recently. Wang Lin's right hand pointed to the face of one of the mountains and his finger immediately dug into it, creating a 1-inch deep hole. The outer half-inch of the hole was wet, but the latter half-inch was dry. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin quickly backed up. In the blink of an eye, he was already out of the small path, and right as he backed out, the water on the walls of the mountain began to move. The water came out from the walls and droplets of crystal clear water started floating above the small path. These were countless water drops. At least tens of thousands of them, and every single one of them represented a soul piece. These water droplets condensed into a human figure. The water moved in a mysterious fashion and finally took the shape of a woman. This woman looked normal, but she gave off a strange aura. After she appeared, she stared coldly at Wang Lin and slowly said, "You can't go inside." Wang Lin slowly backed up. The one type of life form he least wanted to mess was one made of water. This type was the most difficult life form to deal with. Even though the one before him was only as strong as a soul formation cultivator, it would still be hard for him to deal with. Water was a substance that could gather and scatter. Even though he could seal it, it was very difficult to get it all. A few days ago, Wang Lin encountered a water-based life form and he had to give up and move around it in the end. This was why once he noticed that there was a chance that a water-based life form was here, he backed up without any hesitation. Just as he backed up, he spread out his divine sense to check what was further down the path. Before, his divine sense wasn't spread out much to avoid unnecessary trouble. But now that the water life form had showed itself, he spread it out without any hesitation and was shocked. Deep into the mountain path he saw someone. This was someone he knew. This person was currently fighting against a water life form and had the upper hand. However, when he saw the water life form this person was fighting against, he felt a sense of familiarity with it. This feeling wasn't strong, but it was there. Wang Lin's heart trembled as he backed up. After the woman made of water droplets saw Wang Lin back up, she quickly moved deeper into the mountain. Wang Lin stood outside the mountain and pondered. Something is not right. Why does that water life form give me this feeling? I don't have a water spirit root, so my soul piece can't be inside a water life form. This is strange. Wang Lin slightly frowned. He hung around for a bit, and just as he was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed and he turned around. He suddenly felt pain in his heart. It was as if there was a soul piece inside there, weakly calling out to him for help. Wan Air. Wang Lin was startled and he understood. Wan Air was inside the heaven-defying bead, and the heaven-defying bead existed within his soul. Naturally, this gave him the ability to detect Wan Air's soul piece. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. This time he didn't hesitate to fly into the depths of the two mountains. Just as he entered the path, the woman who blocked him earlier took form again to block him. She raised her right hand and waved it. Soon, a large amount of water droplets filled the small path. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. Without a word, he took out the celestial sword while not slowing down at all and threw it forward with a shout. After that, he pointed his left hand between his eyebrows. Wang Lin's body trembled for a moment as his origin soul came out of his body. His origin soul was over 100 feet tall. It caught up to the celestial sword in an instant and continued to charge forth. In almost the blink of an eye, Wang Lin's origin soul charged through the woman's body and the celestial sword pierced through her body. The woman let out a miserable groan as the soul pieces that formed her body collapsed and scattered. But Wang Lin's origin soul had already entered her body. His origin soul divided from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 4, and from 4 to 8 until his origin soul had split into countless smaller pieces that entered every single soul piece. At the same time, a shout came from Wang Lin's origin soul. Seal! In an instant, countless restrictions appeared from Wang Lin's origin soul and sealed each one of the soul pieces. Then he reformed his origin soul and flew toward his body, which was still flying in this direction due to momentum. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his origin soul returned to his body. His hand reached out and the celestial sword flew back into his grasp. Holding the celestial sword, Wang Lin charged into the depths of the mountain. Shortly after Wang Lin left, the droplets that he sealed all popped. The water droplets turned to gas and gathered together to reform that woman. A water life form can only be sealed for a moment. It is almost impossible to completely seal them. This woman's eyes were fierce as she looked into the depths of the mountain. Her body turned into water once more as she charged after Wang Lin. Wang Lin moved very quickly, so he arrived deep within the mountain in a few short moments. There was a hunchbacked old man with half of his clothes torn. There were many glowing tattoos on his body. Their tattoos floating in the air before him, forming a seal with a mass of water in the middle. This water seemed to be boiling. There was an 8-leaf plant on the old man's forehead, and he was emitting a powerful tattoo energy. The hunchbacked old man said, "I can't kill you, but I can refine all these soul pieces that allow you to take form. It will take you a while to recover, so you won't be able to chase after me anymore." This old man was the one that chased Wang Lin into the spatial rift back in the Immortal graveyard. In the end, he relied on his connection to the ancestral spirit to finally get rescued by his clan. His hatred for Wang Lin had reached its limit and caused him to go on a killing spree in this war. Among all the 8-leaf shamans, he's the one who killed the most cultivators. Wang Lin's appearance shocked the old man. He had to keep all his attention on the water life form or else he would die, so he didn't notice Wang Lin approaching. Also, Wang Lin's cultivation level was much higher than before. This was why the old man didn't detect Wang Lin. "It's you!" The old man's eyes immediately became cold when he saw Wang Lin, and he let out a laugh. He pointed at a tattoo before him and it immediately charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin coldly snorted. He didn't pause at all after he arrived here. Almost at the same moment the old man noticed him. He teleported next to the tattoos that were trapping the water life form and swung down the celestial sword. With a loud bang, countless cracks appeared on the tattoos that were sealing the water, and they shattered one by one. The hunchbacked old man let out a roar as he charged toward Wang Lin. His hand extended toward Wang Lin, and at the center of his palm was a very ancient tattoo. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Without a word, he reached out and the 1 billion soul flag appeared. Without even attacking, the 1 billion soul flag could shock any enemy. The hunchbacked old man couldn't help but pause for a moment. This is... His heart trembled. He felt like he knew this flag and couldn't help but feel terror. Wang Lin shook the 1 billion soul flag, causing a series of ghostly wails to escape as the soul fragments charged out. The loudest wail came from a purple qilin that let out a roar that pierced even the high heavens. Right after it appeared, it opened its vicious mouth and tried to devour the old man. Behind the qilin were more than 10 soul transformation primary souls. The entire gorge was surrounded by the soul fragments and they all charged toward the old man. The hunchbacked old man secretly cursed and backed up without any hesitation. If there were only a few soul transformation soul fragments, he wouldn't have to worry so much. After all, a soul fragment couldn't compare to a real cultivator. Even if there were 3 or 4 of them, he would at least be able to escape or fight to a standstill. But there were simply too many of them for someone of his current cultivation level to handle. That purple qilin was especially terrifying. Just looking at it made his heart tremble. Adding on to that, there were countless weaker soul fragments. After taking all that into account, there's no way he would fight, so he quickly escaped. He would never have guessed that the little brat he could have easily killed 100 years ago had already reached the soul transformation stage and possessed the 1 billion soul flag that the Forsaken Immortal clan feared. The hunchbacked old man could even feel that a large number of the soul fragments had the aura of his Forsaken Immortal clan. Those must have been his clan members who were captured and refined in the war back then. At the moment the old man tried to escape, the woman who was chasing Wang Lin arrived. When she saw the scene inside the gorge, her eyes lit up. She turned into water and silently moved toward the old man. Wang Lin didn't have time to bother with the old man. He continued to swing the celestial sword down on the tattoo prison. A series of rumbling sounds could be heard as more and more tattoos shattered. The water life form trapped inside turned from a mass of water into a woman. When Wang Lin saw her, his heart trembled. This woman looked similar to Li Muin. With one last swing of the celestial sword, Wang Lin shattered the prison completely. The woman inside let out a joyous laugh and escaped the prison. Wang Lin already knew this would happen, so there was no way he would let her escape. The only issue was that this woman was much stronger than the one that tried to stop him before. She was almost as powerful as a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. Adding on her immortal body, she was very difficult to deal with. Even the old man couldn't kill her. He could only trap her temporarily. As soon as the woman that looked similar to Li Muin tried to escape, Wang Lin took a deep breath and with one thought, all of the soul fragments connected to form a net. Aside from the few primary souls that were chasing the old man, the rest were all gathered here. A powerful aura came from all sides. Then the woman calmly looked around before her gaze landed on Wang Lin. She let out a laugh and said, "You saved me, yet now you are trapping me. What do you want?" Wang Lin coldly asked, "Do you want to die or live?" The woman smiled and laughed. "No one can kill me here. Even if you were to trap me, I only need to spend a bit of time to escape." Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he said, "Soul flag, fuse." With that, all of the soul fragments rapidly fused with the primary souls. In almost the blink of an eye, all of the soul fragments disappeared, leaving behind only 6 primary souls with power beyond a late-stage soul transformation cultivators but not as powerful as an ascendant cultivator. These 6 primary souls surrounded the woman and coldly stared at her. Wang Lin said, "Destroy!" With one word, the 6 primary souls all moved and attacked with various spells and techniques. The woman laughed as her body shattered and the pieces flew in all directions. Wang Lin was waiting for this because only when her body was split into water droplets would he be able to find Li Muin's soul piece. However, just as Wang Lin and the 6 primary souls moved, the entire gorge shook. This tremble came from the ground. Not only here, but the entire Suzaka tomb was shaking right now. As the shaking continued, ripping sounds could be heard from the sky. It was as if there were giant hands tearing the sky open. Countless spatial rifts appeared in the sky. The cold wind coming out of them could freeze a person. These spatial rifts weren't like the ones outside. With those, you could safely enter them if you reach a certain cultivation level. This place was different though. The spatial rifts here weren't real spatial rifts. They merely looked like them. In the Suzaku tomb, there were dimensional cracks which were produced by the special power of the cultivation planet crystal. Even if a soul transformation cultivators were to enter, their soul would immediately die without any exception. As the cultivation planet heart continued to shatter, the cultivation planet crystal's collapse finally started. The earth of the Suzaku tomb began to crack and many cultivators who entered died under this natural disaster. Even many of the life forms who normally couldn't die were killed. The entire Suzaku tomb was surrounded by a power death aura. The gorge Wang Lin was in was no different. The ground shattered and a large number of dimensional cracks appeared to devour everything. Wang Lin quickly used the soul flag to call back all the soul fragments. Right now, Wang Lin had no time to worry about the old man. His gaze was locked onto the woman that looked similar to Li Muin. Right now the woman was in a state of shock, so she revealed a horrified expression that she had never shown before. Her body was slowly collapsing and then, with a bang, her body turned into countless water droplets. The countless water droplets were also collapsing. This was a real death for her. Wang Lin moved like lightning as he dodged many dimensional cracks and arrived before the mass of water droplets. His right hand reached out and grabbed a crystal-clear water droplet. At the moment he touched the droplet, he felt like he had touched Li Muin. As soon as he grabbed the water droplet, he immediately backed up, but a dimensional rift silently appeared before him. With a tearing sound, a large piece of Wang Lin's clothes disappeared. Cold sweat covered Wang Lin's forehead as he carefully evaded the rifts and finally left the gorge. This tremble lasted only 10 breaths of time, but after these 10 breaths, the entire Suzaka tomb was a mess. Countless rifts had appeared on the ground and sky, and many places were on the verge of collapsing. Any small amount of spiritual energy fluctuations could cause a disaster. Anyone who was caught in a rift would die. At this moment, the Suzaka tomb became much more dangerous than before. The collapse of the Cultivation planet crystal isn't happening in an instant but slowly over time. This was all controlled by Zhu Kz. This was a game brought about by his madness. After the ground stopped shaking, the mountain range that Wang Lin was just in was now flat. It was as if everything that had just happened before the trembling was a dream. The gentle breeze evaporated the cold sweat from Wang Lin's forehead as a sense of dread filled his heart. He looked at the ruin below him. There were rifts that would open and close. He pressed Li Muan's soul piece against his forehead and put it into the heaven-defying bead. Then he took a deep breath and slowly flew off into the distance. As he flew, his eyes suddenly lit up and he looked toward a collapsed mountain range. The hunchbacked old man was on top of some gravel, but only half of his body was there. His weak origin soul was struggling to leave his body. In the calamity that just happened, he lost half of his body and also his tattoo origin soul. At the moment Wang Lin's gaze landed on him, the old man's eyes revealed panic. He quickly left his body and was about to escape. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He let out a cold snort and quickly chased after the old man. The old man's origin soul was extremely weak, so it wasn't much of a chase. But then a rift suddenly appeared before him without a sound. The old man let out a miserable scream and tried to back up, but he was too late. His entire origin soul was swallowed by the oval rift, and when it disappeared, so did the old man's origin soul. Wang Lin quickly stopped. He silently pondered and then raised his head to look into the distance. After one round of collapse, this Suzaka tomb had become extremely unstable. If he was careless for just a moment, he could die, so he began to hesitate. A moment later, Wang Lin let out a sigh and flew off into the distance. Planet Suzaku, Sea of Devils. The Sea of Devils was one of the first places that was attacked by the Forsaken Immortal clan. After all, it was very close to the Forsaken Immortal clan's base. Also, the mist that acted as a natural barrier for tens of thousands of years disappeared, and due to attacks from multiple other countries, the Sea of Devils was a mess. At its current state, it had no way of resisting the Forsaken Immortal clan, so it ended up being conquered by them. There was currently a person standing outside the chaotic broken stars in the Sea of Devils. This person was covered in a deathly aura and his figure couldn't be seen clearly. There were images of skeletons appearing all around him, creating almost a forest of skeletons. He looked at the chaotic broken stars with a look of hesitation. The divine retribution wasn't from an ancient cultivator. It was only a junior refining an ancient treasure. This old man has traveled the entire planet in these past few hundred years and hasn't been able to find any ancient cultivators. So my stomach is getting a bit hungry. Only here can I smell the scent of ancient cultivators. But this place is simply too dangerous. Should I go or not? This person pondered a bit. Then his eyes lit up before he started shaking his head and muttering to himself, "Forget it. I can't throw away my life for my appetite. My injuries have recovered somewhat, so it is time to leave planet Suzaku. If I were to be found by that Situ Nan, there is no way I could win against him in my current state." His eyes became cold as he muttered, "I wonder how my old friend Sword Saint Ling Tianho is doing on planet Tianyun. I should go see him. Maybe I can ask him to help me deal with Situ Nan and get the whereabouts of that mysterious bead." Just at this moment, his eyes lit up. Then he looked into the distance and said, "Even back then you liked to hide your head while your tail was showing. Long time no see. Pajun." A hoarse laugh came from the void. Shortly after, the sky darkened. A large amount of seawater appeared in the sky and moved closer like a 10,000-man cavalry charge. A man wearing a blue robe was standing on top of the waves and walked closer step by step. There was a golden flower pattern embroidered on this man's robe. It looked very intricate. "Greed. Could it be that you thought about this place too?" Although this man's look was ordinary, there was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. The person surrounded by deathly aura snorted and said, "You vex me just by looking at you. If you like this place, you can go inside. I'm leaving." With that, he disappeared and flew off into the horizon. The man on top of the seawater began to ponder and then jumped down. He landed outside the chaotic broken stars. The seawater under him turned into a crystal, which he then swallowed. Strange. This greed never goes to any place without treasures. Everywhere he goes must have treasures. 10,000 years ago, when I came to planet Suzaku, he had already been here for a long time. Although he was recovering from his injuries, could it have really been for this place instead? The man pondered a bit before walking into the chaotic broken stars. In the sea of blood in the depths of the land of the ancient god, on the only remaining pillar sat a man with a head of messy, blood-red hair. He suddenly raised his head. His vicious eyes could be seen underneath his messy hair. His crimson-red eyes could shake the heart of any living being. He let out a cruel smile. Another one came. "The day that I, Tuosen, escape will come soon, very soon. Wang Lin, you must keep my knowledge inheritance safe so I can retrieve it. Without my inheritance of power, your inheritance of knowledge is useless. Also, your inheritance of knowledge is not complete. There is one knowledge crystal that is in my hands. I spent so many years and so much effort to finally find this well-hidden knowledge crystal. After fusing with it, I remembered a lot of things. I could feel a mysterious power growing within the core of this planet over the years. This power is similar to the growth of a baby ancient god. This power is what your cultivators call the cultivation planet crystal. I can use this object to break my seal, and then I can use a soul exchange technique to leave this place. I will have to thank 2C. When he chose this place to divide his consciousness, some of the natives made him a god. This was all recorded in that last knowledge crystal. 2C responded to them by giving them the ancient god sacrificial grounds. Although countless years have passed and that native race is gone, the last stronghold of the forsaken Immortal clan is the last remaining ancient god sacrificial grounds. If I go there, I can use some of my spells. A junior of the forsaken Immortal clan was sleeping there, and in order to get the cultivation planet crystal, I sacrificed a lot to push him from the 11-leaf stage to the 12-leaf stage. This allowed him to break the forsaken Immortal clan out of the seal and kill their way into the cultivation world. All of this has gone according to my plan, and the location of the cultivation planet crystal has finally opened. Wang Lin, my messenger has finally met you again. Although you have changed a lot, how could I, Tuosen, forget you? Your divine sense has been engraved in my heart. No matter where you run, I can find you. Tuosen raised his head and began to laugh. His laughter filled the entire blood sea, causing massive waves to surge across the sea. His eyes glowed red. The red from his eyes seemed to be several times thicker than the sea blood. Wang Lin, the day that I, Tuosen, escape is near. Once I devour you, I'll be an ancient god. An 8-star ancient god. At that time, who in this system will be my match? As Tuosen laughed, a few squeaking sounds came from the blood sea. 2 little monkeys appeared and moved next to Tuosen. These 2 little monkeys' eyes released a demonic red glow. At this very moment in the Suzaku tomb, the eyes of the old man with the creepy smile glowed red. The eyes of the monkey on his shoulder were even more red. When the little monkey let out a squeak, the old man paused for a moment and looked into the distance. His eyes glowed red once more. He came. The old man was about to move out when the monkey on his shoulder let out a growl. But the old man paused a bit before turning around. His goal was the center of the Suzaku tomb. As the old man flew away, the little monkey looked before him and its eyes glowed red. This old man was very fast. This person seemed to be able to detect when those rifts would appear, so he easily dodged them. Although he moved very quickly, there was no danger to him. Shortly after the old man left, a ray of light flew in from the distance and Wang Lin landed. He looked at where the old man was and began to ponder. Wang Lin pondered a bit before flying off into the distance. He had his divine sense spread out and was proceeding very carefully. The rifts gave him a headache because with them around, he had no choice but to move slowly. In the last 2 days, Wang Lin passed over many places destroyed by the rifts. He saw a basin in the distance with piercing sword auras that pierced the sky like swords. He scanned the area with his divine sense and found that there were more than 10,000 basins here. They covered an area so huge that he couldn't even see where it ended. There was a long sword stabbed into each basin. Although half of the swords were underground, Wang Lin could clearly feel the powerful sword intent. Metal soul pieces, Wang Lin pondered. He had been inside the Suzaka tomb for a while, and everything was so different from what Situ Nan told him. Wang Lin wasn't dumb. He already had his own speculations on why this happened. I'm afraid that the Suzaka tomb is in fact the Cultivation planet crystal itself. I'm in the Suzaka tomb and also inside the Cultivation planet crystal. This is why all these strange life forms were born in the tomb. This is why those strange rifts appeared when the Cultivation planet crystal began to shatter. These rifts are the collapse of the Cultivation planet crystal. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he looked at the basins before him. This, however, was still only his own speculation. He would need to go to the center of this place to confirm it. If the mountain was there, then he was wrong, but if it wasn't, then he was right. Wang Lin pondered a bit. Then he spread out his divine sense and his heart trembled. At the center of this area was a large basin that was covered by a layer of dark blue ice, so no one could see what was inside. However, the sword intent here was the strongest one. It pierced the heavens and gave off an arrogant aura. This aura was not something a normal flying sword could have. Wang Lin personally saw something with a similar aura back at the celestial realm. How could this place have such a thing? Wang Lin looked at the basins before him. The basins covered too large of an area, so it would take too much time to go around. There would also be other life forms along the way anyway, so there was indifference in the amount of danger. Also, the thing in the center basin gave him a familiar feeling. This feeling wasn't from a certain soul piece, but a general familiarity. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin walked into the area of the basins. However, after 100 feet, one of the basins revealed a cold intent. The sword in the basin came out of the ground and flew toward Wang Lin. This was a very common sword. It was 3 feet long, 2 fingers wide, and was completely silver. The tip of the sword was pointed at Wang Lin and releasing waves of sword hums. Scram! A divine sense came from the sword. This divine sense was very tyrannical and was filled with arrogance. Lifeforms formed by metal elemental souls are similar to a sword spirit. When Wang Lin felt the divine sense inside the sword, his eyes lit up and he thought of something. The sword intent coming from the big basin at the center was very similar to the sword intent from the celestial swords. He touched his bag of holding and the celestial sword appeared. The moment the celestial sword appeared, the sword from earlier paled in comparison like a firefly next to a roaring fire. Wang Lin shouted, Su Ligua! Black gas came out from the celestial sword and Su Ligua took form. He looked at the sword and mischievously laughed. Grandkid. Although your grandpa Su Ligua only became a sword spirit halfway without waiting for him to speak, the arrogant sword trembled and quickly escaped without any hesitation. This scene stunned Su Ligua, but then he quickly became arrogant. Run? Did your grandpa Su Ligua let you run? With that, he carried the celestial sword and chased after it. A sword spirit naturally needs another sword spirit to suppress it. Wang Lin raised his feet and walked forward. Su Ligua cleared the path for Wang Lin. All of the treasure swords they passed by came out but ran after seeing Su Ligua. This scene was very strange. It was as if all of the treasure swords were afraid of Su Ligua. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he calmly watched all of this and continued to walk forward. Su Ligua was very excited as he let out roars. He would fly here and there with the celestial sword while letting out excited roars. One by one, the treasure swords came out from the basins and gathered at the center basin. Once there, they no longer escaped but floated there, releasing a powerful sword intent and cold aura. Along the way, Wang Lin quickly flew toward the center with Su Ligua leading the way. There weren't many rifts here. Wang Lin only encountered 3 along the way. This place was one of the few places that weren't heavily affected by the collapse earlier. The deeper he went, the fewer rifts he encountered. Finally, he started moving at his full speed and charged toward the center like a meteor. Several hours later, the large basin in the center came into view. Hundreds of flying swords were floating above the center basin, releasing their sword intent. Wang Lin could feel the powerful sword intent all the way from here. Su Ligua stopped and didn't dare to move forward. He looked at Wang Lin with a pleasing smile and said, "Master, you saw that I didn't slack off at all along the way and herded all the sword spirits here for you. Now that there isn't much left for me to do, how about I go back into the sword until you wipe out all those sword spirits? I'll come out right after." With that, Su Ligua quickly returned back toward the celestial sword. However, when half of his body was back inside the sword, Wang Lin grabbed the sword and threw it along with Su Ligua into the mass of treasure swords. Su Ligua let out a scream as he quickly retreated back into the celestial sword and was about to control it to escape. "If you can't break through this place for me, then it will be useless to keep you." Wang Lin's cold voice echoed in his ears. He secretly complained and cursed Wang Lin in his heart. However, he didn't dare to try to escape anymore. He bit the bullet. He controlled the celestial sword and charged toward the dense mob of treasure swords like crazy while letting out vicious roars. His roars came out through the celestial sword, making them heaven-shaking sword hums. These sword hums could pierce the high heavens and caused all those treasure swords to make a path. At this moment, the blue mist covering the basin began to stir and a half-moon blade floated out. Wang Lin revealed a look of disappointment. When he felt the aura similar to the celestial sword, the first thing he thought of was wealth. Although he knew that it was unlikely, the feeling wouldn't go away. Unfortunately, the item before him was not wealth but a half-moon blade. Since ancient times, swords and blades were equal in fame, but swords had their pride and blades had their own craze. It was fine if they were just normal pieces of metal, but once they gain a spirit, they can't coexist. It was even less likely for a blade that could make countless swords worship it to coexist with a sword, and this blade was not simple. But no matter how extraordinary this blade was, it was still made of countless soul pieces, so it was impossible to take it with him. Even if he manages to take it once he leaves the cultivation planet crystal, it will shatter into countless soul pieces and they would return to their owners. Wang Lin secretly sighed. He was about to raise his hand to call back the celestial sword and charge out of his place when he suddenly stared at the mysterious blade. That's not right. The blade spirit was not made by countless soul pieces but just one. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He had seen many life forms since he arrived here, and all of them were made of countless soul pieces. None of them were made of just one soul piece like this blade spirit. When the half-moon blade flew out of the basin, all of the surrounding swords let out sword hums as if they were paying respects to their lord before backing away. Su Ligua saw the half-moon blade from inside the celestial sword and began to become nervous. He had always been a scaredy cat, so after seeing all the other swords back away, he wanted to submit as well but was afraid of Wang Lin. His tremble transmitted to the celestial sword, causing it to tremble slightly. The half-moon blade appeared next to the celestial sword by using some mysterious method. With a ding, the celestial sword was pushed back, but there wasn't a single scratch on it. Su Ligua let out a scream and flew toward Wang Lin without any hesitation. Wang Lin frowned. He always knew that Su Ligua was a scaredy cat, but he didn't think Su Ligua would run without even fighting. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and the celestial sword flew into his grasp. At this moment, the half-moon blade quickly closed in. Wang Lin quickly backed up and at the same time swung the sword, creating a wave of sword energy that collided with the half-moon blade. With a bang, the sword energy collided with the half-moon blade, but the half-moon blade wasn't damaged at all. Instead, it glowed even brighter and colder as it sent out a divine sense message. "Leave behind his soul. You leave." After the divine sense message was sent out, the half-moon blade suddenly grew until it was 100 feet tall and sent out a heaven-splitting wave of blade energy. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. As he backed up, he raised the celestial sword to block before him. The blade energy closed in and with a bang, Wang Lin was blown back. Using this force, Wang Lin backed away. The power of that blade energy was as strong as a full power attack from a late-stage soul transformation cultivator. Without using the 1 billion soul flag, there was no way Wang Lin could match it. Wang Lin quickly backed away. He didn't escape the same way he came but to the opposite direction. He went deeper into the Suzaka tomb. Waves of divine sense messages were sent out from the blade. It was commanding all of the treasure swords to chase after Wang Lin. Wang Lin moved very quickly as he passed one basin after another. Countless treasure swords were chasing after him with the half-moon blade in the back. The celestial sword was already put away, so he could fly with all his might. The treasure swords from the basins before him all flew out and closed in on him, surrounding him completely. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his right hand reached out and the 1 billion soul flag appeared. The soul flag turned into black fog and surrounded Wang Lin, causing his speed to increase several-fold. The treasure swords coming at him from the front all missed, but they quickly turned around to chase after him. At this moment, there was an endless sea of treasure swords behind Wang Lin. They were creating a sword intent that could destroy the heavens. The cold aura they created was causing the temperature to drop so much that even frost was appearing. It felt like the sword hums were the only things remaining in the world. The sword hums shook the heavens and the earth. This sound was so loud that cultivators within tens of thousands of kilometers all heard this. Many cultivators flew toward this location to see what was happening. Each of the swords released sword hums and a cold aura. When all of the swords combined, they seemed to have formed an ancient sword immortal. Rays of sword energy passed by Wang Lin from behind him. Wang Lin, who was surrounded by the soul flag, moved around like a cloud of smoke. Even though many sword energies still landed on him, they were all blocked by the soul flag. Only when the sword energy from the half-moon blade closed in would Wang Lin take out the celestial sword to block it. This whole situation was very exciting to Wang Lin. It made him remember the old days when he was being hunted by others back when his cultivation level was still low. Just at this moment, 2 rays of light flew toward Wang Lin. They stopped 5,000 kilometers away, but when they noticed what was happening, they quickly turned to escape. Wang Lin let out a laugh as he turned around and looked at the countless treasure swords behind him and the half-moon blade. He teleported and reappeared 5,000 kilometers away. However, as soon as he reappeared, those treasure swords that were about to catch up to him released a bright flash and instantly closed the distance. A thunderous rumble echoed through the tomb and the aura of destruction from when the tomb was collapsing seemed to reappear. As the 2 rays of light quickly escaped, Wang Lin immediately recognized the 2 people. One of these 2 was a male and the other one was a female. Just from seeing his ears, Wang Lin knew that he was Zhou Wutai. As for the woman, she was wearing a purple veil. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he recognized her as well. Although Wang Lin was being chased by all the treasure swords, his expression was calm and he laughed. "Don't leave, brother Zhou. Wait for me for a moment." Zhou Wutai's expression was ugly as he muttered, "Unlucky." He pretended not to hear Wang Lin and flew even faster. As for the woman, the moment she saw Wang Lin, she revealed a face full of fear and quickly escaped. Just like this, the 2 of them flew in front with Wang Lin behind them followed by countless swords. The half-moon blade would occasionally appear and send out a wave of blade energy. This blade energy was the only thing that Wang Lin was really worried about. Every time one was thrown at him, he had to dodge it quickly. The half-moon blade was very strange. Thanks to his divine sense, he noticed that every time this half-moon blade reached a certain speed, a mysterious power would force it to slow down. Otherwise, it could have easily caught up to Wang Lin. The 3 of them were flying at their top speeds. After 3 incense sticks of time, the edge of the basin-filled area appeared in their view. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he immediately teleported. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the area. As soon as he appeared, he immediately charged off without a moment of pause. Zhou Wutai hesitated a bit before chasing after Wang Lin. As for the woman, she hesitated a bit before choosing another direction and split off from Zhou Wutai. The treasure swords all stopped here. Only the half-moon blade didn't stop at all and charged out of the area of the basins. After the half-moon blade left the basins, its speed suddenly exploded. The mysterious force that was slowing it down seemed to have weakened, causing its speed to reach an unimaginable level. In almost a blink of an eye, the half-moon blade went past by Zhou Wutai and charged toward Wang Lin. Zhou Wutai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. When the blade passed by him, he didn't notice it at all. He only felt a powerful wind and saw a black disappear into the horizon. What is that item? What fast speed? It is at least tens of times faster than before. Zhou Wutai's heart was shocked as he chased after Wang Lin and the blade. While Wang Lin was flying away, he had to slow down because after leaving the basin area, the rifts began to appear more and more often. After spending some time dodging rifts, he chose to stop on top of a mountain. When he looked into the distance, he could see a mountain giving off a rainbow-colored glow. This mountain looked exactly the same as the spirit mountain Situ Nan had described to him. Almost instantly after he stopped, a thunderous roar charged in from the distance. Wang Lin was already prepared and immediately teleported 10,000 feet away. With a bang, the mountain he was just at collapsed. With a flash of blue light, the half-moon blade flew out from the rubble. At the same time, a divine message came out from the half-moon blade. "Leave him here." Wang Lin's body disappeared again, but this time he felt pain from his left arm. When he reappeared 10,000 feet away, the sleeve on his left arm was gone and a wound appeared. What fast speed! After Wang Lin reappeared, he teleported again. He didn't dare to teleport too far because if he ended up near a rift, it would be dangerous. As a result, every time Wang Lin teleported, there would be a flash of blue light and the spot Wang Lin was just at would collapse. That half-moon blade seemed to have gone mad chasing after Wang Lin. With a flash, Wang Lin teleported 10,000 feet away and immediately moved to the side. Then a rift silently appeared next to where he was. Right after Wang Lin teleported, a flash of blue light went through where he just was. Everything in the path of the blue light was destroyed, including mountains, the earth, and even some of the rifts that appeared before it all collapsed. Seeing this caused Wang Lin's skull to tingle. He once more teleported without any hesitation. This time he felt pain from his right leg and fresh blood was spewing out of it. After appearing 5 kilometers away, Wang Lin's right hand rubbed over the wound, causing it to close and the blood to disappear. What kind of treasure is this? A trace of greed appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He had only ever seen this kind of speed on one other thing, and that was the 4th soul from the soul flag. After comparing the two, their speeds were almost exactly the same, only the power of the blade was stronger. After all, being pierced by the needle might hurt, but being hit by the blade might result in your head rolling on the ground. This is made of just one soul piece. Who does this soul piece belong to have such powerful metal elemental power? This blade is a treasure. Wang Lin's body disappeared again, and everything around the spot he was just in collapsed once more. The blade became even faster and Wang Lin soon became unable to keep up. If he was careless for just a moment, he would be injured. Now he knew why Zhu Kz dreaded the 4th soul so much. I must made it mine. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he took out the celestial sword. With one flick, Su Ligua was forced out of the celestial sword by him. Su Ligua, bear with it for a while like you did with the giant demon clan ancestor. Once I get my soul piece back, I'll come and save you. With that, Wang Lin waved his hand and Su Ligua flew into the air. Su Ligua let out a cry and was about to escape when the half-moon blade caught him and they disappeared. Su Ligua's cry came from the distance. Master, you mustn't forget to save me. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he held the celestial sword. He and Su Ligua were linked so he could feel where he was. Also, the blade spirit shouldn't hurt Su Ligua because it had other intentions. And Su Ligua was a devil, so he was not easily destroyed. Right now he was in a rush and didn't have the time to deal with the blade at the moment. With Su Ligua as bait, he will have plenty of time in the future to get it. After he put the celestial sword away, he looked at the rainbow-colored mountain in the distance and was about to fly there. However, just at this moment, his expression changed and he turned around to look at a nearby mountain. There he saw a red figure. This figure was filled with hollowness and loneliness. She stood there like a red butterfly that wanted to leave with the wind but was forced to stay. Red butterfly. If Red Butterfly was here, then Chen Feng was also around. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his divine sense spread out. Chen Feng was at the mid-stage of soul transformation, so if he wanted to hide himself, it would be hard for Wang Lin to find him. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he clasped his hands at Red Butterfly and said loudly, "Long time no see, fellow cultivator Red Butterfly." The red figure in the not-so-distant peak was filled with a sense of hollowness. She gave Wang Lin a deep look and then, in the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the mountain and reappeared 1,000 feet from him. After she got close, her hollow and empty eyes were imprinted in Wang Lin's mind. His expression became very ugly. He had heard about what happened to Red Butterfly and even noticed her presence when he battled Chen Feng. But today was the first time he truly met her again after battling her. What Wang Lin saw in Red Butterfly's eyes was only death. The current Red Butterfly was still beautiful, but Wang Lin could no longer see the prideful and arrogant daughter of heaven she once was. The Red Butterfly from back then was Shui Yu's genius, the blessed daughter of the heavens, someone who reached the late stage of soul formation in only 100 years. She considered Wang Lin a mere ant, and their small encounters eventually led to their decisive battle. Although this was the case in Wang Lin's heart, he still respected her. This respect was one's acknowledgement of their opponent. Seeing that his past opponent was now like this made Wang Lin sigh. The phrase, "while things may remain the same, people don't," wasn't wrong at all. Comparing her past self to now, Wang Lin would rather see the prideful Red Butterfly from before. Only by fighting people like her could he step toward the peak of cultivation. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He buried the regret in his heart as he looked at Red Butterfly and shouted, "Chen Feng, come out!" Red Butterfly stood there looking up into the sky with eyes devoid of emotion. Chen Feng's voice came from the void. "Xianxia, I don't have time to deal with you today. Since you found this place, we will meet at the Spirit Mountain." Wang Lin suddenly turned around and looked at a mountain in the distance. A black fog came out from the mountain and charged toward the Spirit Mountain at a shocking pace. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He let out a cold snort and was about to charge toward the Spirit Mountain. "Red Butterfly, didn't you want to battle Xianxia again? I'll give you that chance today. Kill him." Chen Feng's voice came from the distance and then he disappeared. "Xianxia, this is a good chance to catch up with your old friend, so take your time. Once I get my soul piece, I'll come and deal with you." The hollowness in Red Butterfly's eyes disappeared and was replaced with the urge to battle. She moved before Wang Lin to block him and took out a red long sword. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out from Red Butterfly. This aura was no weaker than Wang Lin's and contained celestial spiritual energy. Although her cultivation level wasn't at the soul transformation stage yet, it wasn't far from it. "Xianxia." A cold voice came from Red Butterfly as her cold gaze locked onto Wang Lin. Wang Lin slightly frowned as he looked at her. He was not in a rush to find Chen Feng, and he didn't expect the Spirit Mountain to be here. If they really were inside the cultivation planet crystal, then the Spirit Mountain shouldn't exist. However, now that he did see the Spirit Mountain, this whole thing was strange, but since Chen Feng wanted to go scout it, let him. Red Butterfly's eyes lit up and she waved the red sword. The sword flew out of her hand and shot toward Wang Lin's head like lightning. Wang Lin backed up. Then his right hand touched his bag of holding and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. He shook the flag and countless restrictions flew out, forming shields before him. The red sword landed on the layers of shields, creating a series of thunderous rumbles that echoed throughout the area. A large amount of dirt and sand was blown into the air. A red flash could be seen inside dirt and sand as Red Butterfly quickly charged out. A piece of red ice was now in her hand. The red ice discharged a cold aura and immediately covered the surrounding area with it. As Red Butterfly closed in, her battle intent flickered for a moment, revealing a deep sense of sorrow. As she closed in, her lips trembled. "Kill me." A faint voice came from her mouth, but the sorrow from her eyes disappeared and was replaced by that powerful battle intent. Her power was at its peak as she charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's heart trembled. When he heard Red Butterfly's voice, his gaze toward her became complicated. Red Butterfly hadn't lost all her sanity yet. There was still a sliver of it that was hidden very well. Red Butterfly was proud. Her pride came from her bones, from her very being. She was as proud as a rose from the moment she was born. The sliver of sanity she kept well hidden would rather die than live the life of a dog. Wang Lin took a deep breath and faced the incoming Red Butterfly. His right hand reached out and strands of restriction gas started glowing while gathering in his hand. A 30-foot-long black lance formed in his hand. Holding the lance in one hand, Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning. Then he looked at Red Butterfly and thrusted the lance at her. The sound created by the thrust was similar to the sound of hundreds of ghosts wailing. This sound came from the tip of the lance and echoed throughout the area. She suddenly pressed the red piece of ice on her forehead. At this moment, a red light shone from her forehead and then layers of red ice spread from it, forming a set of red armor. This armor covered her completely and released a cold aura. The light illuminating the armor made her even more beautiful. The current her was like a war celestial. Next, the armor started glowing red and a black whip suddenly appeared in her hand. The Soul Lasher. This whip was given to her by Chen Feng to deal with Wang Lin. Red Butterfly's eyes revealed a mysterious light as she snapped the whip in her hand, causing a series of popping sounds from where the whip passed through. The whip moved like a dragon and shot toward Wang Lin like lightning. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the lance moved at the same time. He backed up and formed a seal with his hand while muttering something. A gust of wind containing celestial spiritual energy shot out from the tip of the lance. The Soul Lasher and the lance collided. Boom! The shockwave that resulted from the whip and lance colliding was so powerful that it seemed like the heavens and earth were going to collapse. The gust of wind pushed all of the force of the shockwave toward Red Butterfly. This all happened in a split second. The moment the Soul Lasher hit the lance, it flew out of her hand. The Soul Lasher moved like black lightning as it charged through the shockwave toward Wang Lin. With a bang, Wang Lin quickly backed up more than 1,000 feet. His eyes revealed a mysterious light as he muttered, "Soul Lasher." This whip was once his, but he had to give it back right after taking it. Now that he saw this whip again, he had to keep it this time. As for Red Butterfly, with the gust pushing the shockwave at her, she had to back up. A large amount of cold aura came out from the red armor and extended forward. Waves of cracking sounds could be heard as various ice sculptures formed in the air before her. This cold aura froze the shock wave, turning it from something intangible to something tangible. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he stared at the armor. Red Butterfly raised her hand and pointed at the ice sculptures before her. A series of crackling sounds could be heard as cracks appeared on the outer layer of the sculptures. The cracks expanded like crazy. In the blink of an eye, there were no smooth surfaces left on the ice sculptures, and with a bang they shattered. "Killed me?" Red Butterfly revealed a struggling expression. Her face was filled with pain. At this moment, the Soul Lasher was moving around her body like a dragon, and her armor was releasing waves of cold aura. Wang Lin looked at Red Butterfly and silently nodded. He touched his bag of holding and a giant axe appeared in his hand. The sky darkened as soon as this axe appeared and all of the light gathered on the axe's blade. Strands of purple lightning moved from the axe to Wang Lin's body, causing a series of crackling sounds to emit from his body. At this moment, a desire for battle that he had never felt before appeared in his heart. This axe was summoned by the giant demon clan ancestor before he died. It was the weapon of the giant demon clan founding ancestor who was trapped under the corpse sect in Zhao. After Wang Lin got it, he was originally going to let his original body use it. However, now that the celestial sword didn't have a sword spirit to unleash its full power and he didn't want to use the soul flag, this was the best weapon for him to use with his full power. Red Butterfly stared at Wang Lin and opened her mouth. A red light flew out from her mouth and took the form of a crystal red rose. This rose started floating before her. Then it suddenly opened. As it bloomed, a red smoke came from the flower, and a figure that looked just like Red Butterfly appeared within the smoke. This figure contained a powerful sense of pride. It was exactly the same as the Red Butterfly that Wang Lin remembered. Xianxia, act now. The Red Butterfly in the red smoke was filled with pride as she looked at Wang Lin. At this moment, 5,000 kilometers away from Wang Lin and Red Butterfly's battle, Zhou Wutai was still flying. His cultivation level was below Wang Lin's, so he was still catching up. The moment that Half Moon Blade zoomed past him, it shocked him greatly. He had never seen anything that fast before in his life. As he was flying, Zhou Wutai suddenly frowned and stopped. Then he turned around and looked behind him. He saw a red cloud closing in from the distance. It was causing the entire sky to turn red. Even the rifts in the sky disappeared due to the red cloud. Zhou Wutai let out a sigh. He immediately became very respectful and stood still. The red cloud was like an ancient, fierce beast flying through the sky. When it passed over Zhou Wutai, an ancient voice came from within it. Come in. Zhou Wutai quickly responded and flew into the red cloud. There was an old man in red clothes inside the red cloud. He was staring into the distance. Although his feet weren't moving, the red cloud was flying at an incredible speed. Zhou Wutai respectfully stood beside the old man. Zhou Wutai greets Senior. The old man nodded and looked into the distance. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate into the distance and see Wang Lin and Red Butterfly's battle 5,000 kilometers away. He pondered a bit before calmly asking, "Where is ZXN?" Zhou Wutai answered, "ZXN and I encountered Wang Lin, and then she left by herself." The old man sighed and said, "Forget it. Let's ignore her. You follow me to the Spirit Mountain." With that, the red cloud sped toward the Spirit Mountain. The old man was Xianxia. The Forsaken Immortal clan used the ancestor's skull. With the tattoo power of a 12-leaf shaman, they were able to break through the Cultivation planet crystal seal and send Xianxia inside. However, if the ancestor was still alive, he might have been able to break the restriction on the Cultivation planet crystal completely. Because they only had the tattoo power from his skull, the situation wasn't exactly ideal. Although they were able to send Xianxia inside, there was a time limit. Once that time limit is up, Xianxia will be killed by the mysterious power of the Cultivation planet crystal. This was why the moment he entered, he didn't waste any time and charged straight toward the Spirit Mountain at the center. At this moment, Qianfeng was also charging toward the Spirit Mountain. Besides the two of them, there were a few other people rushing toward the center of the Suzaka tomb. Among these people were members of the Forsaken Immortal clan and some cultivators. At this very moment, there was an old man who was already at the Spirit Mountain. Although he looked normal, his eyes gave off a blood-red glow. There was a small monkey on his shoulder. The red glow from the monkey's eyes was even stronger. The old man was standing on top of the Spirit Mountain. In the void above the mountain was a door that emitted a blinding golden light. This door was more than 1,000 feet tall, and it had a very eye-catching, scar-like crack going down its center. The red in the old man's eyes became more intense as he looked at the door. He let out a creepy smile as he sat down and began to cultivate. The monkey on his shoulder looked all around with a vicious gaze. Back to Wang Lin and Red Butterfly. The glistening red rose gave off a tender charm. The image of Red Butterfly was the sliver of divine sense she had been keeping hidden. This was the real her. She looked at Wang Lin with eyes filled with pride and whispered, "Xianxia, act now. Kill me. This life without my will is not worth living. I, Red Butterfly, would rather die than live this life." Scenes of Red Butterfly flashed through Wang Lin's head as she spoke. A blessed daughter of the heavens ended up in such a state. How sad. Wang Lin let out a sigh. What he saw in this image of Red Butterfly wasn't pride, but sorrow. A very well-hidden sorrow in her heart. This sorrow contained a very deep sense of pain. Looking at it would cause anyone's heart to tremble. "Red Butterfly, I'll grant your wish." Wang Lin's eyes became serious. Then he waved the axe. He suddenly jumped into the air, let out a roar, and threw the axe. The axe shot toward Red Butterfly like a meteor surrounded by lightning. This axe carried a powerful aura. As it crossed the sky shook as if it were about to collapse. As the axe got closer to the ground, it caused the ground to crack and shatter. Red Butterfly raised her head and looked at the axe. The sliver of divine sense left in the rose turned into smoke and entered her body's forehead. At this moment, Red Butterfly's eyes were no longer filled with hollowness and battle intent. At this moment, Red Butterfly's eyes were filled with clarity, pride, and hate. Red Butterfly slowly revealed a faint smile. This smile was filled with joy. It was something rarely seen on her face. The current her was like an innocent maiden who had dropped all the worries from her heart. A monstrous battle intent came from the axe as it descended from the sky. It was as if there was an invisible giant holding the axe and swinging it down. Although the smile on Red Butterfly's face was beautiful, it still contained a hint of pride. This pride was her true self. Red Butterfly spent her entire life being proud, and even at the moment of her death, she was still proud. Her pride was as high as the clouds and as captivating as a bright red butterfly. The axe pierced the sky, creating a powerful gust of wind and a series of sonic booms that echoed through the heavens. Red Butterfly hadn't even lived for 200 years yet, but just like that bright red butterfly, although its life was fleeting, its beauty and pride were things people wouldn't be able to forget. Although her pride made many people unhappy, although her ruthlessness made it hard for people to get close to her, she was Red Butterfly. The proud Red Butterfly. The axe closed in on Red Butterfly. When it was less than 100 feet away from her, it released a destructive force. At this moment, if Red Butterfly wanted to resist, she had the power to do so. If she wanted to dodge, she had the ability to do so. However, she didn't resist or dodge it. At this moment, her eyes were getting brighter and brighter and the pride in her eyes was getting stronger and stronger. However, mixed in with that pride was a sliver of regret. Although it was hidden well, Wang Lin still saw it. In her last few moments, Red Butterfly met her master. She saw her master's face and heard her voice. She remembered her debt to her master for raising her and her master's gentle and harsh words when she was a young woman. All of these appeared in her eyes. In addition to her master, there was another figure, a weak-looking youth. His eyes were still gentle as he silently watched her. After seeing this figure, Red Butterfly revealed a faint smile. The scenes were still flashing before her eyes until it stopped on one figure. His eyes were filled with love for Red Butterfly. He was the one who dared to steal the Soul Lasher regardless of the consequences. Goodbye. Red Butterfly's smile slowly froze. The axe arrived. The red rose before Red Butterfly released a blinding light as the petals flew off one by one. A stream of blood came from Red Butterfly's mouth and her eyes slowly dimmed. But that deep sense of pride from between her eyebrows didn't weaken. Next year, when the flowers bloom, there will be a field of roses on planet Suzaku. There will be a blue rose that will bloom in the northern plains. Wang Lin, that is my gift to you. The rose that lost its petals only had the stem left. When the axe closed in on it, it completely collapsed and disappeared. A red mark appeared between her eyebrows as blood spewed out. It looked very shocking. Red Butterfly, you will face one trial in your life. It will be a life and death trial. If you pass it, then the rest of your life will be without trouble. If you can't pass it, then all will be lost. Master used her life to help you foresee this, so please be careful. Red Butterfly, I'm afraid your trial will be related to Xianxia. He can't be left alive. Red Butterfly was covered in blood and her vision turned red. Master, you foresaw Red Butterfly's trial, but unfortunately, you only saw the person caught in the middle and not Shen Feng, who was my real trial. The axe pierced through Red Butterfly's body and landed on the ground. It created a deep hole on the ground and black smoke slowly came out from that hole. Cracks appeared on Red Butterfly's armor. The cracks slowly spread until they covered the entire armor. She closed her eyes and her body exploded into a mist of blood. A gentle breeze scattered the mist of blood, causing tiny blood crystals to cover the area. Heaven's blessed daughter, Red Butterfly, died. Wang Lin, help me. Kill Qianfeng, please. Wang Lin floated in the air and silently pondered. He raised his head and seemed to have heard Red Butterfly's final message. As captivating as a butterfly, although it was short, the butterfly's beauty was engraved in people's hearts, making it hard to forget. Red Butterfly died, leaving behind only a piece of jade and the soul lasher. These two items floated there, giving off a lonely aura. Qian Feng's domain is endless desire. He wants to devour everything, to obtain everything. In truth, how can domains be devoured? What Qian Feng wants was the moment of connecting with the heavens when one comprehends their domain. He devours domains to obtain different comprehensions until he can refine his own domain to completion. The information on his jade was what Red Butterfly learned by observing Qianfeng in these past few years. Wang Lin silently watched Red Butterfly's body scatter. When it was over, he let out a sigh, landed on the ground, and waved his right hand. The axe flew back to him and was put back into his bag of holding. Then he reached out and grabbed the soul lasher from the sky. After carefully examining it, he put it into his bag of holding as well. There was a strand of ascendant-level divine sense on the soul lasher which Wang Lin couldn't remove for now. But as long as he had it in his hands, he was confident that after all of this is over, he can use the 1 billion soul flag to break the divine sense left on it and truly obtain the soul lasher. After doing all of this, Wang Lin looked once more at the spot where Red Butterfly disappeared and shook his head. Then he took a step and his body disappeared. He started charging toward the spirit mountain in the distance. At this moment, the red cloud Xianxia was rushed through the spirit mountain and arrived directly at the top of the mountain. Once it got there, the red cloud turned into a tornado and descended onto the mountain peak. Xianxia walked out of the red tornado and Zhou Wutai respectfully followed him out. Xianxia saw the old man sitting on the top of the mountain with the little monkey on his shoulder. He frowned slightly, but then he took a closer look and his expression changed. Xianxia stared at the old man and said, "I wonder which fellow cultivator it is to come through possession. Why not come with your real body?" The old man opened his eyes. He casually looked at Xianxia and said, "You and I don't know each other, so why would it matter if I came with my real body or not? Or do you think you would be able to recognize this old man?" The little monkey screeched at Xianxia and its eyes glowed red. Xianxia's eyes were calm as he looked at the monkey, and then he smiled. "So it is a puppet." The old man's eyes became red as he stared at Xianxia. Just at this moment, the monkey on the old man's shoulder screeched. The red disappeared from the old man's eyes, and he said, "I'm Mo Lihai." With that, a vicious intent flashed across his eyes before he closed them and resumed his cultivation. Although this person looks like he is at the late stage of soul transformation, there is a mysterious feeling about him. Normal people wouldn't be able to detect this. Only people who have reached the ascendant stage can clearly feel this. This person isn't from planet Suzaku. Xianxia looked at the old man once more before withdrawing his gaze. He then looked at the giant door and silently pondered. With his understanding of the Suzaku tomb, he felt very shocked the entire way here. This was completely different from what the previous Suzaku told him. Those life forms were clearly formed by the mysterious power of the cultivation planet crystal. From what he remembered, the previous Suzaku told him that those life forms only appeared in the inner part of the Suzaku tomb. However, the spirit mountain was still the same. The door was the only way into the tomb of the first Suzaku. The cultivation planet crystal was stored inside the first Suzaku's tomb. However, this door was impossible to open without the cultivation planet heart. If he wants to enter, he will have to wait until it shatters to a certain degree. As Xianxia examined the door, his expression slightly changed. He looked at the bottom of the spirit mountain and then withdrew his gaze. Shortly after, Qianfeng's figure quickly moved from the bottom of the spirit mountain to the top. When he appeared, he very cautiously looked at Xianxia. Then he moved to the side and found a corner to sit in. It didn't take long before several more people arrived. 2 of them were 8-leaf shamans. When they arrived and saw Xianxia, they were very happy. They quickly went up to him and stood next to him with looks of respect. There was also a cultivator who arrived. He was wearing a blue robe as well as a fierce mask that covered his face. The mask gave off a blue aura that prevented divine senses from getting through. After he got to the top of the mountain, he looked around and then silently sat on the side. 1 hour later, 3 rays of light were rushing across the sky toward here. But just as the 3 rays of light got closer, the entire spirit mountain shook. The door also shook violently and more cracks appeared on it. At this moment, not only was the spirit mountain shaking, but the entire Suzaka tomb was shaking. Similar to the first incident, a large amount of earth collapsed into nothingness and a large number of rifts appeared everywhere. The sky was the same. Collapse occurred everywhere. The 3 rays of light never made it to the spirit mountain because all 3 of them died to a rift that appeared close to them. The shaking this time lasted longer than before. It lasted for 30 breaths of time before it stopped. During this time, the entire outer section collapsed into a void filled with dangerous rifts. There were still cultivators trying to enter the Suzaka tomb at the foot of Mount Suzaku, but everyone that entered was immediately killed by the rifts. Gradually, more and more people entered, but it seemed like the Suzaka tomb had lost its restriction that was preventing people from entering. After a while, some cultivators realized that something was wrong. It finally became too strange and no one dared to enter that passage again. In their eyes, that passage had become a demonic beast that devoured cultivators. If you walk in, you will die. On the spirit mountain in the center of the Suzaka tomb, even more cracks appeared on the door and some cracks connected together. After the shaking was over, Xianxia's eyes lit up and he looked at the door. Then he activated celestial spiritual energy and waved his right hand. A giant handprint suddenly appeared and landed on the door. With one press, the door shook, but the cracks on it didn't increase and the handprint disappeared. Yuekzi frowned and gloomily waited for the next collapse. However, his gaze would occasionally look at the foot of the mountain as if he were waiting for something. At this moment, a purple figure walked up from the foot of the mountain. This person was a woman wearing a purple veil. She wasn't by herself. Following her were 4 old men with tattoos glowing on their foreheads. Each old man was at the late stage of soul formation and there were many wounds on their bodies. This woman was Xianxia. The reason she and Zhou Wutai could arrive here by themselves was because both of them had several tattoo puppets. These tattoo puppets were given to them by Xianxia for protection. After seeing Xianxia, Xianxia nodded and signaled her to come over. Xianxia took a deep breath as she looked at Qian Feng in the corner with deep hatred in her eyes. Then she made her way to Xianxia. After Xianxia arrived, Qian Feng's eyes never left her. His expression was very ugly and he revealed powerful killing intent. When he looked at Xianxia, there was a flash of painful struggle in his eyes. As Qian Feng stared at Xianxia, he said, "Word for word, bitch Xianxia." Xianxia looked at Qian Feng and didn't say a word, but the hatred in her eyes was sky high. Qian Feng's breathing was getting rough. He looked at Xianxia before forcing himself to calm down. He then looked gloomily at Xianxia before letting out a sneer and closing his eyes. Just at this moment, another figure came up from the foot of the mountain and arrived at the top. The moment this figure appeared, a majority of the people on the peak looked at him. Qian Feng suddenly opened his eyes and a hint of coldness flashed across them. Xianxia immediately lowered her head. She backed up a few steps to stand behind Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes lit up and he revealed a smile of intrigue. Zhou Wutai let out a sigh. He was chasing after Wang Lin before to tell him something. However, he didn't expect to meet Xianxia. The person that arrived at the top of the mountain was Wang Lin. After Wang Lin arrived, the eyes of the old man with the little monkey flashed red for a moment. He stared at Wang Lin and let out a creepy smile. The little monkey on his shoulder looked at Wang Lin with a gaze filled with unhidden hostility. The person wearing the mask also turned his head to look at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with confusion and then with clarity. He nodded at Wang Lin and didn't say a word. Wang Lin looked like a mess right now. His clothes were extremely worn out. Earlier, when he was going up the mountain, the second collapse happened. He had a hard time with all the rifts appearing. So in the end he dug a hole in the side of the mountain and didn't dare to come out until the collapse was over. If he had stayed in the air, he would have died. Brother Wang. Sang Niu. Wang Lin. 3 different calls came from different people at the top of the mountain. The person who called him Brother Wang was naturally Zhou Wutai. The person who said Sang Niu was Qian Feng, and as for the last ancient voice, it was Xianxia. Wang Lin calmly looked at everyone until his gaze finally landed on Xianxia. This was his first time meeting Xianxia after they departed last time. The messy look from before was completely gone. The current Xianxia was similar to Zhu Kezi. Wang Lin looked at Xianxia and Xianxia looked at Wang Lin. Both were silent. Shortly after, Wang Lin bitterly smiled and said, "Junior greets senior." Xianxia let out a sigh. He shook his head and said, "You also came here." Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and rays of black light flew out of it. Under his command, they flew toward Xianxia and turned into wood carvings when they got near him. These wood carvings were all the same and they were all of a very handsome young man. Senior's request has been completed by Junior. After that, Wang Lin sat down in a corner and no longer spoke. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and all the wood carvings disappeared. He looked at Wang Lin one more time before turning his gaze back to the door. Wang Lin wasn't interested in how Xianxia was able to enter this place. After all, the Forsaken Immortal clan had been around for a very long time and he wasn't the type who had to find the answer to everything. Wang Lin had already given up on getting the Cultivation planet crystal. He just wanted his soul piece back. After all, this crystal was connected to all living things on planet Suzaku. Wang Lin hadn't reached the point where he was willing to sacrifice the lives of everyone in the world for his own selfishness. Of course, if someone had enmity with him, that was a different story. Killing everyone who had the blood of the Teng family showed that Wang Lin wasn't a saint by any stretch. After he sat down, his eyes lit up as he looked toward Chang Feng. At this moment, Qian Feng also looked toward Wang Lin and their gazes crossed. Wang Lin revealed a cold smile before shifting his gaze toward the man with the mask. The man looked unfamiliar and Wang Lin wasn't able to recognize him. Finally, his gaze shifted to the strange old man who had left behind that creepy smile. Who exactly is he? The danger Wang Lin felt from the old man was several times greater than what he felt from Xianxia. A hint of coldness flashed across Wang Lin's eyes as he stared at the old man. When the old man noticed Wang Lin's gaze, he looked toward Wang Lin and revealed a dark smile. This smile felt extremely familiar to Wang Lin, but he was sure that he had never seen this person in his life. Just at this moment, a ray of light came the distance. There was a beautiful figure inside that ray of light. She dodged a rift and landed on the spirit mountain. This woman was very beautiful. The bottom edge of her dress looked like waves moving up and down, making her look like a celestial as she stood on the top of the spirit mountain. The moment Wang Lin laid eyes on this woman, his face sank. This woman wasn't anyone but Lu Mei. In fact, one thing Lu Mei said was right. She and Wang Lin were the same type of person. Deep inside each of them lied a sliver of ruthlessness. Wang Lin only took one look before withdrawing his gaze. His expression was cold, no different than how he faced Lu Mei before. After Qian Feng saw Lu Mei, he revealed a look of joy. He thought that with her here, his chance of getting his soul piece back had increased 1-fold. Lu Mei revealed a trace of sadness as she raised her foot and walked toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned. He didn't have any good feelings toward this woman. The thing that happened in that dreamlike state was only an accident. He coldly looked at her and said, "I don't want anyone to bother me. Don't come closer." Lu Mei stopped. She looked at Wang Lin and asked, "Could you really be made of iron and stone?" Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he coldly said, "Leave." Lu Mei started laughing at him. "Then what status does Li Muin have in your heart?" Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "Scram! Although your domain has reached its completion, if I wanted to kill you, it wouldn't be hard. Don't start courting death." The purpose of Lu Mei's words was to ruin Wang Lin's Dao heart. But she didn't know that Li Muin was taboo to Wang Lin. He would kill anyone who mentioned her name. If it wasn't for the fact that this was not a good place, he would have already taken out the soul flag and killed this woman. Wang Lin cared a lot about his few relationships, but he was cold to strangers. He was a man made of iron and stone. This wasn't false at all. Lu Mei faintly smiled. Then she turned around and walked toward Chen Feng. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and then saw the old man looking at him. Could this person be possessed? Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. He thought that this was one possibility. If not, there was no way this person would make him feel such familiarity. If Wang Lin was only immortal, he wouldn't have thought this much from just a smile. Even if he were a low-level cultivator, he wouldn't have considered the possibility. But Wang Lin was an early-stage soul transformation cultivator. Even among the stars, they were considered powerful and couldn't be underestimated. If it was before the celestial realm was broken, soul transformation cultivators would be the same as celestials. Their bodies would be made of celestial spiritual energy, and they would possess some mysterious senses. These senses were very strange. Only the powerful cultivators could feel this. If one's cultivation level was high enough, with just a thought, they would vaguely see future events. The mysteriousness of these techniques was impossible to describe. At this moment, Wang Lin had this feeling. He knew he wasn't wrong. That creepy smile was very familiar. I have cultivated for 600 years and met a lot of enemies. But for one to be able to make me feel like this with just a smile, there is only one. Although Wang Lin appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. He took a deep breath and lowered his head. Then his pupils shrank and his eyes revealed a trace of dread. Tu Si's demon, Tua Sen. Wang Lin felt his body became cold. When speaking of the people Wang Lin dreaded the most on planet Suzaku, Zhu Kezi wasn't even number one. The number one spot belonged to the demon-like young man. He angered back in the land of the ancient god when he was only a core formation cultivator, Tua Sen. The inheritance of the ancient god was split into two. The inheritance of power and the inheritance of knowledge. Among the two inheritances, the inheritance of knowledge contained all of Tusi's knowledge, like how to become an ancient god, the ancient god tactic, and more. There was even a giant star map in Tusi's memories. This was a map of everywhere he had traveled. These memories were very helpful to Wang Lin. Without the inheritance of knowledge, Wang Lin's original body wouldn't have been able to cultivate to a 3-star ancient god. But memories were only memories. They came without any power. There were many techniques in Tusi's memory that could instantly destroy planet Suzaku. He knew the chance and methods of all these techniques, but he didn't have the power to use them. He needed to at least reach the 7-star stage to use these techniques. This was why he could only take it step by step to make his original body stronger and finally use the full power of Tusi's memories. Similarly, Tuasan was in the same situation. He inherited Tusi's power, the power of an 8-star ancient god. But even though he had power, he couldn't use it to its full potential. It would be the same if his body had no meridians. No matter how much power his body held, he couldn't use it. All of the techniques he controlled were techniques he learned after he was born. Through these he was able to use a bit of his inheritance of power, but right now he was only able to use a bit of it, so he was unable to display the full power of his inheritance. To be more accurate, the limit of the power Tuasen could control was only as much as a 5-star ancient god could use. Compared to Tu-Si, who was once an 8-star ancient god, this power was simply too weak. However, compared to all the life on Suzaku, a 5-star ancient god was an existence of legends, an existence that was one whole level higher than ascendant cultivators. Tuasen's greatest wish is to obtain the inheritance of knowledge. After that, he would only need time to absorb it all, refine his body, and become a real 8-star ancient god. At that moment, even those old monsters of the Cultivation Alliance would dread him. If it wasn't for what Wang Lin did inside the land of the ancient god that day, Tuasan would have been able to escape. To be more accurate, he was Tu-Si, but he was only a piece of the demonic thoughts that appeared when Tu-Si failed his divine sense division technique. He was determined to catch Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his head and casually scanned the old man. This time his gaze focused on the little monkey. After having an idea this time, Wang Lin was immediately able to see through them. The red light that appeared in the small monkey's eyes were the unique aura from the people inside the sea of blood. Wang Lin felt very bitter in his heart. He thought of 6 Desire Devil Lord, Hunchback Meng, Ancient Emperor, and the rest of them. All of them either died or became cultivators in the Sea of Blood. In addition, there were those ancient cultivators. They were born before any cultivators arrived on planet Suzaku. Those people's cultivation levels were also very high. However, with Wang Lin's current experience, he was able to guess that they hadn't gone past the ascendant stage. It must have been due to some restriction set up by the land of the ancient god that prevented their cultivation levels from increasing in all these years. However, within their hands were some techniques unknown to the future generations. Once they used them, their power would sharply increase. To Asen, he shouldn't be fully free yet, or there would be no need to possess someone like this. He would have come out to find me personally. However, why did he not come here instead of hunting me down? Could he also be after the cultivation planet crystal? Wang Lin's heart trembled. Could it be that the cultivation planet crystal could free him completely of the shackles of the land of the ancient god? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Just at this moment, the spirit mountain began to shake once more and a series of thunderous roars echoed from the sky. The collapse appeared for the third time. A large amount of the inner parts of the Suzaku tomb collapsed into countless rifts. Cultivators and forsaken immortal clan members who weren't able to find the spirit mountain all died. Even the life forms made of soul pieces disappeared along with the collapse. The death of the life forms caused a series of chain reactions. Right now some mortals, cultivators, and even beasts on planet Suzaku began to die. These deaths came silently. They were impossible to avoid and could only be considered a calamity. Fortunately, not a lot of people died, but if the cultivation planet crystal collapses, the entire planet will be dead. Z's mad laughter echoed within Mount Suzaku. He was currently sitting inside Mount Suzaku and his eyes were filled with madness. He revealed a cruel smile and muttered to himself, "My junior apprentice brother, how are you enjoying the game? The game has only just started and has not yet reached its climax. My good disciple, Qianfeng, I hope you will use that treasure I gave you. Once you use that treasure, the climax of this game can start." On the spirit mountain in the inner part of the Suzaku tomb, the collapse this time lasted 60 breaths of time. Even more cracks appeared on the door, covering almost the entire door. Just at this moment, Xianxia suddenly moved and appeared next to the giant door. Then a straw hat appeared in his hand. He hit the straw hat and it immediately scattered into countless tattoos. The tattoos all glowed brightly as they smashed into the door like meteors. A series of rumbling sounds came from the door and the cracks quickly increased. Xianxia loudly shouted, "Attack!" The two from the Forsaken Immortal clan quickly flew into the air and attacked the door. Just at this moment, the old man's eyes started glowing red and revealed a sneer filled with disdain. He pointed his hand to the air and said, "Greed, ignorance." The moment he said those words, the two Forsaken Immortal clan members that were attacking suddenly started trembling. Their eyes released a demonic glow, and a green and purple aura started pouring out of the two's bodies. The old man then said, "Explode!" With two bangs, the two Forsaken Immortal clan members exploded and the shockwave collided with the door. The moment Wang Lin saw this spell, he recognized it as the spell of Six Desire Devil Lord. The door shook violently after the two Forsaken Immortal clan members exploded and more cracks appeared on it. Xianxia suddenly turned around and looked at the old man. He let out a snort before letting out a roar and pressing on the door. Bang! A heaven-shattering explosion echoed across the Suzaku tomb. On the left side of the door, a small piece fell off and a ray of golden light shot out, pierced into the sky and remained there. Xianxia flew into the hole in a ray of red light. Then the old man quickly followed him in. Then the remaining people on the spirit mountain activated various spells and charged inside. Wang Lin was the fourth person to enter the hole. When he took a step inside, he created a cloud of smoke and disappeared inside it. Inside the door was a golden sea. This sea was very large with no end in sight. The only other thing in sight was a golden island far away in the horizon. There was a building in this island. It was a very extravagant-looking palace that released a golden glow. After Xianxia went through the door, his eyes released a mysterious light and he quickly flew toward that island. The old man quickly followed. His feet moved and he quickly flew toward the palace. He was only about 300 feet behind Xianxia. The eyes of the monkey on his shoulder glowed brightly and revealed an excited expression. As for everyone else, both Chen Feng and Lu Mei were flying toward the island at top speed. Zhou Wutai and Xian hesitated a bit. They slowed down and didn't rush to be in front. As for the person wearing the mask, he didn't even look at the island but instead looked at the sea below him and began to ponder. Wang Lin's figure moved like lightning toward the palace. In an instant, there were several rays of light moving across the sky and sonic booms could be heard. Xianxia arrived above the palace on the island and immediately charged inside. At this moment, the old man's eyes glowed bright red as he grabbed the monkey and let out a roar. Then he threw the monkey very hard and it used the force of the throw to jump. Its body completely disappeared and when it reappeared it was a bit faster than Xianxia. Xianxia's expression darkened as he let out a snort and quickly charged into the palace after it. However, just at this moment, the palace suddenly shook and rays of dazzling light shot out from it. Xianxia was forced out of the palace with an ugly expression. He was shocked. As for the little monkey, it let out a few squeaks as it was pushed back out as well. The red light in its eyes reached out like a 1-inch long lightsaber. It looked very shocking. The monkey didn't return to the old man. It sat there and stared viciously at the palace. At the same time, waves of deep rumbling sounds came from the palace as a burly man in golden armor walked out. This burly man in golden armor looked very majestic and the large, golden sword in his hand was emitting a golden light. A head of black hair flowed behind him. With one jump, he arrived above the palace. He coldly looked at everyone and swung the sword. The entire golden sea rumbled as a large wave came crashing toward the island. In the blink of an eye, the island was submerged by the golden sea and disappeared. Xianxia's expression was ugly. He was about to sink into the golden sea when the burly man in golden armor swung his sword. A 100-foot-long wave of sword energy came crashing toward Xianxia. Xianxia let out a roar. His hair started moving without any wind and he pointed at the air. A red light appeared where he was pointing to and collided with the sword energy. With a bang, Xianxia's body moved like a meteor into the sea and disappeared. The burly man with golden armor didn't chase but directed his gaze toward the little monkey. Sword energy gathered on his golden sword and he was about to swing it. The little monkey's eyes started to glow even redder. The red light was now 3 inches long, making it look extremely fierce. The burly man with golden armor was startled and stopped his swing. The little monkey smiled and moved to the old man's side. They were about to enter the sea. When the burly man in golden armor looked at the old man, his eyes lit up and the sword energy that stopped earlier moved once more. A 100-foot-long wave of sword energy shot out at the old man. But before it even got close to him, the sea below him parted. The old man let out a roar and his eyes started glowing red. As soon as the sword energy closed in, a red, illusionary image came out of his body. The illusionary image was so barely visible. It was clear that it was a person, but whether it was male or female was unclear. The image raised its hand and stopped the sword energy. Then it waved its hand and the sword energy was thrown aside into the sea. The burly man with golden armor looked at the old man, nodded, and didn't look at him anymore. The illusionary image returned to the old man. The old man's body trembled as his eyes glowed red and he went into the sea. The little monkey followed him into the sea. Wang Lin carefully watched this scene unfold. With his smarts, he was instantly able to tell that the burly man in golden armor meant no harm. However, to go into the sea to search for the palace, one must be able to take one swing from him to prove that they are qualified. Wang Lin's eyes lit up like he was able to see through some secret. When the old man and monkey were separated, the burly man in golden armor was clearly ready to deal with them individually. But when they moved together, the burly man in golden armor only attacked once. It seemed the burly man in golden armor had tested them as one. Just at this moment, the burly man in golden armor's eyes lit up and he swung his sword. A ray of sword energy landed in the sea, causing a series of rumbling sounds to spread throughout the water. A large wave came out from the sea, creating a wave that launched Zhou Wutai and Xianxia into the air. They stopped 1,000 feet above the sea. Zhou Wutai's face was pale and he started coughing out blood. As for Xianxia, her face was filled with shock. The two of them were hiding under the sea and secretly moving forward. They didn't expect to be stopped by the burly man with golden armor. They were forced to retreat when the sword energy came, but even so, they weren't fast enough and were injured. The burly man with golden armor didn't chase but turned his gaze toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. That sword energy was as powerful as an attack from an ascendant cultivator. This was why the old man released his soul to resist against it. Only Xianxia could block the attack and borrow it to enter the sea. However, this burly man with golden armor didn't have any ill intentions, or else there would be no way for Zhou Wutai and Xianxia to be alive right now. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He knew that he couldn't resist the man in the golden armor with his current cultivation level unless he brings out the ascendant soul. At this moment, Qian Feng and Lu Mei also frowned. Clearly, the two of them also saw through this. Qian Feng's eyes lit up and he suddenly said, "Sang Niu, how about the three of us work together to block the sword energy from the man in golden armor?" A hint of coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he nodded and said, "Okay." The reason Qian Feng asked Wang Lin for help was because he had no choice. It was clear that even with him and Lu Mei, they weren't confident in being able to resist that attack. If they couldn't resist the attack, then they couldn't go search for the palace. Xianxia and the old man were already ahead of them. If they were any slower, it might be too late. Now with Wang Lin on their side, the chances of the three of them succeeding was higher. Qian Feng didn't underestimate Wang Lin just because he was at the early stage of soul transformation. In fact, in his heart he believed that Wang Lin was someone who was qualified to fight him. He also knew that the 1 billion soul flag that Wang Lin possessed was something that could instantly kill him, so he dreaded Wang Lin deeply. This is why he had red butterfly stall Wang Lin. It was so that he could get the cultivation planet crystal without having to face him. However, after arriving at the Spirit Mountain, he realized that there were several barriers before he could get to the crystal. He no longer thought of Wang Lin as a weakling like he did when he first met him. Now he saw him as his equal, but deep in Qian Feng's heart, there was still a powerful sense of pride. In his view, if Wang Lin didn't have the 1 billion soul flag, then there was no way Wang Lin could be compared with him. After hearing Wang Lin's response, Qian Feng pondered a bit and said, "Fellow cultivator Tseng, the two of us will go first, and then we'll let my junior apprentice sister take over. What do you think?" Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he looked at Qian Feng and Lu Mei. Just at this moment, Lu Mei also looked toward him, let out a smile, and was about to speak when Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and said, "No need to be so complicated. I'll go first and then the two of you can follow." Qian Feng was startled and his eyes lit up. To be the first to go meant that not only would he have to deal with the attack at full power, but he would also have to pay attention to any possible backstabbing from the people behind them. It was a very dangerous thing. The reason Qian Feng said that the two of them would go together was because he was afraid that Wang Lin would worry too much and hold back. And with Lu Mei going after them, even if Wang Lin secretly attacked, then he wouldn't need to worry. Qian Feng decided that dealing with the sword energy would be their first priority this time. Dealing with Wang Lin could wait. As soon as he heard Wang Lin volunteer to go first, he was a bit suspicious. However, this was not the time to ponder over such things, so he said, "If that is so, then we will depend on fellow cultivator Tseng." Lu Mei slightly frowned. She felt like there was something strange about this. After pondering for a bit, she looked toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even look at her as he flew toward the golden-armored man. Lu Mei and Qian Feng followed behind. The three of them moved forward in a formation. At the moment the three of them got close, the golden-armored man's eyes became serious and he lifted his arm. Bright light gathered on the golden sword, creating a blinding, golden light. Then he viciously swung the sword. A 100-foot-long wave of sword energy that looked like it could split the heavens instantly closed and followed by the sonic boom of the sound barrier breaking. The only sound that could be heard was the sword energy piercing through the sky. It moved very quickly and immediately landed. The sea below them parted due to the pressure of the sword energy, creating a deep gorge. When Wang Lin saw Xianxia and the old man hold the sword energy off, he only felt it from the side and didn't participate. Now that he was facing it himself, he could feel the destructive force inside this sword energy. When facing this destructive force, even his origin soul began to tremble and show signs of instability. Not only this, but every part of his body felt like they were being pinned down by a giant mountain. He wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling. It was the exact same feeling he had from the pressure of the spirit vein below the soul refining sect, only this feeling was thousands of times stronger. Before the sword energy even collided with him, blood already started coming out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth, but his eyes showed no signs of giving up. When he noticed Wang Lin's current state, Qian Feng paused for a moment and began to ponder. Should he take this moment to kill Xianxia and take the 1 billion soul flag, or help resist the sword energy? This idea flashed through his mind and he made his decision. He would kill Wang Lin and take the soul flag. With the soul flag, he would have more than enough power to resist the sword energy. All of this happened very quickly in his mind. After making up his mind, Qian Feng laughed and said, "Don't panic, fellow cultivator Tsang. I'm coming." Qian Feng moved forward like lightning. This attack absolutely had to succeed, so Qian Feng wasn't in a rush. He had to get close to hit Wang Lin with an attack that he will never forget. Qian Feng knew that he had to succeed in one attack, or else Wang Lin would have time to call out the 1 billion soul flag. If that happened, things wouldn't go well. With Lu Mei's smarts, she immediately saw through Qian Feng's intentions and hesitated. Then her eyes suddenly became cold. She didn't follow but waited there. She was a ruthless person, so it didn't matter to her. Plus, if Qian Feng killed Wang Lin's aura would be removed from her last illusion. This would make it easier for her in the future because it was basically like removing an inner demon that she would have to face in the future. At this moment, the sword energy arrived right above Wang Lin's head. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he let out a snort. Since he was the one who agreed to go first, how could he not have considered Qian Feng's change of heart? All of this was part of his plan. From the moment the sword energy was sent out and as soon as Qian Feng started flying over, Wang Lin was secretly calculating Qian Feng's speed. When Qian Feng was 100 feet away from Wang Lin let out a laugh and slapped his bag of holding. A pagoda suddenly flew out of his bag of holding and appeared before him. Zhou Yi's early-stage ascendant divine sense came out from the pagoda. The sword energy couldn't help but pause for a moment after coming into contact with the divine sense. Using this pause, Wang Lin laughed, called back the pagoda, and charged toward the sea. However, he intentionally maintained a speed low enough to stay within 100 feet of Qian Feng. The golden-armored man's eyes became serious, but he didn't attack Wang Lin and instead looked at Qian Feng. Now that there was no ascendant-level divine sense stopping the sword energy, it landed on Qian Feng's body. Qian Feng's expression changed greatly. He didn't even have the time to wonder why the sword energy didn't attack Wang Lin and went after himself instead. At this moment, he let out a roar, slapped his bag of holding, and took out a red awl. A bright, red light came from the awl and charged toward the sword energy. Wang Lin's face revealed a hint of mockery. When the old man and monkey resisted the sword energy, Wang Lin felt that something was off. He concluded that the golden-armored man must have determined that the two were a pair and only sent out one sword energy. Wang Lin calculated that the distance between the old man and monkey was about 100 feet and assumed that if he were that close to Qian Feng, the golden-armored man would consider them a pair. If they were within range of each other, the sword energy would attack whoever was closest to it. This was why Wang Lin declined the plan of him and Qian Feng going first with Lu Mei coming in second. Because with that, although he would be close to Qian Feng, he would be too close. If he were to make any abnormal movements, Qian Feng would notice and be on guard. This was why he decided to go first himself. Although Qian Feng was suspicious, he still fell for the trap. In fact, even if Qian Feng didn't agree to Wang Lin's plan or hadn't suggested that the three of them work together, Wang Lin would still have faced it alone. He didn't believe that Chen Feng would pass up the chance to kill him if he were to put himself in a dangerous position. Although, if that were the case, it would be more difficult to lure Chen Feng to come within 100 feet of him. However, Wang Lin still had a plan B and was 80% confident in luring Chen Feng close enough. Then Chen Feng suggested the three of them work together, and this confirmed Wang Lin's suspicion. The Chen Feng indeed wasn't able to resist his urges and gave up on trying to work together. He was going to use helping to resist the sword energy as an excuse to get closer, but didn't realize that Wang Lin had already seen through it all. Zhou Yi's divine sense from the pagoda played a big part in this. This stopped the sword energy enough for Wang Lin to get away, making Chen Feng the closest person to the sword energy. Although this took a long time to explain, it all happened in the blink of an eye. At the moment the sword energy swept toward Chen Feng, Wang Lin stopped. He didn't fly away but coldly looked at Lu Mei in the distance. Lu Mei was at the back and was a bit startled when she saw the situation change. She seemed to have realized something and quickly chased after Wang Lin. When he saw Lu Mei getting closer, Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he charged out. This time, he moved farther than 100 feet from Chen Feng. As soon as Wang Lin was over 100 feet away from Chen Feng, the golden armored man's eyes became serious and he quickly swung his sword twice, sending one wave of sword energy toward Wang Lin and the other one toward Lu Mei. Killing intent filled Wang Lin's eyes. He stopped flying toward the sea and teleported to within 100 feet of Lu Mei the moment the sword energy closed in. Lu Mei's expression changed. She seemed to have realized something. Although she wasn't sure, she seemed to have guessed the situation from Wang Lin's actions. She was about to teleport away so Wang Lin would be above her, making him the one to take the blow of the sword energy. Wang Lin let out a sneer. At the moment she was about to teleport, he touched his bag of holding and several time domain carvings flew out. Time! With a roar from Wang Lin, the carvings all exploded and a powerful time domain surged out. Although Lu Mei's domain had reached its completion, this time domain was carefully prepared by Wang Lin. It was too weak to harm Lu Mei or even slow her down by much, but in a critical situation like this, it would be fatal. Lu Mei's body slowed down, allowing Wang Lin to move below her. At this moment, the two sword energies suddenly fused into one and descended like crazy toward Lu Mei. Killing intent filled Wang Lin's eyes as he pointed at Lu Mei. A strand of restriction gas came from his finger and shot toward her. Wang Lin didn't even wait for the result. He knew that time was of the essence, so he charged into the sea without any hesitation. Once he entered the sea, he saw the giant palace emitting a golden glow. Wang Lin charged toward the palace at top speed. There was a mysterious power within the sea. Wang Lin didn't even need to test it to know that there was something preventing teleportation. He had experienced this at other mysterious places before, so he knew what this power felt like. When he was about to enter the palace, a series of roars came from the surface and the seawater around Wang Lin quickly parted ways. A 100-foot-long wave of sword energy descended from the sky and quickly chased after him. As the sword energy got closer and closer, Wang Lin could even feel its powerful aura. A sharp pain suddenly came from the top of his head. He ruthlessly clenched his teeth. He saw that he was only 1,000 feet away from the palace, but the sword energy was almost upon him. A trace blood came from the top of Wang Lin's head and the pain increased. 900 feet, 800 feet, 700 feet, 600 feet. He was getting closer and closer, but the sword energy was closing in above his head. The roar of the sword energy seemed to echo inside Wang Lin's brain. As Wang Lin rushed toward the palace, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, touched the bag of holding, and took out the axe. He suddenly let out a roar, turned around, and placed the axe before him. At this moment, the sword energy arrived and suddenly landed on the axe. Wang Lin's face became red. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his origin soul shook. He touched his bag of holding and the pagoda flew out. Zhou Yi's domain quickly spread out and the sword energy paused. Using this pause, Wang Lin charged out and crossed the 500 feet in an instant to enter the palace. As soon as he entered the palace, The sword energy trembled and then disappeared. Blood was seeping out of Wang Lin's mouth as he put away the axe and pagoda. Then, while sitting down in the lotus position, he took out a large amount of pills and devoured them before feeling a painful sting from his entire body. He took out a piece of celestial jade and looked at it before throwing in his mouth. Then he felt the celestial spiritual energy fill his body. Thanks to the rush of celestial spiritual energy, Wang Lin felt his body become light. The celestial spiritual energy instantly suppressed all of his injuries. Shortly after, he stood up and with one step rushed into the depths of the palace. As for above the sea, the sword energy was closing in on Lu Mei. Just as she was about to dodge, the restriction closed in from behind her. This made her beautiful expression change. She clenched her teeth and spat out a white mist. A white ribbon danced inside the white mist and with one whipping motion, it destroyed the restriction. This white ribbon quickly wrapped around her and moved her 10,000 feet away from the sword energy. The sword energy missed and then disappeared. That golden-armored man didn't attack anymore. His only job was to guard this place and only allow those that are qualified enter the palace. There was only one requirement, and that was to be able to resist the power of one blow. Qian Feng was also in a very sorry state right now. Luckily, as long as one leaves the area, the attack stops. Qian Feng's expression was fierce as he roared, "Sang Niu, I swear that I'll tear you to pieces. If I violate this oath, then I'll die a painful death." Lu Mei silently stared at the sea with a gloomy expression. Seeing that Qian Feng was still cursing and roaring, she frowned and said, "Shut up! If it wasn't for you having malicious intentions and the three of us really worked together, we would already be inside the palace rather than here." Qian Feng's expression was fierce. He looked ruthlessly at Lu Mei and said, "Do you think I didn't notice how the two of you were flirting and eyeing each other? Junior apprentice sister, don't forget what you promised me." Lu Mei coldly looked at Qian Feng and said, "With Xianxia there, it will be hard for Sang Niu to get his soul piece back. Xianxia won't let him succeed so easily." Qian Feng took a deep breath. Then he withdrew his fierce expression, touched his bag of holding and said, "The old man gave me something that was meant to be used against the 1 billion soul flag. Since it can affect the soul flag, it should have some effect on ascendant cultivators as well. After Xianxia comes out, I'll use this. I only want my soul piece, but if he still won't give it, I'll just go all out." Inside the palace under the sea, what appeared before Wang Lin was a very large hallway. There were several lamps around the hall that were flicking and releasing a very demonic glow. This light wasn't produced by fire but by a mysterious substance that Wang Lin had never seen before. The dim light caused this hallway to bend and turn, creating a very strange feeling. Wang Lin revealed a cautious expression as he carefully moved forward. This hallway seemed to have no end. He had walked for a long time and the hallway still looked the same. Wang Lin didn't dare to spread his divine sense out too far. When he first arrived, he spread it out and some of it disappeared like it was devoured by something. As a result, Wang Lin became very cautious. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin saw the flashing of spells in the distance. He stopped moving and carefully spread his divine sense forward. But what he saw made his expression change. When his divine sense reached the end of the hallway, what he saw was a large open area. There was a very tall tower at the center of this open area. At the top of the tower was a throne, and there was someone with a head full of black hair sitting on it. This person looked middle-aged and seemed very normal, but he gave off a very majestic aura. His eyes were closed and there was no sign of life from his body. It was clearly a dead person. However, his body was emitting a terrifying aura which surrounded the area. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense saw this person, he suddenly had the urge to bow toward him. He was forced to activate some celestial spiritual energy to suppress this urge. There seemed to be a mysterious power here that would shake the heart of anyone that passed by. Before this person floated an object. It was a ball of purple light. This light shined on the middle-aged man and left a dark shadow behind him. However, the light was currently dim and flickering as if it could go out at any time. At the moment Wang Lin's divine sense touched the ball of light, a powerful force suddenly came crashing toward his divine sense. so he quickly retreated. In the hallway, Wang Lin's face was pale and his eyes were filled with terror. The first Suzaku, Yi Wuyo. He was immediately able to guess the identity of the middle-aged man. As for the purple ball of light, it was the Cultivation planet crystal. However, Wang Lin felt like something was wrong. Although it looked exactly like what Situ Nan described, he didn't feel that connection with his soul piece when his divine sense touched it. "Since you have arrived, come in." Xianxia's voice came from down the hallway. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When his divine sense went into the room, he saw the first Suzaku and the Cultivation planet crystal. But he didn't see Xianxia nor the old man, both of whom were already here. Wang Lin pondered a bit before walking forward. Shortly after, he arrived at the end of the hallway and walked into the large, open space. Now that he had personally come here, the feeling of shock was even stronger. Compared to the 1,000-foot tower, he suddenly felt very small. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Then his eyes lit up and saw Xianxia's figure in the corner. Xianxia's face was pale. He was sitting crossed-legged and blood was seeping out from the corner of his mouth. He looked much weaker than normal. He looked at Wang Lin and then hoarsely said with a smile, "I was right about you. You were indeed the third person to get there." Wang Lin revealed a look of caution and asked, "What about him?" Xianxia's expression was ugly as he said, "I used a formation to trap him. He should still be trapped inside." Wang Lin, "I'm gravely injured. So go get the Cultivation planet crystal for me. Whether it is for my forsaken Immortal clan or the cultivators, I can't let the Cultivation planet crystal collapse." "Oh." Wang Lin calmly looked at Xianxia and asked, "You want me to get the Cultivation planet crystal?" Xianxia took a deep breath and let out a sigh. "I know you are very cautious. You can check my body with your divine sense. You'll find that I'm almost completely out of power. That old man is not from planet Suzaku. His techniques are all very strange and I can't trap him for long. Once he gets free, he will be able to steal the Cultivation planet crystal, and at that moment, everyone on planet Suzaku will be faced with a crisis." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised his head and looked at the ball of purple light before the first Suzaku. Without any hesitation, he backed up. With speed several times faster than when he entered, Wang Lin flew toward the hallway like a madman. Xianxia's eyes lit up and he immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, he was before the passage, blocking Wang Lin. He gloomily said, "What are you running for?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then he backed up a few steps and stared at Xianxia. He waved his right hand and the 1,000,000,000 soul flag appeared. Then he calmly said, "Junior doesn't want to die yet." Xianxia's expression was dark as he sneered at Wang Lin and asked, "How did you see through me?" Looking at Xianxia, Wang Lin said with a heavy tone, "That isn't the Cultivation planet crystal. Also, you have the ability to teleport, so even if you were injured, it wouldn't be as serious as you said it was." Xianxia laughed. There was a hint of appreciation in his eyes as he said, "You are worthy of being one of the 4 people I chose." "That is correct. That isn't the Cultivation planet crystal. That is only a shadow. As long as one touches it, they can take their soul piece back." Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He didn't speak but just stared at Xianxia. His grip on the 1,000,000,000 soul flag slowly tightened. "This old man won't lie to you. To draw your soul piece back through the shadow requires a heavy price. This is why I asked you to get it for me. If you do it, I'll give you a powerful treasure as a reward. In the deepest part of the Immortal graveyard, there is an ancient altar. It is there that my clan's ancestor obtained the power to reach the 12-leaf stage. If you help me bring me back the Cultivation planet crystal, I'll bring you there to let your cultivation increase by a level. How about it?" said Xianxia with a heavy tone. Wang Lin revealed a pondering expression. Xianxia seemed to be a bit anxious as he quickly said, "Wang Lin, quickly go retrieve the Cultivation planet crystal. Don't force me to act. You know I don't want to kill you." Wang Lin took a look at Xianxia and said, "And if you break your promise? Give me the true method to use the straw hat as a deposit." Wang Lin still had the straw hat that Xianxia gave him. However, the straw hat contained many restrictions, and they were very complicated. so without the proper method, he couldn't unleash its full power. Xianxia's eyes lit up. From his point of view, there was no way for Wang Lin to escape, so all Wang Lin could do was follow his order. As a result, he took a jade, filled it with information, and threw it at Wang Lin. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush as he looked through the jade. After making sure that it was real, he put it away, surrounded himself with the 1 billion soul flag, and flew toward the tower in the center. In almost the blink of an eye, he arrived next to the first Suzaku. He looked at this once ruler of the planet, paid a special attention to the shadow, and finally turned his gaze to the cultivation planet crystal. He was standing beside the purple light, but strangely enough, there was no shadow of him at all. Xianxia's eyes lit up and he quickly said, "Put your hand on it and call out my name. Don't try anything funny, or I promise I'll kill you." Wang Lin took a deep breath. Then he lowered his head toward Xianxia and said, with a heavy tone, "I once thought of you as my benefactor. Even when I found out that you were part of the Forsaken Immortal clan, I didn't want to oppose you. I just wanted to leave planet Suzaku and search for my own Tao. Senior, you have truly disappointed me today. I don't know if this shadow does what you say it does, but I know that if I do what you told me to, I will immediately die." At the moment Wang Lin said those words, Xianxia's expression changed and he was about to charge out. But Wang Lin shook the 1 billion soul flag, and the surroundings were immediately filled with soul fragments. At the same time, Wang Lin quickly backed up and with a roar, all of the soul fragments from the soul flag charged toward the shadow of the first Suzaku. At this moment, a series of crackling sounds came from the chair the first Suzaku was sitting on. And at the same time, a laugh came out from within the shadow and red lights started flashing from it like crazy. The shadow immediately shattered and the old man quickly walked out. The monkey on his shoulder, which was even faster, charged out at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression became gloomy and he stopped. His hand moved and one by one, golden tattoos appeared from the void and circled around him. "Little fellow, that seal of yours was pretty good. Using the aura from this dead person along with your own cultivation, you created a shadow seal to seal me. This kind of shadow seal is very rare. It was rare even in ancient times. For you to be able to control it is not easy. If Master's original body was here, it would be destroyed with just one punch. But this is just a sliver of Master's divine sense possessing a body, so you were able to trap me for a while. To be able to do this much in your lifetime is already very good. You can brag about it in your next life." The old man's eyes started glowing red. Xianxia let out a snort and the tattoos around him flew out. His target wasn't the old man but the little monkey. Xianxia shouted, "A mere puppet. As long as I destroy where that divine sense is hidden, then no matter how strong your real body is, you won't be able to get here now." When Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, he noticed the shadow behind Wuxia. When he found himself next to the purple light and saw no shadow of himself, he felt that it was strange and decided to risk it. If he failed, he would immediately enter the heaven-defying bead to hide. He believed that Xianxia didn't lie about the effect of the cultivation planet crystal's shadow, but the price to extract a soul piece through it was one's life. Otherwise, Xianxia would have already gotten it himself instead of waiting. Even if the third person wasn't Wang Lin, he would still have forced that person to get the soul piece. At the moment the old man came out, Wang Lin shook the soul flag. The soul fragments surrounded him and he quickly retreated. Whether it was the old man Tuosan was controlling or Xianxia, they were not people Wang Lin was willing to mess with right now. He had already confirmed that the cultivation planet crystal wasn't here, so he could only quickly leave. But just at this moment, the palace suddenly shook. This shaking was extremely violent. It was as if the heavens and earth were being shaken. At this moment, cracks began to appear on the tower. Another collapse of the cultivation planet crystal had started. From the bottom of the tower, a crack appeared and moved straight up like a dragon. Finally, the crack reached the top of the tower and arrived at the throne of the first Suzaku. At this moment, with a crisp crackling sound, the throne Wuxia was sitting on suddenly fell off. As for Wuxia's body, with the shaking from the crack, it turned to dust and disappeared. Wang Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, not only him but Xianxia, the old man, and the little monkey all stopped fighting and stared at where Yi Wuyo had turned to dust. A white crystal the size of half a fist floated up from the dust that was Yi Wuyo's body. When Wang Lin saw the white crystal, he immediately felt a connection to his soul. Cultivation Planet Crystal. Xianxia took a deep breath and charged out, but the little monkey was even faster as it charged out with the old man. At this moment, Wang Lin wasn't close enough and he couldn't be faster than them. So he clenched his teeth, surrounded himself with the soul flag, and charged toward the nearby hallway. Wang Lin knew that with his current strength, he was no match for Xianxia nor the old man Tuosan was possessing. In fact, even if he managed to get it, he wouldn't have time to retrieve his soul piece and would just invite disaster upon himself. With a sigh, Wang Lin quickly flew toward the hallway. The old man was closer. With a flash, he grabbed the crystal and laughed. The day master will be free is before me. However, just at the moment he grabbed the crystal, his expression suddenly changed, his laughing stopped, and he revealed a look of disbelief. Just when he was about to release the crystal, his body shook and then started melting into strands of gas which entered the white crystal. This all happened very quickly. In almost the blink of an eye, the old man was gone. The only thing that remained was a blob of red light that quickly fused with the little monkey. The little monkey let out a laugh. His strength suddenly increased. His power was now the same as Zhukezhi's. He possessed the power of a late-stage ascendant cultivator. Although the monkey was very close to the crystal, it hesitated for a bit and didn't reach out. At this moment, Xianxia arrived and reached out, but he immediately let out a painful groan as white gas appeared on his body. He quickly let go of the crystal in fear. Luckily, he didn't touch it directly, or else he wouldn't have been able to escape a horrible fate. This change happened without any warning, causing Xianxia and the little monkey to be stuck in a difficult position. Just at this moment, the white crystal suddenly let out a hum and charged toward Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed greatly and he dodged it. The cultivation planet crystal charged past Xianxia and toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He saw what happened to the old man, so he started flying even faster toward the hallway. He was surrounded by the soul flag, making his speed much faster than normal. The hallway wasn't straight and had some curves, but the crystal seemed to have a life of its own. It was as if it wouldn't give up until it caught Wang Lin. Xianxia's face turned gloomy and he quickly chased after it. As for the little monkey, it also chased after the cultivation planet crystal. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left around the tower. Just at this moment, a purple light gathered above the tower and took the shape of the person wearing the mask from outside. He revealed a look of confusion, but his eyes immediately became clear. The cultivation planet crystal is collapsing. This Zhukezhi sure is bold. As Wang Lin fled, the white crystal chased closely after him. The crystal became faster and faster, and it was closing in. When it was within 30 feet of him, Wang Lin suddenly turned around. His right hand formed a seal and celestial spiritual energy filled his body as he sent out a gust of wind toward the crystal. Wang Lin's goal was to blow it away. This object was simply too strange, so he really didn't want to touch it. But with a flash, the crystal broke through the gust of wind and in the blink of an eye it got close to Wang Lin. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and reached out to grab the crystal so he could throw it away. However, when he touched it, he found that there were no negative effects. He was startled for a moment. Then his eyes lit up and he continued to escape without any hesitation. But just at this moment, a mysterious power from the crystal entered Wang Lin's arm. This energy moved through his body, toward his brain, and exploded with information. Strange symbols appeared one by one in his mind. These symbols flashed and moved like lightning inside his brain. Wang Lin wasn't surprised by this because he had been through this once before. When he absorbed ancient God Tuxi's inheritance of knowledge, the same thing happened. As those symbols flashed in his head, various scenes echoed in Wang Lin's mind. The scene showed a man filled with majesty and pride standing on top of a giant star compass. This star compass was completely black and had purple lightning traveling through it. Wherever the star compass went, there would be loud, rumbling sounds. Before this man was a pagoda floating in space, and there were 3 large and clear words on the pagoda. Celestial Seal Pagoda. The man quickly entered this pagoda. Stop! A voice came out from inside the pagoda. This voice was also filled with majesty and would cause anyone's heart to shake. But the middle-aged man's expression remained the same as he bowed and said, Junior is Yi Wuyo from the country of Suzaku that has just reached rank 6. Junior is here on orders from the Cultivation Alliance to get the Suzaku seal. Wang Lin's body trembled. His entire mind was absorbed by a vortex into this memory. However, in the real world, not only did his feet not stop moving, but something even more strange happened. A ray of red light suddenly appeared under his feet and a powerful force suddenly came from Wang Lin. However, this force didn't come directly from him but from the red light under his feet. As the red light flashed, Wang Lin's speed reached an unimaginable level. Moving at this pace, Wang Lin quickly made his way toward the exit of the hallway. Xianxia, who was chasing him, exclaimed out loud. His expression was ugly and he couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. Suzaku seal. How could this Xianxia give off the aura of the Suzaku seal? In the scene inside Wang Lin's mind, the man walked into the pagoda. This pagoda seemed like it had many floors. The man only got to the 3rd floor before he stopped. The Suzaku seal is a low-rank technique and an inheritance technique. One has to be the titled cultivator to use it. The voice came from the void, and at the same time, a red seal appeared in the air. This seal was very complicated, and for a moment he felt like this seal looked similar to the tattoos on the skulls of the Forsaken Immortal clan members. But after looking at it closely, it was completely different. This feeling was very strange. At this moment, the seal slowly floated toward the man and imprinted on his forehead. Wang Lin suddenly felt pain. This was pain Wang Lin had never experienced before. It was as if something was being carved onto his soul. At this moment, he seemed to have lost himself and become that man. Waves of pain continued entering his body. Wang Lin couldn't stand it anymore and began to roar. His body moved even faster and the red light was now blinding. The look of disbelief in the eyes of Xianxia, who was chasing Wang Lin, became even stronger. He stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin and muttered to himself, This is the Suzaku inheritance. How could it be like this? Without fusing with the cultivation planet heart, how could this kid go through the Suzaku's inheritance? As for the little monkey, it stared at Wang Lin with glowing, red eyes and a dark expression. Wang Lin's roar echoed in the hallway. He was moving like lightning when he finally exited the palace and appeared in the sea. He didn't stop and directly charged toward the sea's surface. He was completely surrounded by red light, and the aura of the Suzaku began to spread. His eyes were no longer clear. They were filled with chaos and struggle. Inside his mind, the pain came wave after wave. It had reached the point where he almost couldn't stand it any longer. The veins on his forehead were popped out and his eyes were bloodshot. The injuries he had suppressed previously suddenly exploded forth, but they were forced down once more by the red light. Inside Wang Lin's mind, a voice filled with majesty suddenly echoed. Are you willing to become the titled Suzaku, to protect planet Suzaku until your life ends? This voice was like lightning striking his brain and echoed in his mind. Wang Lin's eyes regained clarity. At this moment, he had a feeling that if he agreed now, he would immediately learn the Suzaku seal. Although he was only at the early stage of soul transformation with the Suzaku seal, he could battle ascendant-level cultivators. Wang Lin replied in his mind, I'm not willing. Wang Lin's goal wasn't to stay here and become the next Suzaku. As soon as he replied, he heard a sigh in his mind. The red light suddenly moved away from his body and gathered on the crystal in his right hand. Along with the red light, the symbols also left Wang Lin like a flood. It was as if they were never there. During this time, Wang Lin quickly shouted in his heart, Soul peace! One life for a life. The voice came from the void once more. However, this time a strange symbol appeared in Wang Lin's mind and released a strange light. When he felt this symbol, Wang Lin understood. To take out your soul piece from the Cultivation planet crystal, one must trade a life for it. The only other way was to wait for your soul piece to be absorbed by one of those life forms and then fight them for it. However, to find your own soul piece among the endless pool of soul pieces in the Suzaka tomb was something that couldn't be forced. It depended on one's luck. At this moment, Wang Lin's body came out from the sea. Xianxia was following closely behind him, and as for the little monkey possessed by Tuo-san, it had disappeared without a trace. When Wang Lin charged from the sea, he had already regained control. He now knew that Na Duo lied. This crystal didn't have anything to do with divine sense, let alone allow it to evolve. At this moment, he didn't have any regrets as he threw the crystal and shouted, "That is the Cultivation planet crystal." He didn't just throw it at any random person, but at where Lu Mei and Chen Feng were at. The two of them had been waiting. When they saw Wang Lin and company appear, Chen Feng was about to use the treasure Zhu Kezi had given him. But then he saw Wang Lin throw a white light towards them. His eyes lit up and he didn't immediately go to catch it. However, he soon regretted it as he saw Xianxia fly past Wang Lin and charge toward the crystal. Chen Feng clenched his teeth. Without a word, he slapped his bag of holding and took out a bronze doll. There were many black holes on the bronze doll and each hole was emitting black light. After taking out this treasure, Chen Feng's hand quickly formed a seal. His face suddenly became red and he coughed out a mouthful of blood that landed on the bronze doll. The bronze doll absorbed all the blood. Then it began to emit a red and black light and then a purple halo appeared over its head. Xianxia suddenly stopped. Then he gloomily stared at that bronze doll. Xianxia said, in a heavy tone, "Zhu Kezi." At the moment he said those words, Chen Feng's body suddenly began to tremble and strands of white light came out from his orifices without his control. This light was absorbed by the bronze doll. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with fear. He suddenly raised his right hand, which was holding a piece of jade, and suddenly crushed it. A mysterious power came from within the jade and knocked him away. The strands of white light immediately shattered and a small portion of them returned to his body. The bronze doll had absorbed a large amount of white light and then melted into a pool of liquid bronze. However, the bronze seemed to be boiling as strands of red gas came out and took the form of Zhu Kezi. The current Zhu Kezi was no longer as old but filled with more life. Junior apprentice brother. This game has now entered its climax. This old man used Chen Feng's life to take form here, so we could have a good reunion. As he spoke, he waved his right hand and the white crystal flew into his hand like lightning. Zhu Kezi suddenly pushed the crystal against his forehead and it fused with his body. Xianxia's expression was gloomy as he let out a snort and waved his hand. One by one, tattoos appeared, and the aura they gave off was very shocking. Zhu Kezi let out a laugh. Then he moved and his body suddenly emitted a large amount of red fog. This fog moved violently and surrounded Xianxia as well as everything within a 5-kilometer radius. Inside the red mist, the shockwave of spells could be felt. The battle between Zhu Kezi and Xianxia started now. However, no one could see the battle clearly because it was covered by the red mist. Zhu Kezi didn't notice that as the red mist was spreading out, the little monkey had entered it and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, outside the red mist, the remaining 5 people were watching. They were Chen Feng, Lu Mei, Zhou Wutai, Xian, and the last one was Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. His hand reached out and the 1 billion soul flag appeared in his hand. He stared at Chen Feng and Lu Mei and slowly said, "Accept your deaths." Chen Feng was breathing hard right now. A lot of his life force was taken away by Zhu Kezi earlier, causing him to be very weak. His hatred for Zhu Kezi was monstrous. Fortunately, I didn't use it while I was in a battle like he told me to, or else I would have been sucked dry by him before I even killed the enemy. Chen Feng was infuriated, but right now was not the time to be mad at Zhu Kezi. Right now he needed to focus on how to deal with the killing intent that was currently targeting him. In truth, Zhu Kezi hadn't just started scheming against Chen Feng last minute. If it wasn't for the Forsaken Immortal clan appearing, He might have really found a way to avoid the heavens when his lifespan runs out and continue living by stealing Qian Feng's body. Zhu Kezi had been planning this ever since Qian Feng was a child. The reason he had Qian Feng devour all those domains wasn't for Qian Feng but for himself. The method he used on Qian Feng was in fact a secret spell that the previous Suzakus had been developing. This spell wasn't complete and only had a 10% chance of succeeding, and even if it did succeed, it would only delay one's death for several decades. At the same time, there was a heavy price to pay for these several decades of life. That copper doll was the key. It was created by the fourth Suzaku with some metal from another planet that was refined countless times. Then the later Suzakus added countless heavenly treasures to it, finally enabling it to use the spell that absorbs life. In truth, the reason this copper doll had this power was due to the change in the Cultivation planet crystal, and the previous Suzakus were able to learn this power by studying the crystal. However, this object wasn't complete yet and it had many flaws. Right now, although Zhu Kezi used it to take form and looked full of life, it was only a temporary appearance. Wang Lin waved the 1 billion soul flag in his hand and countless soul fragments immediately flew out, covering the heavens. Endless ghostly wails that shook even the heavens came out from the soul fragments. Fuse! Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent, and with just one word, 6 not yet ascendant cultivators who were much stronger than late-stage soul transformation primary souls appeared. The Qilin was one of them. I don't need to make them fuse into an ascendant soul fragment to battle the two of you. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding, and the axe appeared in his hand. He lifted the axe as he jumped into the air and then suddenly swung down. Qian Feng's expression changed greatly. He slapped his bag of holding and the Suzaku all quickly appeared. With one shake, a ray of red lightning shot out toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression turned cold and he swung the axe. A powerful sword energy shot out and at the same time, with a roar, he threw the axe. A sonic boom could be heard as the axe shot out. The red lightning immediately collapsed and the axe quickly descended. Qian Feng revealed a fierce look, then he let out a roar. His hand quickly moved, and then they pointed forward. A blinding, red light appeared and surrounded his body. The mysterious Suzaku formation had opened. A sound that pierced the high heavens suddenly echoed in the area. Qian Feng's body was forced back several steps and he coughed out blood. The clothes on his upper body had ripped and turned to dust as a mysterious symbol appeared on his chest. The axe was hit by a powerful force and sent back. Wang Lin charged out and grabbed the axe. The 6 primary souls from the 1 billion soul flag split into 2 groups. 4 of them jumped at Lu Mei and the remaining 2 charged at Qian Feng. Lu Mei's expression sank as she looked at the soul flag. She clenched her teeth and spat out a ray of white light from her mouth. The white light immediately turned into a white sash embroidered with golden threads in the shape of a symbol. The sash quickly wrapped around Lu Mei and broke free of the 4 primary souls' encirclement. Then she and the sash turned into a ray of light and quickly escaped. Wang Lin shouted, "Chase, kill!" The 4 primary souls, one of which was the Qilin, quickly chased after Lu Mei. Facing the attack of 2 primary souls, Qian Feng was forced back. His expression was very ugly as he took out a red fan, coughed blood on it, and then quickly waved it. A large gust of wind suddenly appeared and charged out. This wind seemed to counter souls, causing the 2 primary souls to pause for a moment. Wang Lin let out a cold snort, slapped his bag of holding, and 4 identical sword sheaths appeared before him. A hint of coldness flashed across Wang Lin's eyes as he pointed forward and the 4 sheaths quickly charged out like meteors. 4 rays of sword energy shot out from the sword sheaths. They were each 3 inches long and contained heaven-shaking sword intent. Shatter! Wang Lin's eyes became cold as the 4 sword sheaths charged forth filled with sword intent. Qian Feng's expression changed greatly. He threw the fan forward as he backed up, and was just about to escape. But the moment the fan approached the sword sheaths, it was torn apart, and the 4 sword sheaths chased closely after Qian Feng. Without the fan obstructing them, the 2 primary souls moved very quickly and caught up to Qian Feng. With one attack, Qian Feng's origin soul shook violently, and was almost forced out of his body. Fortunately, during the moment of danger, the strange symbol on his chest lit up, activating the Suzaku formation and saving him from the attack of the two primary souls. Qian Feng's expression was ugly. He suddenly turned around and shouted, "Xianxia, don't force me!" As he roared, he spat out a ray of green light which turned into a piece of green wood. The green wood gave off a strange aura. Then it suddenly grew and turned into a 100-foot-long piece of wood. Qian Feng's face was pale as he shouted, "Carve!" The green wood shook and then wood shavings fell off from it. It was as if there was an invisible hand carving the wood. Soon, a figure took form. The figure was that of Wang Lin. "Destroy!" Qian Feng shouted again. Right now his face was ashen, pale without a trace of blood, and his body was shaking. A large amount of his life force had just been taken, so he was obviously not Wang Lin's match at the moment. When Qian Feng shouted, "Destroy!" Wang Lin suddenly stopped moving forward and his expression slightly changed. Wang Lin could feel a destructive force coming from the green wood as a green blade formed from it and swung down on his head. The shadow of death surrounded Wang Lin. Qian Feng was, after all, a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator and the current Suzaku's disciple, so how could he be short of treasures? He most likely had many more treasures than Wang Lin. Wang Lin had never heard of this green wood. Its strange power made it very hard to defend against. He wanted to dodge but found a mysterious power locking him in place. Seeing the green blade closing in on Wang Lin, Qian Feng revealed a cruel smile. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. With a thought, a primary soul appeared before Wang Lin and exploded. The explosion of the primary soul created a powerful shockwave that destroyed the force locking him in place, allowing him to dodge the green blade. Qian Feng revealed a look of frustration and turned around to escape without any hesitation. How could Wang Lin let him run? He reached out and the 1 billion soul flag appeared in his hand. With one shake, a large amount of soul fragments flew out once more. "Seal!" Wang Lin let out a roar and all the soul fragments scattered. Soon, the soul fragments formed a barricade of 5 kilometers in radius and trapped Qian Feng. At the same time, Wang Lin swung the axe at the green wood. With one swing of the axe, the green wood was split in half. Qian Feng felt sweetness in his mouth and then he coughed up another mouthful of blood. "Die!" While Wang Lin shouted, he threw the axe forward. At the same time, the 4 sword sheaths shot out like meteors. 4 rays of destructive sword energy came out from the sword sheaths and shot toward Qian Feng from all 4 directions. But it was still not over. Wang Lin shook the 1 billion soul flag, causing it to disappear in a shower of golden dust and fuse with the surrounding soul fragments. The soul fragments emitted a sealing power as a result of this. At this moment, a powerful restricting aura appeared within the area surrounded by the soul fragments. This aura was so powerful that even teleportation was affected by it. Qian Feng's eyes revealed terror and then he immediately shouted, "Xianxia, there is no great hatred between us. Why must you try to kill me?" Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Qian Feng and said, word for word, "I'm killing you because I promised Red Butterfly I would." Qian Feng began to laugh like mad and said, "Xianxia, if you didn't have the 1 billion soul flag, I could easily kill you. Now you've forced me. If I die, I'm going to waste your 1 billion soul flag." Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he softly said, "Accept your death." The 4 rays of sword energy came from all directions toward Qian Feng. These 4 rays of light carried powerful auras. It felt as if they were about to shatter the space they were in. Qian Feng's face was fierce as he took a deep breath and activated the Suzaku formation to its peak. A thick, red light quickly surrounded his body. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding and took out an item. It was an iron sword. An iron sword covered in rust that looked like it came from the mortal world. The specks of rust gave off a powerful scent of blood. The rust was clearly a result of the sword being covered in blood. This is something my ancestor, the last Suzaku, left behind in secret. Even the current Suzaku doesn't know of this thing. "Xianxia, I have the Suzaku formation, and since you can't break the formation, you can't kill me. However, I can kill you with this sword." After Qianfeng finished speaking, he swung the sword. A primal aura came out from the sword. This aura felt like it came from a primal spirit. The moment the iron sword appeared, even Zhu Kz and Yangzi, who were fighting in the distance, were stunned. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared hard at the iron sword. To be more accurate, he was staring at the rust on the sword. There are several drops of dried blood on that sword that give off a very familiar aura. Blood of the ancient god. This is real ancient god blood, far superior to the aura the giant demon clan blood gives off. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the rust spots. Not right. How could an ancient god be so easily hurt? There is no way that sword is normal. Wang Lin's eyes became serious, and this time he looked toward the sword itself. The moment the iron sword appeared, someone walked out from the sea. No one noticed this person appear. It was as if he was completely invisible. It was the person wearing the mask. His eyes revealed a mysterious light as he stared at the iron sword and muttered to himself, "This is." Qianfeng was forced to use this sword. This sword was his family's greatest secret. It belonged to the previous Suzaku, who somehow found it and secretly hid it in the Chen family. When the previous Suzaku left behind the sword, he said, "I can't see through this sword with my current cultivation. Future generations, unless it is a disaster that will destroy the family, you mustn't use it." After Qianfeng became Zhu Kz's disciple and just before the war with the Forsaken Immortal clan, Qianfeng secretly went to the hiding place of the iron sword and took it. He wanted to kill Wang Lin and didn't trust the treasure Zhu Kz gave him, so he took out the iron sword. This was his real counter to the 1 billion soul flag. At this moment, a laugh suddenly came from the red mist where Zhu Kz and Yangzi were battling. Shortly after, a shadow shot out toward where Wang Lin and Qianfeng were. In the blink of an eye, the shadow pierced through the soul fragment encirclement, causing all the soul fragments in its way to dissipate with miserable screams. The encirclement was pierced through by this figure, leaving behind a wide opening. When Wang Lin saw this figure, his expression changed and he backed up. However, just at this moment, waves of creepy laughter came from the figure and a red figure came out from within it. The moment he appeared, he casually waved his hand at Wang Lin. Wang Lin coughed out a large mouthful of blood and his body shot out like a meteor. His body didn't stop until he was 10,000 feet away, where he coughed out another mouthful of blood. This time there were even small pieces of his internal organs in the blood. The red figure turned into a man with red hair and a half-transparent body, and inside his body was a small monkey. Rays of red light were coming out from the little monkey to form this figure. Wang Lin's heart felt bitter as he said, "Tua-san." The figure moved once more and arrived next to Qianfeng. He reached out to throw Qianfeng aside, causing the Suzaku formation to activate on its own to stop him. However, when the figure reached out, a series of crackling sounds came from the Suzaku formation, and with one hit, it shattered. Qianfeng's face suddenly turned extremely pale. The shattering of the Suzaku formation gave him a serious injury on top of his current injuries. After throwing Qianfeng aside, the figure grabbed the iron sword. After taking a careful look, he began to laugh like crazy and said, "It turns out to be this. The blood on this sword is from a 9-star member of my clan. Good. With this and the Cultivation planet crystal, I'm 100% confident I can escape." Wang Lin took a deep breath and reached out with his right hand. The 1 billion soul flag appeared in his hand and then, after one shake, all the surrounding soul fragments gathered toward the flag. The axe and sword sheaths also flew toward him under his command. The figure looked at Wang Lin, revealed creepy smile and said, "Little brat, wait until I obtain the Cultivation planet crystal, and then I'll come and deal with you." With that, he wiped his hand over the sword. The rust on the sword began to move as if it were alive and finally formed one drop of dark red blood. The figure revealed a look of joy and swallowed the drop of blood. Then, while holding the sword, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was inside the red fog where Zhu Kz and Yangzi were fighting. Zhu Kz's surprised exclamation and Yangzi's angry roar came from the red mist followed by the sounds of spells. Chen Feng was seriously injured after being thrown away, but he managed to stabilize his body and was just about to escape. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved the soul flag in his hand and was surrounded by it as he charged toward Chen Feng. Wang Lin thought, I need to use Chen Feng's life to trade for my soul piece, and then leave the Suzaka tomb at top speed. Wang Lin's speed reached its limit as he rushed at Chen Feng. Chen Feng was caught by the countless soul fragments and taken away by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body appeared before Chen Feng and pointed between Chen Feng's eyebrows. Chen Feng's face was pale and his eyes revealed a hint of madness. His Suzaku formation was destroyed, his iron sword was taken, his treasure was broken, and his life force was stolen. He was also seriously injured, making him extremely weak. Now that he had been caught by Wang Lin, he was going to die without a grave. Even if I die, I'll have you die with me. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with madness. He was prepared to explode. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he softly said, Soul Piece. The purple symbol that was left in his mind immediately began to shine and appeared between him and Chen Feng. To exact your soul piece from the Cultivation planet crystal, you must trade a life for it. At this moment, just as Chen Feng was about to explode, he let out a miserable scream and his eyes dimmed. The purple symbol gave off a demonic light and 2 soul pieces appeared on it. Of the 2 soul pieces, one belonged to Wang Lin and the other to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's soul piece slowly shattered, and then Wang Lin's soul piece slowly dissipated into specks of light that slowly entered Wang Lin's forehead. Wang Lin's body started trembling. He could feel that there was something extra in his body, and he was filled with the sense of being whole. On the contrary, Chen Feng, whose eyes dimmed until there was no light, died before he could explode. 4 rays of light shot out from his forehead and disappeared. The 4 rays of light were the 4 elemental spirits Chen Feng devoured from Red Butterfly. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He waved his hand and grabbed one of the elemental spirits while the other 3 disappeared. As for Chen Feng's body, it fell from the sky and into the ocean. Chen Feng's bag of holding flew up and was caught by Wang Lin. Zhuo Wutai and Xianxia watched all of this from a distance. They looked at each other and then Zhuo Wutai let out a secret sigh. In the end, he still wasn't able to tell what he wanted to tell Wang Lin in time. The hatred in Xianxia's eyes disappeared. She looked at Chen Feng's sinking body and began to laugh. The hatred in this laugh was extremely monstrous. Chen Feng. Xianxia's eyes became cold. Then she quickly sat down and her hand formed a mysterious seal. At the same time, flashes of light came from between her eyebrows and several puppet cultivators appeared to protect her. Cultivation furnace. In the end, who is whose cultivation furnace? Wang Lin, in the end you still weren't able to see through it. You killing Chen Feng granted Xianxia's wish. Unfortunately, even I don't know what kind of spell Xianxia used. This kind of spell is unheard of. It is simply too strange. Even with a sliver of the green dragon's inheritance that has awakened in my mind, I have no memory of this spell. Zhuo Wutai revealed a complex expression as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was currently emitting a rainbow-colored light, and a powerful aura filled her body. This aura was very similar to Chen Feng's. Wang Lin was wrapped by the soul flag and was about to charge out of this golden sea. But just at this moment, a heaven-shaking sound came from the red mist that Zhu Kz released. A second later, Xianxia's figure was thrown out of the mist. Blood came out of his mouth, his eyes were blurry, and when he landed, he almost fell down. At the same time, Zhu Kz was also thrown out. His expression was ugly. The vitality he had before disappeared. He was now covered in a deathly aura and blood was coming out of his mouth. A mad laugh came from within the red mist. Shortly after, the red mist disappeared, revealing Tuo Sen's red figure holding the white crystal. His eyes were releasing a red glow. Once I'm free, I'll definitely let you two experience my real strength. While Tuo Sen laughed, his body turned into a ray of lightning and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin, now it is your turn. Tuo Sen's voice was filled with coldness, and when it entered Wang Lin's ears, it startled him. Wang Lin was still wrapped by the soul flag and quickly flying away. However, Tuosen's speed was even faster. In almost a blink of an eye, he caught up to Wang Lin. His gloomy voice entered Wang Lin's ears. "You can't escape, Wang Lin. I have waited for a very long time to devour your inheritance of intelligence." Wang Lin's face was gloomy. He waved his hand and the axe appeared in his grasp. He suddenly turned around, focused all the celestial spiritual energy in his body on the axe, and viciously swung down. A ray of axe energy several hundred feet wide and filled with celestial spiritual energy shot out. This ray of axe energy felt like it could split the heavens. However, Tuosen's figure's eyes started glowing red. Then he raised his hand and gently pointed at the ray of axe energy, causing it to collapse. Wang Lin quickly backed up. His face was completely pale and he put away the axe. Then he took out the soul flag, shook it and said, "Fuse!" With one word, all of the soul fragments besides the ones chasing after Lu Mei began to fuse like crazy. The fusion speed was so fast that it was completed in almost an instant. In an instant, all of the soul fragments and primary souls fused into one. A soul fragment surrounded by a golden-purple glow suddenly appeared. The aura the soul fragment gave off was the same as an early-stage ascendant cultivator's. After it appeared, with a wave of its hand, its body turned from transparent to solid. After creating the ascendant soul, Wang Lin retreated without any hesitation. He knew that this ascendant soul fragment couldn't win. Wang Lin was very clear about this point. "Oh, you do have some skills. No wonder you were able to steal the inheritance of memory when you were only at the core formation stage. However, if it was before I got that drop of blood, this could have stalled me for a bit. But now that I have it, it can't stop me for even half a step." Tuosen's red hair moved without any wind and his dominating aura spread out from his body. Tuosen began to laugh like crazy as he moved forward, raised his fist, and threw a punch. This punch looked normal, but both Zhuke-Z and Yunque-Z's expressions were very ugly. The two of them were heavily injured by that one punch and forcibly knocked away. The ascendant soul fragment waved its hand and a purple lance quickly appeared in its grasp. It shook the lance before throwing it and then it grabbed Wang Lin and disappeared. This was Wang Lin's real objective. The fused ascendant soul's purpose was not to fight, but to help him escape. The lance pierced through the sky and collided with Tuosen's fist. A loud rumbling sound could be heard as the lance shattered. Cracks quickly spread all over the lance, causing it to shatter. Tuosen's body didn't move as he looked at where Wang Lin disappeared. He revealed a cruel smile as his right hand reached out and he shouted, "Come back!" A giant vortex suddenly appeared in the sky and began to spin slowly. A suction force beyond imagination came from inside it. While Wang Lin was running away, his body suddenly stopped and was pulled back at an unimaginable speed. In almost the blink of an eye, he was pulled back to within 1,000 feet of Tuosen. "I said you can't run away." Tuosen only took one step to cross 1,000 feet and threw out a punch. Wang Lin's expression was ugly and a feeling of death filled with heart. This feeling was very strong as he made a decision in his heart. With one thought, the ascendant soul fragment suddenly turned around and waved its hands. Both of its hands moved and then a mysterious symbol suddenly appeared. The symbol gave off an amazing aura. The ascendant soul fragment turned into a ray of light and merged with the symbol. At this moment, this symbol was as black as ink. "Break!" An ancient voice came from the ascendant soul fragment. "A shattering spell. All of the soul fragments will explode and thus create an unimaginable amount of force." A destructive aura came from the symbol. The aura wasn't strong, but for the first time, Tuosen's expression changed. He immediately withdrew his fist and was about to retreat. However, it was too late. The countless soul fragments and the primary souls all exploded. This explosion was even more powerful than when a fused ascendant soul fragment exploded. The black symbol moved like lightning and shattered several feet in front of Tuosen. A black ripple suddenly appeared, and it seemed to have intelligence. It didn't spread out randomly but charged toward Tuosen. A heaven-shattering sound that shook the entire Suzaka tomb appeared. At this moment, Not just the ones inside the Suzaka tomb, but everyone on the planet could feel this aura that could destroy the heavens. With a boom, Tuosen's figure was thrown back like a meteor. 1,000 feet away, Tuosen's figure was collapsing. The eyes of the little monkey inside his body dimmed. Then it closed its eyes and died. However, the red light that formed Tuosen's body reformed after dissipating. Although it looked like it would shatter with just a gentle breeze, it still gave off the terrifying aura of a powerful expert. I didn't think that you would have this kind of treasure. Wang Lin, I underestimated you. Tuosen's voice came from that figure and was very cold. Aside from the 4 primary souls chasing Lu Mei, all the other soul fragments in the 1 billion soul flag had exploded to create this terrifying explosion. However, even with that, it still wasn't able to completely wipe out this sliver of divine sense from Tuosenator. He was simply too powerful. Wang Lin felt very bitter in his heart as he let out a sigh and touched his forehead. He wasn't sure if he could hide from Tuosen in the heaven-defying bead. He was unsure of what to do. I want to see where you can run to this time. Tuosen's body slowly solidified. Then he took a step forward. But just at this moment, a ray of light flew out from the sea. Its speed was simply too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived 10 feet from Tuosen. The light disappeared, revealing the man wearing the mask. He raised his hand and pointed at Tuosenator. His eyes revealed a mysterious light as he said, "Seal." Tuosen's expression changed as he stared at this person. Then he retreated once more. The masked man's eyes lit up as 5 rays of light shot out from his fingers. The 5 rays of light turned into 5 chains that flailed about. In the blink of an eye, the 5 chains turned into 5 seals. The seals stacked on top of each other and chased after Tuosen. I couldn't seal you before, but now that you have been injured by an ascendant cultivator's self-explosion, I can seal you. As the overlapped seals closed in on Tuosen, his expression changed. Continuing to retreat, he shouted, "Who are you?" The masked man didn't say a word as his eyes released a mysterious light. The seal flashed and suddenly disappeared but soon reappeared behind Tuosen and landed on him at a very fast speed. Tuosen suddenly raised his hand and a red mist came out from his mouth. His body slowly dissipated until it was completely gone. But the red mist didn't disappear. It twisted and churned. Tuosen's face appeared in the red mist and said, "I don't care who you are. But when I break free, I'll kill you." The red mist churned a bit before turning to red crystals and raining down on the surroundings like red rain. The masked man reached out with his right hand and white specks of light appeared among the red mist. The white light condensed into a white crystal and landed in his hand. At the same time, the iron sword that Chen Feng took out also appeared. He looked at the iron sword and then put it away. Wang Lin's heart trembled as he stared at the masked man. At this moment, not only Wang Lin's, but the gazes of everyone present were gathered on this person. Xianxia's eyes were filled with terror. He immediately recognized that this person was a cultivator whose cultivation he couldn't see through. It has to be said that he could see through cultivators up to the late stage of Ascendant. If he couldn't see through someone, then this person had to be beyond the Ascendant stage. Thinking about this, Xianxia's heart trembled violently. Zhukezhi's eyes became serious as he stared at this person and at the white crystal in this person's hand. Thinking about how this person had extracted the crystal from the void, Zhukezhi's body trembled. He revealed a look of disbelief and bursted out, You are." The masked man let out a sigh. He calmly looked at Zhukezhi and said, "Zhukezhi, do you understand that what you did was wrong?" Xianxia looked at this person and muttered to himself, "Yiwuyo. He is not the first Suzaku. Don't just guess randomly." Zhukezhi quickly cut Xianxia off. He looked at the masked man and respectfully said, "Junior greets the Alliance's messenger. Regarding this matter, Junior understands what he did wrong." Alliance messenger. The Cultivation Alliance's messenger. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. "Zhukezhi, your lifespan has reached its limit, so you should be dead. There's no need to force yourself to stay." Attempting to shatter the Cultivation planet crystal is considered a great crime in the Cultivation Alliance. Looking at the fact that you had your reasons, I won't pursue this matter for now, but you should leave this world right now. Zhu Zi's face was filled with bitterness as he silently nodded. His eyes lit up and he said, I can leave, but the forsaken Immortal clan. The masked man said, I will deal with it. Zhu Zi took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He still had a bitter smile on his face as he died. His lifespan was already almost up, but then he stole Qianfeng's lifespan to last longer. Now that he had met the Cultivation Alliance messenger, he had to give it all up. At the moment of his death, he remembered something from a record left behind by the first Suzaku, Yiwuyo. It said that there was always a Cultivation Alliance messenger on planet Suzaku. The messenger changed every generation and they were very well hidden. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly backed up. Just at this moment, the masked man turned around toward Wang Lin and smiled. Brother Denyo, do you not remember me? Wang Lin was startled. He stared at this person for a bit, and shortly after, his eyes lit up. The masked man placed his hand on the mask and slowly took it off, revealing his true face. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. It's you. We haven't met in many years. But Brother Denyo is still as graceful as before. However, there is still one thing I don't understand. Why did you refuse to become the next Suzaku? On planet Suzaku, at the Sea of Devils, in the land of the ancient god, on the pillar at the middle of the Blood Sea, Tuo-san suddenly raised his head. He was filled with unwillingness. However, that soon disappeared and was replaced with intense red light. You can break my sliver of divine sense, but you can't stop me from escaping. Beside him, a drop of dark red blood slowly appeared. Tuo-san stared at the drop of red blood and revealed a dark expression. With this, it won't be long before I can walk out of here. Wang Lin, I'll spare you this time, but you definitely won't be able to escape next time. Wang Lin's pupils shrank and he calmly said, Mog, it is I. Brother Denyo, you still haven't answered my question. The man took off his mask. HR was indeed the person who Wang Lin met in the temple on that rainy night with whom he talked about life and death. Wang Lin calmly said, My future is not on planet Suzaku. Wang Lin understood now why the white crystal flew toward him. Probably had a lot to do with this person. Mog looked at Wang Lin, shook his head, and sighed. Unfortunate. Since Brother Denyo doesn't want to, then I won't press this matter. His eyes were suddenly filled with confusion and didn't recover for a while. This time his gaze fell on Xianxia. Forsaken Immortal clan? Of planet Suzaku can be given to you, but every 1,000 years, you must hand over the skull of a 9-leaf or higher clan member. Xianxia, do you agree? Xianxia's heart felt bitter. He knew that he had no right to refuse right now. This person represented the Cultivation Alliance. The Forsaken Immortal clan stood no chance at all. He heavily nodded. Xianxia seemed to suddenly become old and his eyes became dim. Just at this moment, waves began to form on the sea below them and the collapse of the Suzaku tomb started again. While the sea raged, Mog raised his hand and the white crystal in his hand suddenly began to shine brightly. This light suddenly covered the sea and began to spread across the Suzaku tomb. The light spread like tens of thousands of horses galloping over the sea and soon covered the entire Suzaku tomb. Mog softly said, Close! With one word, the collapse suddenly stopped, the collapsed earth quickly reformed, and all of the rifts quickly closed. After 10 breaths of time, the entire Suzaku tomb had recovered. Mog looked at the white crystal in his hand one last time and then threw it into the sea. The white crystal quickly sank into the sea and disappeared. Then he pointed at Zhu Zi's corpse and a heart-shaped crystal flew out from between his eyebrows. There were many deep cracks on the crystal. It looked like it could break at any time. But at this moment, the cracks began to mysteriously close, and in 3 breaths of time, there were no cracks left on the crystal. The next Suzaku. His gaze moved past Wang Lin and onto Zhou Wutai, where it paused for a moment. Zhou Wutai's heart started beating faster. He was very excited and his body trembled slightly. Green Dragon Bloodline, you are a qualified candidate, but, unfortunately, your cultivation hasn't reached the soul transformation stage. Mo's gaze moved from Zhou Wutai and on to Xianxia, who was cultivating next to Zhou Wutai. Cultivation furnace, through luck. She was able to reverse the situation. That is also rare. Mo's eyes lit up like he had made a decision. Zhou Wutai let out a bitter smile and secretly sighed. He knew that his cultivation level wasn't high enough and that he had no hope of getting the title of Suzaku. Cultivation furnace. There is something strange about her. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had some issues with Xianxia before, so they were more like enemies than friends. He noticed a change in her body. There was something between Xianxia and Chen Feng. Although he didn't know exactly what happened between them, Xianxia was once Chen Feng's cultivation furnace. Him killing Chen Feng somehow granted this girl her wish, which was something Wang Lin wasn't able to see through at all. He had been cultivating for a long time, but he had never heard of a spell that could allow the cultivation furnace to steal from her master instead. This spell was very mysterious and strange, but the most mysterious and strange spells had their own deadly flaws. Wang Lin then looked at Xianxia. He was confident that this matter was definitely related to Xianxia. Wang Lin pondered a bit and said, "Lord Messenger." Mog looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin said, "Although he hasn't reached the soul transformation stage yet, that doesn't mean he never will." Right after he said that, Xianxia, who was cultivating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. Her cold gaze locked on to Wang Lin. Wang Lin could clearly feel a thick aura that belonged to Chen Feng on her. Xianxia coldly said, "Wang Lin, what do you mean?" Wang Lin looked at the girl with calm eyes and said, "Junior, when I started cultivating, you weren't even born yet. The smell of your mother's milk hasn't even dried." "Shut up." Xianxia's eyes lit up. Then she suddenly stood up and the aura of a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator spread out. She stared at Wang Lin and said, "Wang Lin, back then you sent me into the spatial rift and I almost died. I have already remembered this in my heart. Before, your cultivation level was higher, but now your 1 billion soul flag is gone and your cultivation level is only at the early stage of soul transformation. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as waving my hand." Wang Lin coldly looked at Xianxia, revealing a hint of mockery, and calmly said, "And if I agree to become the next Suzaku?" The moment he said that, Xianxia was startled. She struggled in her heart. In the end, she lowered her head and longer spoke. If Wang Lin really became the next Suzaku and used the Suzaku seal to attack her, she would have no way of resisting. At this moment, she bitterly found out that she was still afraid of Wang Lin. Even though she had Chen Feng's cultivation, this feeling was still there. Mog looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "Brother Denyo, do you want to become the next Suzaku?" Wang Lin calmly said, "Lord Messenger, even if I become the next Suzaku, I would only pass it to him." Wang Lin pointed at Zhou Wutai. Zhou Wutai was speechless. His body trembled and his gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with gratitude. Mog faintly smiled. In his view, this title of Suzaku was simply too insignificant. No matter who he gave it to, it wouldn't matter to him at all. On the contrary, it was Wang Lin who interested him. After pondering for a bit, Mog pointed at Zhou Wutai. The heart-shaped crystal flew out and rushed toward Zhou Wutai. Zhou Wutai's body trembled violently as the crystal heart slowly sank into his body between his eyebrows. "Stay here for 1 year and comprehend the Suzaku seal. From now on, you are the 15th Suzaku. However, I didn't break the seal on the cultivation planet crystal. Let's leave it like that." As Mog said that, he waved his sleeves and Xianxia and Xianxia disappeared. At the same time, Zhou Wutai's body slowly sank into the sea and disappeared. At this moment, only Mog and Wang Lin were left. Wang Lin pondered a bit before clasping his hands and saying, "Many thanks." Mog laughed and said, "Brother Denyo, maybe in the future I'll have things that require your help. At that time, don't refuse me. I must leave planet Suzaku and report back to the Cultivation Alliance. If there is a chance in the future, we will meet again. Now let us leave together." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He shook his head and said, Lord Messenger, I still have some matters to deal with inside the Suzaka tomb. Moj revealed a smile that was not a smile and nodded. He moved his hand and a red symbol appeared. Remember this symbol. When you want to leave, use your celestial spiritual energy to form this seal and you can leave. Moj took one last thoughtful look at Wang Lin before turning around, taking one step and disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Wang Lin was the only one around. I have obtained both mine and Wan Er's soul pieces. The next Suzaku is Zhou Wutai, and he is a grateful person. I have helped him, so even if I'm not around, he will look out for the people I know and thus, I can also allow my mind to be at ease. This was the reason why he wanted Zhou Wutai to become the next Suzaku. It was so there wouldn't be anything for him to worry about in the future. Wang Lin pondered a bit before flying into the distance. He didn't fly far before he saw 3 rays of black light flying toward him from the distance. The 3 rays of light turned into the 3 primary souls before Wang Lin, one being the Qilin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he took out the soul flag, waved it, and all 3 primary souls went into the flag. This Lu Mei sure has some skill. She was being chased by 4 primary souls and was able to destroy one of them. She has already left the Suzaka tomb. Once I leave here, I must kill her. Even now, I still don't have any great feud with this woman. But again and again she acted against me. She even worked together with Qian Feng to kill me. I can't let her live. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he made up his mind. That one dream with Lu Mei couldn't affect Wang Lin's decision one bit. It was just as Lu Mei had said. Aside from Li Muin, Wang Lin was ruthless even toward women. The loss on this trip to the Suzaka tomb was too great. Only 3 primary souls remained and all of the soul fragments were destroyed. The power of the flag had greatly weakened, but with enough souls it can be repaired to full power. Unfortunately, wandering souls can't be used, or else fixing it would be a lot easier. The Cultivation Planet Crystal is such an important item that using it to evolve the G realm must be a lie. Right now the most important thing is to find Su Ligua. I must obtain that half-moon blade. After Wang Lin released Su Ligua, he had been keeping tabs on him. Now he locked onto Su Ligua, took one step, turned into green smoke, and rushed over. The matter of the Suzaka tomb ends here. As for the Forsaken Immortal clan, after Xianxia came out from the Suzaka tomb, they all retreated to the northwest and settled on a continent there. They wouldn't casually interact with cultivators. Many cultivators died during the war on planet Suzaku, leaving many sects extremely weak and thus, the sects began to mass recruit disciples. Many people who weren't all that qualified to cultivate were taken in by sects. There were also some very talented people that were dragged out of their homes by some sections. They were treated as treasures, and vigilant teachers personally taught them to prepare them to become the cores of their sects. On planet Suzaku, there was only one early-stage ascendant cultivator left. He was the earth-shattering sect's ancestor who spent all his days in closed-door cultivation and didn't care about the world. Although he was unhappy that Zhou Wutai was appointed by the Cultivation Alliance messenger, he could only accept it. 1 year later, Zhou Wutai walked out from the Suzaka tomb. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the late stage of soul formation with the Suzaka seal, he could threaten soul transformation cultivators. He became the person with the lowest cultivation level to become a titled cultivator. He knew that his cultivation level was too low, so after he appeared, he quickly went into closed-door cultivation on Mount Suzaku. The entire planet of Suzaku showed signs of the long-lost peace it once had. Far away from planet Suzaku, Lu Mei was flying in the void with a golden-purple light under her feet. Her expression was very ugly. Wang Lin. Lu Mei bit her lower lip hard as she moved through space like a bolt of lightning. If it wasn't for the fact that Master secretly gave me the 4th soul, I would have had no chance of survival against those 4 primary souls. A flash of golden-purple light appeared on Lu Mei's forehead. The image of a thin needle kept flashing. When we meet again, I won't be in such a sorry state. Wang Lin, you definitely won't be able to recognize me after the 1,000 illusion ruthless domain becomes the 10,000 illusion demon domain. Lu Mei's eyes became cold and her figure disappeared among the stars. Lu Mei wasn't the only one who left planet Suzaku. Right now there was another girl quickly moving through space. This girl was wearing a purple veil and her eyes were calm. She was Xianxia, planet Suzaku, country of Chu, Cloud Sky sect. Right now there was one person sitting inside the villa that Li Muin had lived in for a long time. This person was wearing a white robe and his black hair was casually scattered behind him. Although he looked normal, he gave off a mysterious aura that made it hard for people to forget about him. His eyes were calm and clear like a child's, but they also looked very profound, making it easy for people to lose themselves within them. At this moment, his expression was calm as he sat there and looked outside the window. On the open space outside lied a tiger lazily basking in the sun. It would occasionally open its eyes, let out a low growl, flip around, and lets its stomach bask in the sun too. Under the shade near the tiger was a woman sitting in the lotus position. This woman had a very pure appearance. Her naivety made her even more charming. She sat there as if she was cultivating. 2 strands of white gas were coming out from her nose and floating above her head. The man inside the villa was none other than Wang Lin. 1 year ago he left the Suzaku tomb and came back to Chu. Right after he returned, he immediately went into closed-door cultivation for a year. In 1 year of time, Wang Lin healed all the injuries he got in the Suzaku tomb and his cultivation level went up by a bit. Although he hadn't reached the mid-stage of soul transformation yet, his cultivation at the early stage of soul transformation was even more stable. 7 days ago, Suzaku Zhou Wutai invited him to his appointment ceremony, but Wang Lin rejected it. Zhou Wutai understood that Wang Lin would not stay, so he didn't force the subject. He promised that as long as he, Zhou Wutai, breathes, then Wang Lin's friends will live in peace. Wang Lin looked outside the window before withdrawing his gaze. He slapped the bag of holding and the celestial sword flew out and floated before him. The moment the celestial sword appeared, a half-moon blade flew out of the bag by itself. The blade circled the celestial sword as if it were very happy. Master, number 4 has already been tamed by me to be very obedient. Number 4, come and greet Master. Su Ligua's voice came from the celestial sword. Then black smoke floated out of the sword and took his form. He looked very proud. The half-moon blade shook and then a dark blue smoke came out from the blade and turned into the shape of a boy. The boy's figure was not distinct. After it appeared, it bowed toward Wang Lin as it sent out a divine sense message. Greeting! After seeing this blade, deep down Wang Lin couldn't help but admire Su Ligua. Back then, when he found Su Ligua, he didn't know what Su Ligua did, but he was getting along very well with the half-moon blade. When the half-moon blade saw that Su Ligua was going to leave, it quickly followed. All of this was outside Wang Lin's expectations. Although Wang Lin still couldn't control it or imprint his divine sense onto it. As soon as Su Ligua encountered danger, the half-moon blade would help. As a result, Su Ligua's pride shot up. If it wasn't for the fact that he was terrified of Wang Lin and Wang Lin held his life, Su Ligua would have already rebelled. Wang Lin knew that he wasn't a match for the half-moon blade. If he started fighting it, it would be a sticky situation. However, for some reason the half-moon blade really liked Su Ligua, so Wang Lin used Su Ligua to control it. During this year, Wang Lin had tried to study this half-moon blade. Just whose soul fragment was powerful enough to form this blade? But even until now, he still hadn't made any headway, and as time passed, Wang Lin no longer spent time on this matter. Master, I'm going to bring number 4 to stroll around. After he saw Wang Lin nod in approval, he immediately charged out the window. The half-moon blade quickly followed and released a series of blade hums. The sword and blade disappeared in the sky going who knows where. Wang Lin touched his bag of holding. He still had a lot of things to do before he leaves. A lot of treasures in his bag needed to be refined again. After all, this trip to planet Tianyun was shrouded in a fog. He had no idea what was going to happen this time. While he was thinking this, a very arrogant voice came from the void and entered Wang Lin's ear. Wang Lin, come and look at the matter you asked me to investigate. I'm outside of Phoenix City in a village named Mulberry. In the future, Don't bother me with these small matters. I'm enjoying my life as a king too much, so I don't have time for you. That's right. When you are about to leave, just tell me and we can leave together. Situ Nan's voice was filled with joy and then it disappeared. Wang Lin revealed a smile. When he met Situ Nan again after coming out of the Suzaka tomb, they were originally going to come back to Chu and leave together after dealing with some matters. However, halfway to Chu, Situ Nan saw a mortal palace and an urge to become a king appeared. No matter what, he wouldn't go to Chu with Wang Lin and rushed toward that palace instead. Wang Lin didn't know what method he used, but the next day, the king made Situ Nan a king equal to the real king. From that moment on, he lived a carefree life. However, he didn't forget about leaving the planet and told Wang Lin to tell him when he was ready to go. Wang Lin took a deep breath, stood up, opened the door, and walked out. The moment he came out, the girl under the shade opened her beautiful eyes. After seeing Wang Lin, she smiled, ended her cultivation, and happily said, "Uncle, what do you think of Ro Air's cultivation speed? I have already reached the second layer of qi condensation." This girl was Zhou Ru. 1 year ago, after Wang Lin arrived at Chu, he immediately summoned the pagoda and let Zhou Ru and Little White out. Wang Lin had left a lot of food inside the pagoda for Zhou Ru to eat. After Zhou Ru came out, she begged him to teach her how to cultivate. Wang Lin couldn't win against her, so he gave her the chant for qi condensation. Zhou Ru had become an adult in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin couldn't help but think of Li Muin when he looked Zhou Ru. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Zhou Ru walked up and gave Wang Lin a strange look. Zhou Ru's knowledge of Li Muin was wiped by Wang Lin, so she naturally wouldn't know anything about her. As for Little White, he would naturally not tell her anything about it. Touching a strand of Zhou Ru's hair, Wang Lin revealed a gentle gaze. This kind of gaze was rare from Wang Lin. Although he looked like he was the same age as Zhou Ru, this gentle gaze looked very natural. Wang Lin softly said, "Uncle is getting old. Looking at you made me think of someone I knew." Zhou Ru laughed. Her voice was like the sound of bells ringing in the gentle wind. She laughed and said, "Uncle, you aren't old at all. A new junior apprentice brother just asked me yesterday if you were my older brother." Wang Lin faintly smiled. This child spent all day yesterday cultivating, so there was no junior apprentice brother at all. She said that to comfort him. "Uncle has already cultivated for 600 years. How could I not be old?" Wang Lin let out a sigh. His eyes showed the passage of time. He had experienced far too much in 600 years. From a mortal no one knew, he reached the point he was at today step by step. At this moment, he was the person who decided who the next Suzaku would be. When he reflected on all of this, Wang Lin sometimes felt like it was all a dream. 600 years of cultivation allowed Wang Lin to see through a lot of time. Also, he had steeled his heart, making him even more exceptional. "Ru Air, do you still remember your parents?" Wang Lin looked at Zhou Ru. Zhou Ru's body trembled as she revealed a look of confusion. Shortly after, she lowered her head and said, "Only vague memories." Wang Lin looked at Zhou Ru with a hint of apology in his eyes. If it wasn't for him, she would be with her parents and would have had a warmth-filled childhood. Unlike now where she only had a tiger as a friend. "Ru Air, Uncle will take you home," said Wang Lin softly. With one wave of his sleeve, a cloud appeared under them and flew off into the distance with Zhou Ru on it. Little White quickly flipped over and no longer basked in the sun. He let out a roar, jumped into the sky, and quickly followed them. On the cloud, Zhou Ru bit her lower lip and softly asked, "Uncle, you found my parents?" "I found them." "Zhou Ru, remember that once you see your parents, you must be filial to them. Remember that filial love is the first love people have. If you can't be filial, then you can't be considered a person," said Wang Lin. It was as if his parents' figures had appeared before his eyes. Zhou Ru nodded. Then she looked at Wang Lin with a bit of hesitation and said, "Uncle, didn't you say you were going to bring me when you leave planet Suzaku?" Wang Lin looked at Zhou Ru and sighed. "Ru Air, our fate ends here." "Uncle." Zhou Ru's body started trembling. Her expression greatly changed. Her eyes turned red, and tears began to fill her eyes. "Don't say any more," said Wang Lin with a heavy tone. With one step, the cloud under them flew even faster. Little White let out a roar behind them and continued to fly. He secretly thought, although this tiger grandfather can't run as fast you're dreaming if you think you can get rid of me that easily. Even if I cough up blood, I'll still catch up. Planet Suzaku, outside of Phoenix City in Chu, in Immortal Village. It was a morning in spring. There was smoke coming out from the various houses and there were sounds of dogs barking along with children playing. The fifth house to the east of the village was a humble house. A slightly older woman was squatting in the kitchen, lighting the stove to prepare to cook. Her figure was slightly bent and filled with age. Smoke came from the firewood, causing her to cough, so she quickly picked up the bamboo fan. After fanning it a bit, the smoke finally scattered. "Ru's mom." A voice called to her from the room next to the kitchen. The woman put down the fan and wiped her hand on her dress. She quickly left the kitchen and arrived at the room where the voice came from. After opening the door and entering the room, she saw an old man sitting on the bed. His eyes were sunken in and deep wrinkles covered his face. The man's entire body was just skin and bones and his eyes had no light in them. The woman arrived next to the bed. Then she looked at the man and tears came out of her eyes. "Husband, what do you want to eat?" The man raised his right hand and the woman quickly helped him sit up. "Ru's mom, I had a dream yesterday that our daughter returned home." A hint of brightness appeared in the man's dim eyes. "Our daughter will return home soon." The woman's tears started pouring out. "Yes, she will return home soon," she said. "I regretted my decision back then. I shouldn't have let that Taoist take her away. In a flash, 20 years have passed and I have no idea how she is." The man looked even older. The woman wiped away her tears and whispered, "Don't worry, our daughter has good fortune. She is definitely safe. These two are Zhou Ru's parents. During the Forsaken Immortal Clan's invasion, they were forced to move here to get away from the war. However, these two elders have always thought of Zhou Ru. Zhou Ru being taken away by that Taoist has always been a thorn in their hearts. The years of longing made this thorn even longer and stronger, making the pain even worse. Zhou Ru's father has always regretted this. After he got sick, he never got better and became thinner and thinner by the day. All of the household's burdens fell on Zhou Ru's mother. A housewife had to support the entire family. However, in her dreams, tears filled her eyes and she still called Zhou Ru's name. "Our daughter will come home. Husband, you had a dream yesterday about her returning. Your dream will definitely come true." The woman wiped away her tears. "Ah." Zhou Ru's father let out a deep sigh and was about to say something when his eyes locked onto the door. It was as if his entire person was frozen and couldn't move a muscle. The woman was startled as she turned around to see where her husband was looking at. When her gaze reached the door, her entire body began to tremble. She saw a girl standing at the door. This girl was very charming and had long, flowing black hair. Her appearance was a bit similar to the couple's vague memories of Zhou Ru. The woman hesitantly whispered, "You, mother." Tears suddenly fell from the girl's eyes as she arrived next to the woman and began to cry. "Ru'er. It really is Ru'er. Husband. She really came back." The woman became so excited that tears streamed down her cheeks. The woman hugged the girl and began to cry. Zhou Ru's father seemed to be suddenly filled with unimaginable power. He sat up by himself. He looked at Zhou Ru as tears flowed down his cheeks and said, "God have mercy on us. God have mercy on us. My daughter has returned home." Outside the house, Wang Lin sighed. He was filled with regret toward these two. He pointed with his right hand and a ray of spiritual energy quietly entered each of Zhou Ru's parents. Zhou Ru's father's body completely recovered and was filled with vitality. Zhou Ru's mother was the same. "Ru'er, uncle is leaving." After pondering a bit, Wang Lin left. He appeared ever so bleak and lonely. Inside the house, Zhou Ru seemed to feel something. Then she looked out the window and saw the bleak and lonely figure. "Uncle, will Ru'er have a chance to see you again in this life?" thought Zhou. The sorrow in her heart deepened. In her heart, Wang Lin was more important than her parents. After all, she had been with Wang Lin ever since she was little. Uncle, I'll continue to cultivate until I can leave planet Suzaku. When I can leave, I'll come find you. By then, little Ru air will no longer be dragging you down. Wang Lin left. Little White let out a few growls outside of Zhou Ru's house. His big eyes looked into Zhou Ru's house and filled with reluctance. Shortly after, he let out a loud roar before jumping into the sky and disappearing in a ray of white light. This roar shocked all of the villagers in the village, but when they came out, they found nothing. However, all of the livestock in the village didn't dare to leave their pens for a month. Every night, their bodies trembled violently as if they were traumatized. Country of Chu. Wang Lin's body appeared outside the Cloud Sky sect. Tai Yen, come out to see me. Wang Lin's voice echoed across the Cloud Sky sect. A ray of light quickly flew out from the Cloud Sky sect. The light stopped 10 feet before Wang Lin, revealing an old man. This person was Tai Yen. Yen had reached the Soul Formation and the country of Chu had become a rank 4 cultivation country. Tai Yen is here. Tai Yen clasped his hands and respectfully stood there. His heart was filled with respect toward Wang Lin. On planet Suzaku, Wang Lin's name was a legend. Wang Lin, also known as Xianxia, chopped Red Butterfly's arm, killed Qianfeng, surprised Lu Mei, forced Xianxia to retreat, and with one word made Zhou Wutai the 15th Suzaku. All of this spread to every cultivator across planet Suzaku. Almost no one didn't know of these stories. In Tai Yan's heart, Wang Lin was the heavens and his words were the heavens' law that no one could resist. Wang Lin waved his right hand and a bag of holding flew out and landed in Tai Yan's hand. If Zhou Ru can cultivate to the nascent soul stage on her own, give this to her. If she can't, then forget about it. There is a seal by me on it. This seal is very simple. All you need to do is carefully study it, and you will be able to break it one day. Wang Lin's voice was extremely plain. Tai Yen was startled, and then he quickly said, Tai Yen doesn't dare. This is your gift to Zhou Ru. Even if I were to die, I wouldn't dare to break it open. Wang Lin looked at Tai Yen and nodded. You better not lust after it, or else you will have to suffer the consequences. Remember this well. Tai Yan's heart shook and he memorized it in his heart. He wouldn't dare to disregard Wang Lin's words, to not believe Wang Lin's words. This feeling followed him even to his death. Wang Lin took a good look around before letting out a sigh. Then his body turned into a cloud of green smoke and was scattered by the wind. Tai Yen was completely soaked in sweat. He carefully put the bag of holding away and returned to the Cloud Sky sect. On the extreme northern part of planet Suzaku where the country of Shueyu used to be, and where the icy wind could chill one to the bones. No one knew when, but a field of roses had grown here. However, the roses weren't red but white. Fields of white roses had grown in this cold place and their fragrance filled the area. On the eastern part of the area, there was an icy valley, and inside the valley a single blue rose was growing. It grew facing the cold wind and its branches were like ice. It was like a proud maiden proudly standing there, creating its own charm. On this day, a person entered the valley. This person was wearing white robes and looked every calm. At the moment the person entered, the blue rose seemed to have noticed and released a fragrance. The valley was suddenly filled with the fragrance of the blue rose. It was as if there was a maiden dancing in the valley, giving people a very mysterious feeling. The white-robed young man stood silently behind the blue rose. He looked at it for a very long time before squatting down and gently plucking it. Then he turned around and left. As the young man left, the white roses all began to wilt and die. It was as if they had only grown to accompany that blue rose. When the blue rose was taken away, they lost their reason for living, so they could only scatter. Country of Zhao, foot of the Hangyu Mountain, the Wang family's ancestral home. On this day, a young man wearing a snow-white robe silently appeared in the temple of the ancestral home. He quietly looked at the row of tablets before locking his gaze on the two at the top. The young man quietly stared at them for a very long time and never moved. This lasted for 1 day and 1 night. On the morning of the second day, a servant came to close the room. When the servant caught sight of the young man in the snow-white robe, he was about to call for help, but his body suddenly softened and fell on the ground. The young man silently looked at the tablets. His eyes filled with remembrance. He stood there for 3 days and 3 nights. Each day, the remembrance in his eyes deepened, and 2 streams of tears fell from his cheeks. After 3 days, the young man finally moved. He slowly kneeled on the ground and kowtowed. "Father, mother, your son is going to leave," muttered the young man. Then he stood up and walked out of the temple. Right now there were a lot of people standing outside the temple. There were men and women, old and young, among the people outside. They were all wearing luxurious clothes and all looked like they were blessed. There were even some cultivators among them. Even though their cultivation levels weren't high, they looked very heroic. The person in front was Wang Zhua. 1 day ago, Wang Zhua felt something call for him, so he came here. When he arrived at the temple, he felt Wang Lin's presence. He knew that Wang Lin was not hiding his presence, and that the call he felt was also from Wang Lin. That was why he came, and also why he called all of the Wang family here. No matter what they were doing, he made them stop and had cultivators bring them here. At the moment Wang Lin walked out, Wang Zhua shouted, "All Wang family members kneel." The more than 100 Wang family descendants outside the temple all kneeled. No matter what their identity was, no matter what status they enjoyed among mortals, they were kneeling before their founding ancestor right now. The Wang family's founding ancestor from 600 years ago. It was the descendants' filial duty to kneel toward their ancestor. Also, this ancestor was a very famous person all over planet Suzaku. The Wang family was one of the very few families on planet Suzaku where even if cultivators met them, they would have to be very respectful. All of this was because the Wang family produced Wang Lin. Wang Zhua looked at Wang Lin and said, with a heavy tone, "Wang Lin, I brought all the Wang family descendants to send you off." Wang Lin looked at the unfamiliar faces that contained his family's bloodline and said, "All of you, rise." The entire Wang family stood up and respectfully looked at Wang Lin. "After I leave, I will leave the Wang family to you," whispered Wang Lin as he looked at Wang Zhua. Wang Zhua pondered a bit. After a while, he let out a sigh and said, "In an instant 600 years have passed. Wang Lin, you be careful. As for the matters at home, I'll take care of them." Wang Lin turned around and took another good look at the temple. He took 1 step and then disappeared without a trace. The ancestral home was completely silent. All of the Wang family members kowtowed once more. "Good travels, ancestor." A wave of respectful send-offs came from the Wang family members. Scenes from the past played in Wang Zhua's mind as he looked at the sky. He followed his father to the village where Wang Lin lived. He saw a youth next to second uncle greeting everyone with a smile. The smile on the youth's smiling face continued to expand in Wang Zhua's mind until it was the only thing left. Wang Lin. 2 streams of tears fell from Wang Zhua's old eyes. Eastern part of planet Suzaku. Wang Lin was flying across a wasteland on top of the mosquito. The sound of the mosquito breaking the sound barrier could be heard as it rushed forward. His eyes were bright like a torch as he looked around. Shortly after, his expression changed. The mosquito quickly understood Wang Lin's intentions. It let out a roar and quickly landed on the plain below. Wang Lin took a step and landed on the ground. The mosquito stood there and cautiously observed its surroundings. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding. A ray of green light shot out and turned into the thunder toad. After the thunder toad came out, it let out a thunderous roar, causing the mosquito to respond. Then the mosquito began to mess with the toad and the two began to play with each other. Wang Lin opened his bag of holding and his divine sense spread out inside it. He chose this place because it was remote. He decided to organize and refine the treasures he had inside his bag before leaving. First was the celestial sword and the half-moon blade. He only took 1 look at them and then moved on. As for the axe, he wasn't going to refine it because he was going to give it to his original body. As for the 4 sword sheaths, Wang Lin still didn't understand them. He felt regretful that he still didn't understand their mysteries even at this point, where he was about to leave planet Suzaku. He waved his right hand and the 4 sword sheaths started floating before him. Then he spat out some origin spiritual energy and quickly surrounded the 4 sword sheaths. He began to refine them. Time slowly passed. 3 days later, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The connection between him and the 4 sword sheaths was even stronger now. He waved his right hand and put the sword sheaths away. This time Wang Lin took out the soul lasher. There was a trace of divine sense on this whip that Wang Lin couldn't break with his current cultivation, but he still had a way of dealing with it. With a thought, the pagoda containing Zhou Yi's domain flew out. It landed on the ground and an ascendant-level domain immediately spread out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then his hand formed a seal, pointed at the soul lasher, and sent out a seal. The whip immediately started shaking and a white aura spread out from it. This white aura was extremely tyrannical and immediately shattered Wang Lin's seal. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he willed Zhou Yi's domain to quickly gather around the soul lasher. Soon, a mass of green light surrounded the soul lasher and the white aura around it. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he pointed at his forehead and his origin soul flew out. He flew at the soul lasher and began to refine it. This process lasted 7 days. 7 days later, with Zhou Yi's domain and Wang Lin's origin soul, the divine sense in the soul lasher was finally destroyed. With it gone, Wang Lin left his own divine sense on the soul lasher with his origin soul. When he looked at the soul lasher, he could feel the connection he had with it. It was as if they were one. There were many layers of restrictions inside the soul lasher, just like how the straw hat was constructed with layers of restrictions. However, there was more than one straw hat, making it worth much less than the soul lasher. Aside from hiding one's appearance, Wang Lin was also able to learn a bit from the jade Xianxia gave him. The most useful thing about the straw hat was that he would learn more restrictions from studying it and thus increase the power of his restriction flag. Wang Lin's current goal for the restriction flag was 9,999 sets of restrictions. In order to reach this goal, he would have to learn that many restrictions. As for the soul lasher, Wang Lin was confident that it was not a pseudo-celestial treasure. Although he could use celestial spiritual energy on it, it was somehow much weaker than when using spiritual energy. This point made Wang Lin very confused. He later found out that he didn't even have to use spiritual energy. As long as he used it, it would produce its own mysterious force. As a result, this item suddenly became mysterious in Wang Lin's eyes. This soul lasher belonged to Chu Yunfei, but he was forced to quickly leave the planet. Although Chu Yunfei knew that the soul lasher was mysterious, it became a burden to him. The soul lasher was in Qian Feng's hands, and Qian Feng was Zhu Kezi's disciple. He was afraid that it would cause too much of a commotion, so he abandoned it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He felt that there was something strange about this whip. After pondering a bit, he put it away. He waved his right hand and one more item appeared. The scroll. While staring at the scroll, Wang Lin pondered a bit and then put it away. Among all of his treasures, this was the most mysterious treasure he had other than the heaven-defying bead, although the soul lasher was just added to this list as well. Wang Lin raised his head to look at the sky and revealed a ponderous expression. He then touched the bag of holding and a war chariot filled with spikes came out, landing on the ground. The moment this chariot appeared, all of the surrounding sand was blown away as if it were afraid of getting close. The spikes on the chariot emitted a cold gleam, causing anyone who looked at it to feel fear. As Wang Lin stared at the chariot, he slapped his bag of holding and took out the beast trap. After giving Situ Nan one of the war chariots, Wang Lin still had 2 left. He knew that he couldn't handle the larger of the 2, or else he would definitely be injured by the backlash. However, Wang Lin was confident in controlling the second war chariot with the beast trap. Half a month later, Wang Lin left the plane. During this half a month, roars from a beast constantly echoed across the plain. These roars shook the high heavens. Even some people from the forsaken Immortal clan felt the angry roars from the battle spirit that wouldn't bow to anyone. Wang Lin sat on the mosquito beast and quickly flew into the distance. His face was pale and he was holding a celestial jade in his hand. Shortly after, the jade turned to dust and disappeared. The moment the celestial jade disappeared, another one appeared in his hand, and he continued to absorb celestial spiritual energy. The power of the spirit beast on the war chariot was outside of Wang Lin's expectations. This beast's unyielding nature was even more powerful than the previous ones. This was from the pride of never bowing to anything. In the end, Wang Lin poured all his effort into trapping the spirit beast inside the beast trap. However, this resulted in a crack appearing on the beast trap. After restricting this unyielding beast, the spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body was drained in an instant. He would have died from it had he not been prepared ahead of time. Wang Lin opened his eyes, touched the beast trap on his wrist, and revealed a look of worry. This will be a powerful treasure. Unfortunately, there are only 3 primary souls left in the soul flag. If I had more, it would be able to stall for time while the war chariot activates. The activation still takes a long time. With my current treasures, I have nothing to fear when facing mid-stage soul transformation cultivators. Against average late-stage soul transformation cultivators, as long as I have time to activate the war chariot, I'll also have the ability to put up a fight. However, against those that have a celestial treasure or are half a step into the ascendant stage, I'll likely lose. As for ascendant cultivators, I have no way of winning. I'm still too weak, and planet Tianyun has far more resources than planet Suzaku. There must be even more powerful cultivators there, so I must be very careful when I'm there. Unfortunately, the heaven-defying bead is still missing the metal element. When I killed Qianfeng, I managed to catch Red Butterfly's metal elemental body, but it only gave the heaven-defying of the needed metal element. Wang Lin let out a sigh and flew off into the distance. He was heading toward where Situ Nan was living his life as a king. In the rank 4 cultivation country of Zhou, in the palace of the mortal capital, Situ Nan's voice could be heard from within. Haha, service this lord well. If this lord enjoys himself, I'll give you darlings these pills that will keep your skin as smooth and white as it is now for 20 to 30 years. Voices like birds chirping continued to come out from the palace. There were also song-like voices mixed within. All of it was very enchanting. Late at night, the moon was shining brightly in the sky. A fierce figure was flying slowly through the air. The fierce figure was a vicious beast, and that beast was shaped like a mosquito countless times larger than a normal one. On the back of the mosquito stood one person. This person had a head of long hair that flowed elegantly in the air. He had his hands behind his back while standing on the back of the mosquito. His clothes made him look like a very upstanding person. This person was Wang Lin. The mosquito slowly closed in on a city below it. This was where the mortal capital city of the country of Zhou was located. The city was filled with tall buildings, and there was a river running through its center going from north to south. There were many boats on this river, and although it was 3 a.m., there were lights coming from inside the boats as well as the laughter of women, making this place look even more luxurious. Wang Lin looked at those boats and ordered the mosquito to fly down. The mosquito silently flew above the river like a god passing by. On one of the boats, a rich man who was drunk stuck his head out to get some fresh air when he saw the shadow of the mosquito beast. In an instant, all of the alcohol in his system disappeared due to shock. Took a long time for him to recover. He thought that he had drank too much and was hallucinating. On the east side of the city, there was a very fancy palace where the song of joyous laughter and festivity could be heard. From the back of the mosquito, Wang Lin said, "Situ, it is time to go." Shortly after, all of noise stopped. There was no song coming from the palace anymore. It was as if everyone just froze. A young boy wearing a purple robe walked out. He revealed a look of regret and sighed. This old man hasn't enjoyed himself enough yet. Cultivate, what dogfart is there to cultivate? My life as a king is still better. I can do whatever I want and no one dares to offend me. Wang Lin raised his head, looked at the moon in the sky, and slowly said, "We should be leaving." Wait a moment. The little king of this country has been pretty good to me, so let me reward him. With that, Situ Nan disappeared. Half an hour later, Situ Nan's figure suddenly appeared next to Wang Lin and laughed. Let us go. Time to leave planet Suzaku. He then stepped onto the mosquito beast's back. The mosquito beast was already afraid of him, so it let out a cry. It then rushed into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The mosquito flew faster and faster until it reached the end of the first layer of the planet's atmosphere. Once one goes past the atmosphere, they can leave planet Suzaku. When they arrived at a certain altitude, Wang Lin put the mosquito away. Then he moved like a meteor through the atmosphere. Situ Nan was even faster, so he pulled ahead of Wang Lin. The power of the atmosphere pressed down upon them, creating a powerful resistance force like a giant mountain weighing down on them. Situ Nan laughed and shouted, "Scatter for this old man!" With one roar, the atmosphere seemed to be torn apart by a pair of giant hands. The layers of the atmosphere were pushed aside, creating a tunnel. The atmosphere was normally invisible and one could only feel it with their own body. However, right now a ripple was spreading through the atmosphere and all the way around the entire planet. At this moment, whether they were mortals or cultivators, everyone raised their heads. From their points of view, the sky suddenly became very colorful as rainbow-colored light shined down on them. Zhou Wutai was standing at the peak of Mount Suzaku, revealing a look of regret. Behind him stood several people. These were the newly appointed messengers of Mount Suzaku. They were in charge of delivering Zhou Wutai's every order. Zhou Wutai muttered to himself, "Brother Wang, may your trip be smooth." Scenes of his time with Wang Lin flashed through his mind. From when they met because of a little prince of the mortal world, to when the four-sect alliance was destroyed, to Wang Lin refusing the title of Suzaku and giving it to him. Zhou Wutai recalled all of it and entered a dreamlike state. Time flies, things are ever-changing. It has always been like this. All of the Wang family members in Zhao raised their heads to look at the sky. Wang Zhuo looked at the sky and let out a sigh. Beside him was a very handsome 14 or 15-year-old teenage boy. He turned to Wang Zhuo and asked, "Ancestor Grandpa, is that the other Ancestor Grandpa in the sky?" Wang Zhuo rubbed the boy's head and said, "Yes. He is the person I respect the most in my life, my younger brother." In the jungle beside the valley in Chu, a very large and fierce tiger had just pounced on a boar and easily killed it with one bite. He threw the boar behind him toward the 7 or 8 female tigers that were following him. The tiger was about to let out a roar when he suddenly looked into the sky and stood there motionless. He finally left. Every time this tiger sees him, my heart feels cold. After a while, the tiger let out a roar filled with joy. He turned around and led the female tigers behind him into the jungle for the next prey. Little White was still waiting for Zhou Ru's call. To this day, he still had a feeling that Zhou Ru would come to take him away. Country of Chu, Phoenix Village. Zhou Ru's parents were talking with Zhou Ru in their yard. They had joyous expressions on their faces. The three of them were talking about something when Zhou Ru suddenly raised her head and looked toward the sky. "Uncle?" Zhou Ru stared at the sky. At this moment, she could feel that Uncle was moving farther and farther away from her. This distance was increasing and seemed like it would continue increasing forever. Planet Suzaku, where the forsaken Immortal clan settled down. Xianxia was sitting by himself on a tall mountain looking at the sky. His face looked very old, even older than before. He sustained heavy injuries in the Suzaku tomb, and even after a year of healing, he only recovered little. He also felt his lifespan coming to an end, causing him to feel a burst of fatigue. The lifespan of forsaken Immortal clan members was a bit longer than cultivators, or else with Xianxia's cultivation, he would have died years ago. The younger generation will surpass us in no time. After a long time, he let out a sigh. In the area of the forsaken Immortal clan, 5,000 kilometers away from Xianxia, a young man covered in flashing golden tattoos looked into the sky and revealed a look of melancholy. "Brother Wang, do you still remember me?" This person was the junior master of the forsaken Immortal clan. There was a story behind him. In the Suzaku tomb, he didn't make it to the battle for the Cultivation planet crystal, but he didn't lose his life. "Brother Wang, I'm going to leave planet Suzaku too. I hope we have a chance to meet once more in the future." At this moment, all of the cultivators on planet Suzaku felt the fluctuation in the sky. Under their gazes, Wang Lin and Situ Nen broke through the atmosphere and stepped into space. On planet Suzaku, the ancestor of the giant demon clan trapped under the corpse sect was still calling for help. In the land of the ancient god, Tuasen's mad laughter still echoed. The day when he will regain his freedom was not far. In the Sea of the Devils, the rumor of the kill order still echoed among the demonic cultivators, never to die out. A legend, a cultivator called Wang Lin left his mark all over planet Suzaku. In the vast space outside of planet Suzaku, a ray of light quickly moved through the empty void. At the front end of the ray of light was a giant compass. Although it was missing a piece, it was still moving very fast. Wang Lin was sitting at the center while Situ Nan was sitting on the side. Wang Lin, we are going the same way now. Once we reach the trade planet and I buy a few things, we will part ways. Situ Nan's voice was a bit depressed. Wang Lin pondered a bit before slowly saying, "There will be a day when we meet again. Didn't you want to go become a king on planet Fengluan?" After hearing the word king, Situ Nan immediately laughed. "That is correct. That is my goal." Wang Lin faintly smiled. Then he turned his focus to the star compass and followed the star map Situ Nan gave him. They turned left toward the endless void of space. Wang Lin said, "The last time you went to that trade planet was tens of thousands of years ago. I wonder if it is still there." Situ Nan pondered a bit and said, "It should be still there. It's a free trade planet and has already existed for a very long time. Unless there was some heavenly change, it shouldn't have disappeared. There are countless treasures and materials there. Everyone that goes there is normally from the surrounding cultivation planets. I went there with Yi Wuyo once and traded for quite a few treasures." Wang Lin nodded. One of the reasons for going to the trade planet was to send Situ Nan off. Situ Nan planned to get some tools he needed to travel long distances through space. The second reason was Wang Lin wanted to see if there were any materials to fix his star compass. After all, his star compass was only an imitation and was still missing some materials. With the materials, Wang Lin could refine the star compass and complete it. As a result, not only would the star compass be even faster, it would obtain the ability to attack. After flying for several days, a small planet appeared in the distance. This wasn't the trade planet Situ Nan spoke of, but planet Suzaku's moon. The original body has been here cultivating this entire time. When the star compass got close to the moon, the original body that was deep within the moon threw a punch. Cracks that looked like terrifying dragons extended from underground all the way to the surface. A series of cracking sounds followed by a loud boom came from a basin on the moon. At the same time, a black figure flew out from the basin. This figure had a head full of red hair that moved without any wind and a sharp face that gave off a hardened aura. There were 3 stars slowly spinning on the figure's forehead, and it had a pair of cold eyes that were black like the eternal night, giving off a freezing chill. There were countless cracks on his bronze-colored body, making his skin look very rough, but it was this rough skin that gave his body a desolate aura. At this moment, the original body was like a primordial beast giving off a monstrous aura. "Eh?" Situ Nan was shocked. Even though he had heard about Wang Lin's original body from Wang Lin, he couldn't help but feel his heart shake, even with his vast experience as a cultivator. "Good." Situ Nan's eyes lit up brightly. The cold eyes of the original body became a bit warmer after seeing Situ Nan. The original body nodded and then landed on the star compass. Situ Nan looked at the original body and then at Wang Lin. He nodded and said, "Good, even with my cultivation, it is hard to tell that the two of you belong together as one. I believe that once you two fuse, your cultivation will increase by a level." Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "After fusing with my original body, my cultivation will reach the peak of the mid-stage of soul transformation." The original body fused with Wang Lin, causing his body to lightly tremble. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of coldness as he clenched his fist and said, "This feeling is very good." After fusing with the original body, the star compass didn't make any more stops and flew toward the trade planet Situ Nan spoke of. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed. During this month, Wang Lin and Situ Nan didn't sit idly. Situ Nan taught Wang Lin some spells he knew, and they spent the rest of the time sparring with each other. At first Situ Nan would suppress his cultivation to match Wang Lin's. They fought at the same cultivation level, without any treasures and only using spells. This exposed Wang Lin's weakness. Situ Nan had an endless stream of various spells that he had mastered over the years, so he was very powerful even without any magical treasures. Because of his original body, Wang Lin didn't lose but was in a very sorry state. Under Situ Nan's teaching, Wang Lin slowly relearned a lot of spells he hadn't used in a long time, and along with the new spells Situ Nan taught him, Wang Lin was able to put up a decent fight. Then Situ Nan increased his cultivation level to the late stage of soul transformation. Wang Lin was naturally no match when no magical treasures were used, but Situ Nan said, "You have too little combat experience with late-stage soul transformation and ascendant cultivators. That is why you can't make accurate decisions when you fight them. That is why you must use your time with me to experience the power of powerful cultivators and hone your combat experience." After Wang Lin heard this, he seemed to have gained some insight. His movements slowly became more astute and more clever. In the end, Situ Nan increased his cultivation level to the early stage of Ascendant. A cultivator of this level could easily kill Wang Lin. So Situ Nan's requirement was for Wang Lin to focus on evading and escaping. This kind of training was very cruel. It was a good thing Wang Lin had fused with his original body. If he didn't have the body of a 3-star ancient god, he would have been seriously injured multiple times. Situ Nan also saw this, and that was why he steeled his heart to train Wang Lin. Although 1 month of time was short, Wang Lin's gains were not shallow. On this day, a blue cultivation planet appeared before Wang Lin. A ring of light surrounded the planet and gave off a gentle glow. Situ Nan's eyes lit up as he stared at the blue cultivation planet. His powerful divine sense swept forth and extended to the surface of the planet. After a short while, he withdrew his divine sense and proudly said, "It is the same as when I was here last time. There has been no change at all since I was last here. The only difference is that now there is no one with a higher cultivation level than me here. Haha, then I'm gonna steal what I need. I came here to steal anyways." Wang Lin bitterly smiled. The star compass left a trail of light as he flew toward the cultivation planet. The gentle light didn't try to block them at all. When they got close, the light moved apart, opening a passage. The star compass broke through the atmosphere and entered the cultivation planet. Just at this moment, 3 rays of light quickly flew toward them. Situ Nan looked at the 3 rays of light and shouted, "Scram for this old man!" The 3 rays suddenly stopped. After pondering for a bit, they turned around and left. Situ Nan laughed out loud. Then he jumped off the star compass, flew toward the surface and said, "Wang Lin, this old man is going to go steal stuff. You can casually look around for a bit. I'll come find you 3 days from now." The moment the voice entered Wang Lin's ears, Situ Nan's figure had already disappeared from Wang Lin's sight. After putting away the star compass, Wang Lin took 1 step, turned into a cloud of green smoke, and quickly flew away. This cultivation planet was covered mostly by an ocean. Waves of the ocean smell hit Wang Lin's face as he descended. The dark blue ocean was very rough. Wang Lin was pounded by the ocean breeze as he flew toward the continent. His divine sense spread out and he could feel the movement of every blade of grass within 5,000 kilometers. The continent in the distance became closer and closer until he finally landed. With his divine sense, he saw a giant city that looked like a vicious beast resting. Mingmei City was one of the largest cities on this planet. There were no mortals in this city, only cultivators. There were countless shops covering the entire city. There was also a giant open-air plaza on the west side of the city. In this plaza, cultivators from other planets could rent a stall with spirit stones to sell treasures, trade treasures, or exchange for spirit stones and celestial jades. There were countless cultivators moving between the numerous shops. The plaza on the west side of the city was extremely crowded. The northern side of the city was not so crowded, but this was also where the most expensive shops were located. There were only 9 stores on the northern side. Each of them looked like pavilions from the celestial realm, and all the shopkeepers had high cultivation levels. This was especially true for Ninth Shop, which was called the #1 store in Mingmei City. At this moment, a green-robed young man entered from the eastern gate. He was standing up straight, and his long hair flowed behind him, making him appear very elegant. This person was Wang Lin. After paying spirit stones to enter the city, his gaze swept past the stores one by one. Wang Lin's goal was very clear. He needed 2 materials to repair the star compass. These 2 materials were very rare and wouldn't be found in normal shops. As Wang Lin walked forward, he looked at all the shops he passed by. Sometimes he would pause for a bit before moving on. When he arrived at the 7th shop, Wang Lin turned around and saw a small young man not far from him. This young had been secretly following Wang Lin ever since he entered the city. After seeing Wang Lin look over, the young man didn't panic at all but instead smiled. He quickly walked up to Wang Lin and clasped his hands. I presume this is the first time Senior has come to Mingmei City. This person's cultivation level was late-stage nascent soul, not yet at the soul formation stage. Wang Lin plainly asked, "What do you want?" The smile on the young man's face didn't change, but his heart was very nervous. When Wang Lin first entered the city, he instantly was able to see that it was Wang Lin's first time entering this city. It has to be said that most people who were here before would enter from the west gate because it was closer to the free market in the plaza. A lot of things that couldn't be found at the shops could be found there, and the prices would be a bit lower. The only downside was that it would be difficult to tell whether an item was real or fake, unlike in the stores which would not sell fake items. Shopping in the plaza depended on the buyer's ability to tell items apart. As for people who entered from the east gate, it was either their first time entering the city or they were a big customer. The young man quickly said, "Senior, Junior is Li Danan. I grew up in Mingmei City. If Senior is willing, Junior can guide Senior to help avoid a lot of trouble. It would only cost you 10 high-quality spirit stones." Wang Lin looked at the young man, pondered a bit, and nodded. 10 high-quality spirit stones was a bit pricey. With this much, one could buy some low-quality treasures and pills. However, just before Wang Lin went to the Suzaka tomb, he stole a lot of spirit stone from the Forsaken Immortal clan, so he was very rich right now. Li Danan immediately revealed a respectful expression and asked, "Senior, are you looking for magical treasures, celestial jades, or materials, or some kind of runes or spells?" Wang Lin calmly said, "I want Voidwood Stone. Have you heard of it?" Voidwood Stone? Li Danan revealed a pondering expression before his eyes lit up, and he said, "Is it the Voidwood Stone that has wood element but grows like stone and only grows 1 inch every 1,000 years? Wang Lin was very shocked that this person knew about the Voidwood Stone. This showed that this person did know quite a bit. The Voidwood Stone was one of the materials from 2C's memories for making an ancient god star compass. The ancient god clan members normally didn't need something like the star compass because they could fly through space with their bodies. Only a few special places or low-level ancient gods would need such an item. However, the star compass of the ancient gods is a bit different from the ones from the Cultivation Alliance. It requires some special materials and special methods to refine. However, once completed, it is several times faster and more powerful than the existing star compasses. Wang Lin plainly said, "That is correct. That is what I'm looking for. Is there any store that sells it?" Seeing that the young man knew about the Voidwood Stone, the 10 high-quality spirit stones were not wasted. Li Danan revealed a difficult expression. He hesitated a bit and said, "Senior, I have only heard this from others. There is someone selling it at the free market, but the price is really high. Aside from making flying objects a bit faster, this item has no other use, so no one has bought it at all." Later, the seller left it at a stall of a friend. "If Senior wants it, I can lead the way. However, it is very expensive. If Senior needs materials, won't it be better to get something else?" Wang Lin calmly said, "I have my uses for it. Lead the way." Li Danan didn't say more and led Wang Lin directly to the west side's free market. The free market on the west side was very large and was filled with the sounds of haggling. Li Danan was definitely someone who was born here. He led Wang Lin to the stall very quickly. The ground was covered in stalls set up by cultivators. There were magical treasures, magical instruments, pills, spells, and anything else you could want. There were even some that were selling ancient treasures with strange shapes. These attracted the attention of a lot of cultivators. As they walked, Li Danan explained to Wang Lin the rules of the free market. Li Danan was no longer as nervous, so he even made some jokes as he quickly explained how the free market worked to Wang Lin. "Senior, look at that bald cultivator. He comes here every few years and sells some rare things every time. Senior, that person wearing the black and white Taoist robe hasn't been here for long, but everything he sells is fake and he has cheated quite a few people. A few days ago, I saw a person hunting him, so I didn't expect to see him here again. The person who hunted him either failed or died." Wang Lin looked at each person that Li Danan pointed out. After a short while, they arrived at a large stall. Li Danan clasped his hands and said, "Senior, Zhang, do you still remember me?" The owner of the stall was a red-faced man. He looked at Li Danan and smiled. "Little brat, which treasure of mine has caught your attention?" As the old man spoke, his gaze casually swept toward Wang Lin. But then his eyes immediately froze and his pupils shrank. With his cultivation, he was able to tell at a glance that Wang Lin was not simple. He immediately became respectful and said, "Senior, Junior is Zhang Hualin. I wonder what Senior is looking for." Wang Lin looked at the red-faced old man and said, "Void with stone." The red-faced old man was startled and said, "This item's price is not low, and Junior is selling it for someone else. That person said that it cannot be traded. It can only be sold for 5 top-quality spirit stones." Li Danan bitterly smiled and said, 5 top-quality spirit stones. It is a heavenly price. Aside from rank 7 cultivation countries, top-quality spirit stones are too rare, and there are better materials that don't cost this much in rank 7 cultivation countries. The red-faced old man sighed. "This price is really too high, but this friend of mine is too stubborn. Senior, what do you think?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and said, "Let me see it." The red-faced old man hesitated a bit and then slapped his bag of holding. A blue stone the size of his palm appeared in his hand. There were branch-like veins on the stone as if there was a plant growing inside. There was a thin layer of light that surrounded the stone. This was a spell that one must learn in order to do business here. This spell was called the trap seal. It would prevent people from taking things by force. Unless the buyer was one whole level above the seller, it would take 10 breaths of time to break it. These 10 breaths of time were critical because it would allow the seller to put the item away. Wang Lin waved his hand. The stone immediately flew out of the old man's hand and into Wang Lin's. The light seemed to have no effect at all and broke after the void with stone left the old man's hand. The old man's expression changed and he sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought that he had overestimated this young man's cultivation, but it seemed he had actually underestimated it. This young man had to at least be at the soul transformation stage. Wang Lin examined the void with stone. After confirming it was the right item, he waved his hand and put it away inside his bag of holding. "Senior." The red-faced old man's expression was ugly. But before he could finish speaking, 5 milky white spirit stones appeared before him. The red-faced old man was able to tell at a glance that the 5 milky white spirit stones were top-quality spirit stones. He quickly put them away and carefully looked around. After seeing that not many people had noticed them, he let out a breath of relief. When he looked toward Wang Lin again, he only saw Wang Lin's back in the crowd. The red-faced old man pondered a bit. After staying for half a day more, he quickly left the city. He knew that with 5 top-quality spirit stones, those mid-stage soul formation cultivators would come and hunt him. He never thought that he would one day sell that void with stone. As for Wang Lin, after he left the stall, he casually looked behind him. When he bought the void with stone, he noticed 3 gazes lock onto him like lightning. Wang Lin plainly said, "Li Danan." Li Danan quickly walked up and respectfully said, "Senior, Junior is here." He was even more respectful than before. The scene of Wang Lin taking the void with stone shook his heart. Wang Lin asked, If important treasures are traded here, there will naturally be other cultivators snooping around. So why are there still so many cultivators trading here? Li Danan quickly answered. Senior doesn't know, but most people who come to deal in these stalls don't come alone. So they would naturally not be afraid of people spying on them. As for those who are worried about it, they can leave it at a trustworthy stall to sell, and then come back later when it is sold. This prevents some unnecessary trouble. One can even pay to hire guards from the city's lord. However, since a long time ago, trading has always been very risky, so everything depends on fate. Wang Lin smiled. He felt unfamiliar being here. But wasn't it always like this? Back in the Sea of Devils, he was hunted down because of the pill furnace. Wang Lin looked into the sky and asked, Is there any snow ink here? Snow ink? Li Danan thought for a long time but couldn't think of anything. He bitterly smiled and said, Senior, Junior doesn't know what that is. After he finished speaking, Li Danan's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, Senior, although I don't know what it is, the Shang clan's shop collects countless materials. Maybe they have what you need. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and calmly said, Oh, tell me about it. Li Danan immediately said, The Shang clan's shop is the largest shop in Mingmei City. It is ranked number 1. It is rumored to be supported by a rank 7 cultivation planet, and they have a branch on multiple trade planets. Anyone who buys from there is protected by the shop until they are 50,000 kilometers away from the planet. If requested, they will even protect you until you are back to your cultivation planet. After Wang Lin heard this, he nodded and said, Lead the way. Li Danan was very excited. He had lived in Mingmei City for many years, but he had only gone to the northern part twice. He didn't go into the stores either time. Only powerful cultivators could go inside. Without enough money, one wouldn't be able to buy a single thing there. With Li Danan leading the way, the two of them quickly arrived at the northern part of the city. Before them were 9 palace-like shops that towered over everything. Senior, the one in the back is the Shang clan's shop. That is not a place someone can simply enter, so there will be people patrolling. Before Li Danan could finish speaking, waves of blue ripples appeared out of thin air and spread toward Wang Lin. Incomer, stop! A cold and arrogant voice came from the void. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he raised his hand and casually waved it. A gust wind suddenly appeared, creating a sharp shrill as it rushed toward the blue ripples. You! The voice suddenly became higher, but as the gust of wind closed in, the blue ripples collapsed. The blue light quickly regathered itself 100 feet from Wang Lin into a young man in blue. He stared at Wang Lin with an ugly expression. Li Danan's eyes lit up. He had been in Mingmei City for a long time and came to the northern part twice before. Although there were people patrolling the northern city, something like this has never happened before someone even entered. Wang Lin's expression still remained calm. This young man's cultivation level wasn't low. Although he was not at the soul transformation stage like Wang Lin, he was half a step into it and was in the process absorbing celestial spiritual energy. This person had enough celestial spiritual energy to reach the soul transformation stage, but he decided to go with the second method of breaking through just like Wang Lin did. As a result, once he has enough celestial jades and breaks through, his progression through the soul transformation stage will be a lot easier. This young man looked at Wang Lin, coldly snorted and said, Scram! A hint of coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes and he took one step forward. After fusing with his original body and fighting with Situ Nan for a month, his combat experience had increased by a lot. Now he was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin crossed 100 feet. With one punch, his fist created a large amount of force. There weren't any sonic booms, but countless cracks appeared in the air as if the space was collapsing. The young man's expression changed greatly. He didn't think an early-stage soul transformation cultivator could throw such a powerful punch. This kind of attack was something even a peak early-stage soul transformation cultivator would need to put all their effort into to negate, and if there was any mistake, they would be seriously injured. He wanted to retreat, but his body seemed to be restricted by an invisible force and he couldn't move an inch. He could only watch as the fist grew larger before him. A drop of cold sweat dripped down from the tip of his nose, but his eyes were still calm without a hint of panic. He clearly knew Wang Lin's cultivation level, and yet he dared to act so arrogantly. This meant he either had an amazing cultivation method or amazing status. Stop! A faint sound came from the third shop, followed by a green light. Inside the green light was only a teacup, but it flew at an unimaginable speed and was filled with celestial spiritual energy. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His left hand formed a seal, and celestial spiritual energy gathered on the tip of his finger. He pointed at the cup and drew a circle as he said, "Star rotation." As Wang Lin's finger moved, the arc began to turn solid until it was a circle. Once the circle was complete, it shot toward the teacup. The speed of the teacup slowed down and its direction changed along with the rotation of the circle. In the end, it curved around Wang Lin. A sound of surprise came from inside the shop. Wang Lin's right fist moved as fast as lightning and landed on the space before the young man. The young man's face immediately turned red and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes dimmed as he stumbled back a few steps. Then his body trembled and he coughed out another mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently as white celestial spiritual energy came out from the pores of his body like crazy. In the blink of an eye, there was no celestial spiritual energy left in his body. You wasted my celestial foundation." The young man's face was no longer red but as white as a dead man's. Wang Lin's punch didn't kill this person but wasted all of his celestial foundation. This was basically knocking the young man from the edge of the soul transformation stage back to soul formation. Wang Lin withdrew his fist, put his hands behind his back, and calmly looked at the shop that threw the teacup at him. The spell Star Rotation was a spell Situ Nan taught him. If it was the him from back on Suzaku, he would have taken out one of his treasures already, but after training with Situ Nan for a month, he no longer needed to rely on his treasures. For a real powerful cultivator, magical treasures are only there to support them. What makes cultivators really scary are their spells. If the magical treasure is very powerful, like a mid-quality or higher celestial treasure, then those are exceptions. This was something Situ Nan once told Wang Lin. "This brother has good techniques. May I know what your name is?" A calm voice came from the shop, and after that a tall and straight figure followed it. This was a tall young man. He had sharp eyebrows and dark eyes. These eyes were like the stars, making it impossible for people to see through him. Just him standing there caused the space around him to ripple. He had clearly reached the peak of the mid-stage of soul transformation. This was the reason he was emitting celestial spiritual energy. Wang Lin turned his head and looked at this person. His expression remained calm as he slowly said, Wang Lin, I'm Bai Wei." The young man waved his hand and a white fan appeared in his grasp. This gave him the appearance of a handsome prince. Not far away, the young man whose celestial foundation was wasted by Wang Lin had an extremely pale expression. He walked up to the shop while staring viciously at Wang Lin and maliciously said, "My lord, kill him." Bai Wei frowned. He turned around and said, "You don't have the right to speak here. Leave." The young man was startled. He looked at Bai Wei and then at Wang Lin and revealed a strange expression. He let out a snort but no longer spoke. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. Although this person's name was a bit feminine, Wang Lin was able to immediately tell that this person was male and not female. "Brother Wang, my servant was rude. I hope you didn't take offense. I'm from planet Tianyun and I belong to the Heavenly Fate sect. Where is Brother Wang from?" Bai Wei gently smiled as if all the unhappiness from before disappeared like smoke. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light and he said, "I'm a wanderer. I don't have a sect." Bai Wei smiled and shook his head. "Since Brother Wang doesn't want to speak, then I won't force it. However, if Brother Wang has time in the future, you must come to planet Tianyun so I can have the honor of being the host." Wang Lin nodded, clasped his hands, and walked past the two. Li Danan's heart was beating rapidly as he quickly followed. He was afraid that if he is too slow and something unpredictable happened, he would get hurt. Bai Wei's eyes kept tracking Wang Lin's figure and revealed a strange light. He put away the fan as he slapped his right hand and said, "The mountains have trees and trees have branches. The heart pleases the Lord and the Lord doesn't know. The young man who had his celestial foundation wasted looked at Bai Wei. The strangeness in his eyes deepened. It wasn't until Wang Lin's figure disappeared into the last store that Bai Wei withdrew his gaze. He looked at his servant on the side and smiled. It is only celestial foundation. Once this lord returns to planet Tianyun, I'll just give it to you again. With that, he walked back into the third store. The thing he was looking for wasn't rare, but after checking all 9 stores, he only found it in the third store. Normally, wherever Bai Wei was present, no others were allowed to be there. This kind of arrogance rubbed off on his servant, and that was why his servant prevented Wang Lin from entering the northern city. Wang Lin walked into the Shang clan's shop. This place seemed like a grand and luxurious palace no matter where one looked. There were a total of 999 statues carved from spirit stone all around. Thick spiritual energy rushed over to them. Li Danan was completely shocked when he felt it. He had never seen anything like this in his life, especially the dense spiritual energy. It was denser here than in any place he had ever been. After hesitating for a bit, Li Danan no longer cared about Wang Lin but sat down and began to cultivate. Wang Lin examined the spirit stone carvings before him. All of them were carvings of women and all of them were different. But the one thing they had in common was that they were all extremely beautiful. Inside the hands of each of those spirit stone carvings was a box. Inside the boxes were magical treasure, pills, and anything else you could think of. At this moment, a crisp laughter came from the void. Shortly after, a voluptuous and beautiful woman came down from the stairs. Her eyes looked toward Wang Lin. This woman was wearing a snow-white dress with 9 mandara flowers embroidered on the edges with silver threads. The contrast with the snow-white dress made it very eye-catching. Her silk-like black hair casually flowed behind her head. 3 light purple crystal hairpins held her hair up, leaving only 2 strands of purple hair to gently sway in the breeze. There were 3 thin, pinky-sized pieces of faintly purple accessories that were as thin as cicada wings under her left eye. The light reflecting off them made her as beautiful as a painting. Fellow cultivator, welcome to the Shang clan store. The woman's voice was like the chirping of a songbird. This woman's beauty was absolute, but what caught Wang Lin's attention was the thin accessory under her left eye. With his insight, he naturally was able to see that the thin accessory was a magical treasure. Even the 9 mandara flowers were extremely rare magical treasures as well. Even the 3 hairpins on her head were magical treasures. Her body was filled with magical treasures. It did indeed show just how rich this place was. Wang Lin didn't waste any time and calmly asked, "Does this store have snow ink?" After leaving the shop, Wang Lin gave Li Danan 10 high-quality spirit stones and left Mingmei City. The Shang clan shop did indeed have snow ink, but the price was simply outrageous. Wang Lin calculated that with all the spirit stones that he had, he could only get 2 or 3 drops. This kind of price was beyond Wang Lin's expectations. He didn't think that snow ink was a top-quality material in the cultivation world. The ancient gods could travel from one planet to another to search for snow ink, making it very simple. But for cultivators, snow ink was simply too scarce. From what he heard from the woman, snow ink was very good for nourishing one's soul. If one had a few drops while possessing a body, then the speed of possession would increase several-fold. If one were to have some in their mouth when their origin soul leaves their body, then it could prevent one's origin soul from being destroyed even when seriously injured. One would be able to at least return to one's body. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then he found a cliff outside of Mingmei City and sat down in the lotus position. His divine sense spread out and slowly called for Situ Nan. Shortly after, Situ Nan responded. Wang Lin sent out a message. Mingmei City, the Shang clan's shop. I want the snow ink. Situ Nan began to laugh and then cut off the connection. There was a total of 9 cities on this trade planet. In 3 days of time, heaven-shaking news spread out. The Heaven and Earth City was robbed. This person had very good insight and took all the top-quality treasures. Most of them were the shop's main treasures. Even the shops with backgrounds were robbed. Even the city lord's mansion was robbed. It would be fine if it was only one city, But in the next 3 days, all 9 cities, including Mingmei City, were robbed by this mysterious person. This person's cultivation was extremely powerful. Even when attacked by multiple cultivators, he had no problem. Finally, in the end, 5 ascendant cultivators from the 9 cities got together to kill this mysterious person. This fight shocked everyone. However, all 5 ascendant cultivators were forced to retreat, and the mysterious person calmly left. This kind of power was only obtainable in the legendary illusory Yin, corporeal Yang, and Nirvana scryer stages. As a result, he moved like a swarm of locusts. No one dared to mess with him or obstruct him. Wang Lin sat on the cliff for 3 days, looking at Mingmei City. On the night of the 3rd day, Wang Lin revealed a faint smile as he took out the straw hat and put it on his head. In the distance, a figure flew over like lightning, and behind him countless cultivators that seemed to cover the sky chased closely after. Among the people chasing, there were 8 people who were extremely quick. They pulled ahead of everyone else and continued to chase. Situ Nan arrogantly laughed. "Ha, you little brats. Why are you chasing this old man? I'm not a woman. Annoy me and I'll go steal from all of you again." At the moment Situ Nan passed the cliff Wang Lin was on, Situ Nan reached out. A powerful force grabbed Wang Lin and Wang Lin moved like a meteor next to Situ Nan. Situ Nan touched his bag of holding and laughed. This old man's harvest was good. "Let us go." With that, he quickly flew off with Wang Lin. "Stay, you mad thief!" Waves of angry roars came from behind Situ Nan. "Unless this old man's brain was damaged, why would I obediently stay like you all want me to? However, this old man will try to learn from you all once. So don't chase, you little brats." Situ Nan laughed out loud as he moved like lightning with Wang Lin. They broke through the atmosphere and turned into 2 rays of light in the darkness of space. The shops on this trade planet have very deep backgrounds. If they send some experts over, it will be hard even for this old man to deal with them. I stole from them quickly so that they don't have time to call for help. Yi Wuyo and I did this kind of thing a lot in the past. Situ Nan felt very proud. After they entered space, Wang Lin took out the star compass and the 2 of them quickly left. The cultivators of the trade planet chased for a while and then gave up. After all, not many people had a star compass, and Situ Nan's cultivation was simply too powerful. Even if they barely managed to catch up, they would only be throwing away their lives. "Did you get my snow ink?" Wang Lin licked his lips. Although he didn't join, the snow ink was something he asked for, so he was also associated with this. Situ Nan laughed and took out a small bottle. He threw it at Wang Lin and said, "For you. There are about 2 or 3 drops in there." After throwing the bottle, Situ Nan began to check his spoils of war. As he checked them, he revealed a proud smile. "Haha, not bad. The harvest this time is several times better than before." When Wang Lin took the bag and scanned it with his divine sense, his eyes lit up. Wang Lin secretly decided something in his heart. This kind of stealing isn't bad. If I have the opportunity in the future, I must steal like this as well. Outer space wasn't completely dark. Sometimes there were many colorful lights and objects out in the nothingness. The beauty of it would cause most people's hearts to tremble with just one look. Half a month later, a massive nebula that looked like a jellyfish appeared before Wang Lin. Situ Nan looked at the nebula and sighed. "I have to leave now." Wang Lin pondered a bit. Then he silently looked at the brilliant nebula and asked, "Do you have enough magical treasures?" Situ Nan laughed and said, "Still not enough, but I'm going to kill my way there and steal along the way. When I get there, I'll have enough." With that, he pointed at the nebula and said, "I have been here before with Yi Wuyo. It is time for us to split. Where I'm going is very far from planet Tianyun. We will split up and go our own ways." As Situ Nan spoke, he slapped his bag of holding and a white light flew out of it. The light turned into a large sword. Situ Nan jumped on the sword, turned around and said, "Wang Lin, planet Tianyun is filled with strangers and you don't know the place. So be careful. However, you can't forget your pride as a cultivator of planet Suzaku. If you have any problems, come find me on planet Fengluan. With this old man around, No one will dare to mess with you. Wang Lin looked at the nebula. He still hadn't looked at Situ Nan as he said, "If you have any problems, come and find me on planet Tianyun. With me there, no one will dare to touch you." Situ Nan laughed and said, "Good, Wang Lin, if I ever have trouble in the future, I'll come and find you. However, if your place is too small, I'm not coming over. No matter what, you must create a sect on planet Tianyun, and I'll come and be the head elder for you." With that, Situ Nan took a deep breath and took another look at Wang Lin. For the first time, he talked to Wang Lin in a soft voice and said, "Wang Lin, take care." With that, the sword under him lit up and he disappeared, leaving only a trail of light. "Situ, take care." Wang Lin turned his head toward where Situ Nan disappeared. In the vast space, only he remained, silently watching. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh and felt melancholy. Ever since he stepped into the cultivation world, Situ Nan had been with him, and he owed Situ Nan a lot. Although Situ Nan was sleeping for a long period of time, Wang Lin could clearly feel Situ Nan's existence through the heaven-defying bead. In his eyes, Situ Nan was no different than a teacher. This time, it was a true goodbye between them. The melancholy in his heart was very strong. "I wonder if we'll meet again in our lifetime." Wang Lin silently stood there for a long time. He then knelt down on the star compass and kowtowed 3 times toward where Situ Nan went. "I, Wang Lin, have never in my life bowed to the heavens or earth, and I don't pay my respects to ghosts or gods. I only bow to my parents and to show respect to Situ." Wang Lin looked up, suppressed the melancholy in his heart, and the star compass flew off into the distance. His direction was the opposite of Situ Nan's, and they moved farther and farther apart. After Wang Lin left, a white light appeared where the two of them were. Situ Nan's figure appeared. He looked at Wang Lin and let out a sigh. "Without cruel trials, one can't be considered a real cultivator. Wang Lin, the reason I took you down the demonic path is because the demonic path is the best one for staying alive. After you created an avatar, you walked out of the demonic path and created your own path. I can no longer be around you because this old man is a demon inside and out." Situ Nan took a deep glance at where Wang Lin went and muttered, "Little friend, farewell." He let out a long sigh and disappeared in a flash of white light. Space was very large, so if one didn't have a star map, they would be lost and possibly lost for life. The All-Seer left a very detailed star map for Wang Lin that marked how to get from planet Suzaku to planet Tianyun. Wang Lin sat in the lotus position on the star compass and quickly traveled to planet Tianyun. During this time, Wang Lin wasn't idle. He spent the time using the voidwood stone and snow ink to refine the star compass once more with the ancient god's secret technique. The process wasn't fast. It went on for the whole trip. The star compass was now covered by a green light. Inside the green light, one could see countless branches moving and warping around the star compass. This was the mysterious substance refined from the voidwood stone. This process lasted 3 months. 3 months of time was only enough for the fusion between the voidwood stone and the star compass to reach small completion. Ancient gods didn't care about time, so when they refined a treasure, the process usually lasted at least 100 years. A 9-star ancient god would take 1,000 years to refine a treasure. These 1,000 years would pass as quickly as a flick of one's finger. Wang Lin calculated and found that at this rate, it wouldn't be done even by the time he arrived on planet Tianyun. After pondering a bit, he decided to give up farther integration and used the snow ink to begin the final refining process at this small completion stage. Several more months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a ray of silver light flew across the void. The ray of silver light looked like a dragon, moving through space without any obstruction. There was a person standing on this ray of silver light. This person had a head of long hair flowing behind him, a pair of proud eyes, his facial features were sharp, and his clothes were flapping loudly as if there was a powerful wind blowing on him. This person's skin was dark and gave people a sense of spirit. It was filled with deep vitality. He was Wang Lin. The journey toward planet has been going for Tianyun over half a year. During this half a year, Wang Lin changed a lot. His skin was no longer as white as it was back on planet Suzaku but a bit darker. This was due to a mysterious force among the stars. As for the silver dragon, it was the star compass after it was refined. With ancient god Tuxi's memories, he used a special technique along with the void with stone to change its structure and complete the fusion with the snow ink. All of this caused a mysterious change. As for the silver dragon shape, it was an ancient creature called Xiao He from the ancient god's memories. This creature's speed was very quick, so the compass used its shape to gain some of its speed. Although it couldn't compare to the real creature, the compass reached an unimaginable speed. According to ancient god Tuxi's memories, the real star compass would need the blood of a Xiao He as an activator to pull out the full potential of the star compass. At this moment, the silver dragon under Wang Lin wasn't any slower than an ascendant cultivator. The silver light shined in space as it disappeared into the distance. Time flew by and another half-year passed. Wang Lin has been traveling through space by himself for over a year. During this year, Wang Lin saw a lot. At the start, he paid close attention to everything, but now he simply glanced at things when he passed by them. He was getting closer and closer to planet Tianyun. Wang Lin calculated the distance based on the map in his head. Right now he was halfway there. Along the way, Wang Lin saw countless planets. Some of the planets had cultivators, some were abandoned, and some were filled with powerful and vicious auras. Aside from these, Wang Lin saw plain robbery. There was a group of people that was rejected by all cultivators. They were called fringe cultivators. These cultivators spent most of their time in space, and none of them were weak. They would steal from any cultivators they came across. Along the way, Wang Lin met a few, but these people were all very experienced in detecting cultivation levels, so none of them dared to come and stop Wang Lin. But there was one unskilled fringe cultivator that was also at the early stage of soul transformation who attacked Wang Lin. He escaped far away after being heavily injured by Wang Lin. The weak couldn't survive in space, so Wang Lin no longer hid his aura. He released it all its full power, especially the killing intent from his original body. This killing intent formed a large aura and moved like a gust of cold wind, causing people's hearts to tremble. As a result, when fringe cultivators saw Wang Lin, they would move far away and not casually mess with him. Just like that, Wang Lin continued to fly. He was like a primordial beast descending from the heavens. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, another year passed. On this day, Wang Lin stood on the silver dragon. Before him was a star system surrounded by a green light. There was a giant, dark purple planet in this system. There were many lights coming from the planet, making it look like a giant crystal. It was very beautiful. Around this large planet were 5 smaller planets that orbited the main planet. Outside of that were some smaller planets scattered around. They all emitted waves of spiritual energy fluctuations. It was obvious that there were restrictions placed on them. Excitement filled Wang Lin's heart as his gaze locked onto the purple planet. This was the location the All-Seer left him, planet Tianyun. At this moment, in Wang Lin's eyes, planet Tianyun was too large. In comparison, planet Suzaku was simply too small. And at this moment, even here he could feel the dense spiritual energy coming from the planet. If he were to step on the planet, the density of the spiritual energy would be unimaginable. Planet Suzaku was far from being able to compare to planet Tianyun. The All-Seer said back then that planet Suzaku was a half-wasted planet. Looking at planet Tianyun now, Wang Lin believed it without any doubt. After seeing planet Tianyun, Wang Lin's heart shook violently, as if there was a big wave surging inside him. It was like the first time he went to a city before he started cultivating. A deep passion appeared in his heart as he silently looked at planet Tianyun in the distance. Planet Tianyun, I, Wang Lin, am coming, he muttered to himself. Wang Lin took a deep breath but didn't walk forward. He actually took a step back. His entire body, along with the silver dragon, suddenly backed away. 3 days later, he arrived near a small, deserted planet. Wang Lin's body shook and his original body came out. The original body flew away as soon as it came out. It burrowed deep into the core of the deserted planet and began to cultivate. There were many powerful cultivators on planet Tianyun, and some might realize that his original body is an ancient god. Just in case, Wang Lin left his original body here and then flew toward planet Tianyun. Planet Tianyun was surrounded by a layer of green gas. It wasn't dense, but it covered the whole planet. From a distance, the planet looked like it was covered by a thin green curtain. Inside the green fog were also spots that sparkled like the stars. From the large, purple planet at the center, abundant amount of spiritual energy surged into the green gas, causing it to churn and reveal strange scenes. Wang Lin stopped outside of the green gas. When he looked at the gas, he felt a sense of danger. This green gas contains a destructive force. If I recklessly charge in, I will constantly be attacked by it. I wonder what rank this planet is to have such a powerful formation. And the 5 smaller planets around it all have their own formations as well, not to mention the even smaller planets farther away. As Wang Lin pondered, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he backed away 1,000 feet and looked at the green gas with a serious expression. The green gas moved as if there was a pair of giant hands moving it. The gas was split apart by this force. At the same time, a young man wearing a black gown came out. His looks were average and his eyes were calm as he looked at Wang Lin and asked, "Do you have a diplomatic message?" Although his speech was calm, his eyes were calm, and his entire person exuded a modest feeling. The combination of all of this gave people a sense of arrogance even stronger than those that displayed it outright. His arrogance no longer needed to be displayed because it had been engraved into his bones. Wang Lin looked at the person and shook his head. "I don't have one." The young man's expression remained the same as he calmly asked, "Do you have an invitation?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and then shook his head again. The young man looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Since you don't have a diplomatic message nor an invitation, please leave." With that, he turned around and walked back into the green gas. As he entered, the green gas slowly closed. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly said, "I'm looking for Senior All-Seer." The young man stopped. Then he turned around and looked at Wang Lin. His gaze became strange, and after a short while he asked, "You came from planet Suzaku?" Wang Lin was startled. He looked at the young man and nodded. The young man revealed a strange smile. Then he waved his hand and the surrounding green gas began to churn violently. It formed dragon-like tentacles that intertwined with each other and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He put away the star compass and took a step forward. The dragon-like tentacles fused together as they approached Wang Lin to form a green flying sword. Wang Lin then stepped onto the sword hilt. "Many thanks." Wang Lin's expression remained the same and he clasped his hands. The mysterious light in young man's eyes became even stronger. He looked at Wang Lin and then at the sword hilt before bowing and saying, "Go inside. Senior All-Seer has waited a long time for you." After this person finished speaking, the green gas split apart, forming a deep tunnel leading to the planet. Wang Lin's body didn't move, but the green sword under him moved and flew him toward planet Tianyun. As he flew, Wang Lin began to ponder. "This person knew that I came from planet Suzaku and said that Senior All-Seer has been waiting for me. Could this Senior All-Seer really have a spell that lets him see through the heavens and earth and calculate that I'll come? If that is the case, Senior's spell is heavenly." As Wang Lin pondered, the flying sword under him quickly flew toward planet Tianyun. Shortly after, planet Tianyun became larger and soon, the flying sword flew him into the planet. The wind pressure from the atmosphere blew at his face like sharp knives, but the sword under him emitted a gentle glow that kept the pressure down to a certain degree. Wang Lin was surrounded by a green light as he was brought through the atmosphere in an instant and entered planet Tianyun. From the air, Wang Lin saw that most of the planet's surface was covered by purple plants. These plants' leaves were moved by the wind and created waves of rustling sounds. A feeling of unfamiliarity appeared in his heart. He let out a sigh and quickly flew off into the distance. The sword created by the green gas was not under Wang Lin's control. It was flying on its own to bring Wang Lin to the Heavenly Fate sect. Their entry point wasn't far from the sect, so after only 3 incense sticks of time, the Heavenly Fate sect appeared before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Then he jumped off the green sword and landed on the ground. The green sword disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Heavenly Fate sect was on the eastern side of planet Tianyun. It was covered by mist. Mist and clouds densely filled the area. Looking from a distance, it was as if the sect was covered by layers of mist, making it impossible to see what was inside. A huge temple was floating in the middle, emitting a gentle golden light. Under the temple were floating stones that formed steps that led to the mountains below. This was where the outer sect of the Heavenly Fate sect was located. At this moment, rays of sword light were flying back and forth through the Heavenly Fate sect. The sect was very lively. Wang Lin was standing outside the mountain and looked at the giant temple. He took a deep breath and took a step forward. He then turned into a ray of white light and rushed forward. It didn't take long before Wang Lin arrived at a large mountain. Just as he was about to cross the mountain, his expression changed and he stopped and looked into the distance. "Incomer, stop!" A faint voice came from the distance. This voice was very plain without any emotion. It was impossible to tell if it was male or female. Wang Lin's expression became respectful. He clasped his hands and said loudly, "Planet Suzaku's Wang Lin is here to greet Senior All-Seer. Wang Lin, the Honorable All-Seer already knows of your arrival. However, to enter the Heavenly Fate sect, even honorary disciples must go through 3 trials. Do you dare to accept them?" Wang Lin's expression was very serious. He didn't immediately respond but asked, "What are the 3 trials?" "The first trial is the human trial. This trial tests your Tao heart. The second trial is the earth trial. This trial tests your cultivation. The third trial is the heaven trial. This trial tests your domain. Only by going through these 3 trials can you enter the Heavenly Fate sect. Do you dare?" The voice was still plain without any anger. After the voice finished speaking, tens of thousands of rays of light gathered to form an oval-shaped ring before Wang Lin. Wang Lin faintly smiled and said, "Why would I not dare?" With that, he walked into the oval ring. In the Heavenly Fate sect on top of a tall mountain was a bohi tree. The crown of this tree was very large. It was like an umbrella that could cover the sky. Anyone who looked at it would feel the urge to worship it. At this moment, there were 3 people under this tree. The person in front was an old man. He had a gentle expression and his white hair flowed in the wind. However, he didn't give off a feeling of being old and instead exuded an out-of-this-world feeling. His eyes were even brighter than some young men's at their prime. In particular, his 2 eyebrows were like 2 white dragons on his face that moved gently with the wind. His gaze looked into the distance and showed a hint of age. 2 people were standing respectfully behind him. Both of them looked to be around 30 years old. One of them was smiling and looked very friendly. The other one had a serious expression. His eyes are cold and he stood there emotionlessly. The smiling man looked at the gentle old man and said, "Teacher, this person is only an honorary disciple. Why make him go through the 3 trials?" The old man's eyes were like lightning looking into the distance as he slowly said, "I accepted him as a disciple on a whim and planted the karam of teacher and disciple between us. In a mere 100 years, his cultivation has already reached this stage. He is not simple." The gentle-looking man faintly smiled and said, "To catch teacher's attention is his fortune. If he can pass the 3 trials, take him to the Purple Cloud Pavilion." The old man looked at the void again. Then he took a step forward and disappeared. The gentle-looking man and the cold-faced man both responded. They lowered their heads in respect until the old man left. The cold-faced man sneered and said, "Purple Cloud Pavilion? Interesting. Junior apprentice brother Zhou. What is interesting about it?" The gentle-looking man turned to the man named Zhou. "Senior apprentice brother, are you trying to test junior brother? The Purple Cloud Pavilion is not some place an ordinary honorary disciple could stay in. The Purple Sky Palace and my Purple Dream Palace are places that only true disciples of our teacher can stay in. I'm afraid that the Purple Cloud Pavilion will soon be named the Purple Wood Palace." The gentle-looking person smiled and said, "That Wang Lin is not simple and teacher seems to have really been moved to accept another disciple. We are about to gain other apprentice brother. Isn't that a joyous occasion? Senior apprentice brother, You don't have to say what your heart doesn't think. The man named Zhou snorted and left. At this moment, only the gentle-looking man was left. His eyes were calm and contained a look as if he couldn't completely figure something out. He whispered to himself, "The Purple Cloud Pavilion, teacher's choice is really interesting. Junior apprentice brother Sun Yun. It seems teacher has really lost all faith in you." As for Wang Lin, after he stepped into the oval ring of light, his vision blurred and he appeared in a vast white world. He couldn't see where this place ended. It was as if he was in space. Standing here caused a sense of loneliness to appear in his heart. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and that hint of loneliness in his heart disappeared. Interesting. This place could cause a change in my heart. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense like crazy in all directions. With his early-stage soul transformation divine sense, in a few moments everything within several tens of thousands of kilometers appeared in his mind. The first trial will test my Tao heart. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. Just at this moment, a blurry figure appeared before Wang Lin and began walking towards him step by step. Wang Lin looked over, but his body didn't move. The figure slowly got closer, revealing her beautiful face. She was Li Muwen. Li Muwen looked at Wang Lin and revealed a happy smile. She opened her mouth to say something, but Wang Lin wasn't able to hear a word. Shortly after, Li Muwen became anxious and walked a few steps closer. Wang Lin looked at Li Muwen and whispered, "Is this the first trial? An illusion formed from my Tao heart. This is not hard at all." Wang Lin let out a sigh. Then he took one step and quickly moved next to Li Muwen. He grabbed hold of her waist and smiled. "Tao heart? Tao heart." Li Muwen revealed a faint smile and she disappeared along with Wang Lin. In the Heavenly Fate sect, under the Bohi tree, the gentle-looking young man exclaimed and his eyes revealed a mysterious light. "Unless teacher was wrong, this person has great wisdom. Ordinary people only do two things for the first trial. They either calm themselves to avoid it all or try to break through by force. This person is indeed interesting. He decided to seek Tao. Interesting. This person's method is the same as junior apprentice brother Sun Yun's. However, junior apprentice brother Sun Yun lasted 67 days. I wonder how long he will be able to last." The gentle-looking man rubbed his chin and revealed an impossible-to-see-through smile. His gaze was calm, but there was a hint of a mysterious light that flashed across his eyes. The 3 trials of the Heavenly Fate sect were created by the All-Seer personally. He split open the void to create a special space for the 3 trials to take place. Only after passing the 3 trials can someone have the qualification of becoming a Heavenly Fate sect disciple. This was a rule set in stone, so no one could change this. At this moment, inside the human trial, there was a veil covering an entire area. At the center of this area lied a paradise-like place. This place was filled with flowers, birds, and willow trees. There were a few barks from dogs as well, but instead of breaking the tranquility, they were more like barks for waking someone from their sleep. This paradise was a village. Although there weren't many villagers, they all respected each other and got along very well. The 3rd house from the northern end of the village had its own courtyard. Although humble, if anyone took a look at it, they would think it was very comfortable. There were a few spikes of golden hair-tail grass before the gate, showing that it was spring. There was a big pile of firewood inside the yard, and nearby there were a few wooden chairs with a wooden table in the middle. On top of the table sat a teapot and some teacups. At this moment, an old man filled with wrinkles was sitting on the chair and drinking tea. Although this person's hair was all white, he didn't look old at all. After drinking the tea, he raised his head and looked into the house. Inside the house, a young boy was holding a small knife and carving on a piece of red wood. The old man revealed a gentle smile. He was extremely tranquil as he looked at the boy. Shortly after, the boy's nose wrinkled. Then he looked up at the old man and immediately ran up to him. He asked, with a tender voice, "Who are you exactly?" The old man put down the teacup, rubbed the boy's head, and smiled. "I am who you say I am." The boy was about to speak, but just at this moment, a serious voice came from inside the house. "Don't bug your grandfather. Go back to carving." Along with the voice, a middle-aged man opened the curtain and walked out from the house. The boy didn't turn around. He let out a sigh before giving a deep glance at the old man. He then returned to the house and began to carve once more. However, there was deep doubt in his eyes. The man watched the boy for a bit. Then he sat down next to the old man, poured the old man some tea and said, "Dad, I'm going to go into the mountain tomorrow." The old man was still looking gently at the boy. After hearing the middle-aged man, he nodded and didn't say anything. "What are you going into the mountain for?" The voice of a woman came from the entrance. An old woman with a head full of white hair holding a basket of vegetables walked in. The middle-aged man quickly got up, accepted the basket and said, "Mother, I heard from Nyo from the east side of the village that there might be a tiger in the mountains. So we are going together with a few people to see if it's there. If we are lucky, we can get a tiger skin to make a new coat for father." The old woman opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she looked at the old man still staring at his grandson before letting out a sigh and shaking her head in silence. The days passed day by day, but the middle-aged man still hadn't returned after he left. The old woman waited eagerly day and night, but what finally returned was an incomplete corpse. She passed out from grief and never awakened again. Now only the grandfather and grandson were left in this house. The boy was still learning how to carve, and the old man was still watching from the side. On this day, the old man softly asked, "Did you finish learning how to carve?" The boy raised his head, calmly looked at the old man and said, "I still haven't. Carving is too difficult. No matter what I do, I can't seem to learn it." The old man pondered a bit. Then he let out a sigh and said, "How many times have you tried?" The boy raised his head, calmly looked at the old man and said, "This is the 83rd time. The next time is not far off." The old man sighed. Still not willing to end it? The boy looked up at the sky. Shortly after, he shook his head and said, "Why must it end? This kind of life is pretty good besides the fact that I don't know who you are. You repeated this cycle countless times, and every time the things that happen are set. There will be no change. You knew that everyone who left wouldn't come back because you have experienced all of this countless times. Can you still not see through it? What exactly are you doing?" The old man raised the teacup and placed it next to his mouth, but he didn't drink. The boy withdrew his gaze, looked at the wood carving in his hand, and after a long time he said, "Is it time to end?" "No, it's not." Inside the Heavenly Fate sect, under the Bodhi tree, the gentle-looking man's expression became very serious. He stared at the emptiness before him and his eyes darkened. 83 days. This person is definitely not ordinary. Even junior apprentice brother Sun Yun only lasted 67 days. Although the 3 trials are a test, if one can gain enlightenment from them, then it is a heavenly opportunity. The 3 trials are things each person can only experience once in their lifetime, and Master spent a lot of effort to build them. This Wang Lin can last 83 days in the first trial. This person can't stay. His face became even gloomier and his expression was indecisive. Then his hands formed a seal and a rainbow-colored light appeared from his hands. "Future junior apprentice brother, let me help you." With that, he pointed forward and the rainbow-colored light disappeared into the distance. Inside the human trial, the boy was still carving when he suddenly raised his head. In the sky, a ray of rainbow-colored light appeared, releasing rays of blinding light. This ray of light was very aggressive. Wherever it shined, the paradise melted away like a hot iron was placed in snow. The fragrance of flowers no longer covered the area. The houses of the village all disappeared, turning into white smoke that slowly dissipated. The houses disappeared one by one under the light's glow until only the 3rd house from the northern end of the village remained. The boy's gaze revealed a mysterious light. Then he stopped carving and suddenly waved the knife in his hand. A ray of silver light shot out into the rainbow-colored light in the sky. An earth-shattering sound came from the sky. Then the shockwave knocked away all the haze surrounding the area. The rainbow-colored light began to flicker like a candle blown by the wind. But soon, the rainbow-colored light began to glow mysteriously and fuse back together. The The rainbow-colored light turned into a pair of eyes that seemed like it could see through anything, and its gaze landed on the boy. The boy's eyes became cold. Then he waved his right hand and all the pieces of wood in the yard flew into the air. The boy's hand quickly moved, sending out a massive amount of waves of silver light toward the wood shavings that had fallen to the ground. In an instant, carvings of the houses and villagers appeared. The boy shook his hand again and all the carvings were lit up by a ghostly flame. The flame was small at first but quickly grew and began to spread. The village, villagers, flowers, birds, and etc. all reappeared. This place once again returned to a paradise. I don't know who you are, but disappear now. Although the boy's voice was soft, it was filled with killing intent. The pair of eyes in the sky stared at the boy and shortly after disappeared. Under the Bodhi tree in the heavenly fate sect, the gentle-looking man's eyes lit up and he muttered to himself. So that's how it is. This person's Tao is related to the reincarnation cycle. It's no wonder he was able to last 83 days. Every day he experiences one reincarnation cycle, and thus increases his comprehension of the reincarnation cycle. Inside the human trial, the old man let out a sigh, stood up, looked at the boy and softly said, "The 84th time is about to start. Do you still want to continue?" The boy lowered his head to look at the wood carving that he still hadn't managed to complete after 83 cycles. The carving was that of a woman. Let's continue. This is Tao seeking, and the true meaning behind the human trial, deep inside the heavenly fate sect. The all-seer had his eyes closed and was cultivating at the center of a black altar deep within the heavenly fate sect. He suddenly opened his eyes, revealed a satisfied smile and said, "This child is very good." 10 days later, inside the paradise in the human trial, a person walked out. This was the first time the boy had walked out of the courtyard. On the first step he was still a boy, on the second step he was a teenager, and on the third step he turned into a young man. The young man's hair moved without any wind, and he wore a snow-white robe as he walked out of the paradise step by step. In his hand he held a wood carving. In the end, the carving was completed. The carving was that of a woman, a gentle, beautiful, and fairy-like woman. Her mouth formed a smile as bright as the sun, and her eyes exuded a happy expression. This young man was Wang Lin. Without at least 100 cycles, how could one seek Tao? Without at least 1,000 years of cultivation, how would one seek Tao from the heavens? This human trial is interesting. Wang Lin's eyes were peaceful right now. This trial made him undergo a mysterious change. However, he hid that change very well, so it was very hard to notice. His eyes were even clearer than before, like the starry sky. Wang Lin disappeared from the void and walked out of the human trial. The earth trial tests cultivation. Are you ready? Do you dare to enter? Why would I not dare? Wang Lin faintly smiled and raised his head. The location of the earth trial was a red world. Pillars of flame were shooting out from the ground and into the sky. Wang Lin stood still as he looked around, his expression remaining calm. This place tests cultivation, but I don't know in what way. Wang Lin stepped forward as he pondered. Just at this moment, from a crack not far away, a pillar of flame shot into the air. The fire turned into a fiery red figure in the sky. This person had a head full of red hair that moved without any wind. It looked like many tentacles moving. He had his arms folded before his chest and two ghostly lights appeared on his chaotic face. A cold voice came from the mouth of the fiery figure. "I'm the Earth Trial's guardian. Defeat me and you may continue." Wang Lin calmly looked at the figure. Then without a word he charged forward. His hands formed a seal and then he pushed his hand forward. A vast power suddenly appeared from within Wang Lin and gathered before him. Wang Lin softly said, "Break!" His body glowed golden and the fiery figure's eyes suddenly lit up. The figure quickly backed up and moved his folded arms to block. With a bang, the sand was blown away. Then cracks appeared on the earth and began to quickly spread across the ground. The fiery figure quickly backed away. Both of his hands were a bloody mess. After he stopped, he stared at Wang Lin with his fiery eyes. Wang Lin stopped and put his hand behind his back. He then looked at the figure and calmly said, "Stand down." The fiery figure pondered a bit and then bowed toward Wang Lin. He turned back into flame and disappeared into the ground. Wang Lin calmly looked into the distance. There would probably be more things like this that will test his cultivation. There must be someone in the Heavenly Fate sect spying on me from outside. Wang Lin let out a faint smile. Rather than keep going forward, he stepped back out. "I give up the Earth trial." With that, Wang Lin's figure disappeared from within the trial. At this moment, under the Bodhi tree, the gentle-looking man frowned and his eyes filled with uncertainty. This person sure was decisive in giving up. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to use this opportunity to see the extent of his cultivation. However, no matter how powerful he is, an early-stage soul transformation cultivator is not much. In an instant, his eyes became clear, he no longer frowned, and the smile returned to his face. He didn't turn around but gently said, "Third junior apprentice brother. I haven't seen you in many days. Was your trip smooth?" With senior brother thinking of me, of course my trip was smooth. A feminine voice came from the distance. At the same time, a young man wearing white walked forward. After a few steps, he arrived under the Bodhi tree. This person was the young man Wang Lin met on the trade planet, Bai Wei. The gentle-looking man turned around to look at Bai Wei and smiled. "Third junior apprentice brother. Did you find the gift for teacher's birthday?" Bai Wei casually looked into the void in the distance and smiled. "The gift I prepared is only a small toy that can't compare with what senior brother has prepared. What's this?" After he spoke, Bai Wei's eyes became serious as he stared at the void. His eyes revealed a mysterious light. The gentle-looking man's heart trembled for a moment and he said, "This person is an honorary disciple that Master picked up on planet Suzaku. He arrived few months ago and is going through the 3 trials right now. He is currently on the 3rd trial." "It's him?" Bai Wei's eyes lit up as he said, "So that's why." The gentle-looking Mang pretended to casually say, "Master arranged for him to live in the Purple Cloud Pavilion." Purple Cloud Pavilion. The mysterious light in Bai Wei's eyes disappeared and was replaced with coldness. After pondering for a while, he slowly said, "Senior brother, I still have important things to do, so I won't stay. Give me one of your 3,000-year 5-leaf grasses and I'll give you a fire crystal for it. How about it?" The gentle-looking man laughed and said, "That's fine. Just go to my cave and have the boy bring it for you." Bai Wei clasped his hands. After taking a deep gaze at the void, he disappeared. The friendly-looking man rubbed his chin and revealed a tired look as he thought, "Why did Master arrange for this person to stay at the Purple Cloud Pavilion? If he was assigned elsewhere, he would have a smoother path. But now he is thrown directly into the fire. The Heaven Trial tests one's domain." At this moment inside the Heaven Trial, Wang Lin was sitting in the lotus position with his eyes closed. He was thinking. After giving up the Earth trial, he entered here and began the trial here. He has been sitting here for 30 days now. In these 30 days of time, Wang Lin was constantly pondering the mysteries of the Heaven trial. When he was here, he felt that his domain was closest to the heavens. When he was here, he felt like he could touch the heavens by just raising his hand. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin has already forgotten about the concept of time. He just sat there motionless, and the entire time he never brought out his domain. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush, so as he continued to sit there, he had a vague feeling that he had reached the boundary of something. Combining all the cycles and experiences he had been through, the word Tao slowly appeared inside his soul. This was the 51st day that Wang Lin spent been inside the Heaven trial. On this day, he opened his eyes and awakened from his cultivation. There was no light in his eyes, but there was a mysterious light flicking within him. He sat there thinking and then revealed a faint smile. The human, earth, and heaven trials are not tests but opportunities. If you understand them, then you understand them. If you gain enlightenment, then you gain enlightenment. So that's how it is. Wang Lin stretched his hands and stood up looking around. He let out a smile and said, "I give up the heaven trial." After saying that, the world around him became blurry as if it was spinning. It spun rapidly with Wang Lin at the center, and then everything around him disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin was still standing where he was before. Right now there was a person wearing purple in front of him. There was a gentle smile on his face as he looked at Wang Lin. Junior apprentice brother Wang Lin, I'm Xianxia. Among Master's first-generation disciples, I've been in the sect for the longest. You can call me eldest brother. Wang Lin looked at this person. Then he clasped his hands and said, Wang Lin greets eldest brother. Xianxia faintly smiled. Then he gestured his hand and said, Follow me, junior apprentice brother Wang Lin. Master has already arranged for you to live in the Purple Cloud Pavilion. With that, Xianxia led the way and Wang Lin followed. The two of them turned into two rays of light and went deep into the mountains. As they flew, Xianxia talked all the way, giving some detailed descriptions of the Heavenly Fate sect. This person was filled with humor and had a way with words. He was able to get the point across easily, and this allowed Wang Lin to have a simple understanding of the Heavenly Fate sect. Wang Lin asked, Eldest brother Zhao, how many disciples does Senior All-Seer have? Xianxia faintly smiled. Then his right hand formed a seal and pointed before him. The clouds before them suddenly shattered, creating a passage. As he moved toward the passage, he laughed and said, Junior apprentice brother, Master has accepted a total of 7 disciples. We are split into red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The 2 of us belong to the Purple Division. The Purple Division. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Xianxia let out a sigh and said, Among the 7 divisions, our Purple Division is the weakest. Once you have been here for a while, you will naturally find out, so I won't say too much. After flying for a while through the mountains, a peak that went into the clouds appeared before them. There was a very luxurious tower on the mountain peak. This tower released a purple glow that lit up the surrounding area. The tower was like the source of all the purple in the world. Just looking at it would cause one's heart to tremble. Junior apprentice brother Wang Lin, follow me. Xianxia charged directly to the mountaintop and Wang Lin closely followed. There were countless heavenly sect disciples cultivating on the top of the mountain and at the foot of the tower. Looking at them all, there were at least 10,000 people. At the back of the mountain were countless houses covering the entire mountain. There were disciples that were learning Tao, practicing techniques, or cultivating. With just one glance, Wang Lin calculated that there were at least 100,000 disciples here. This mountain was simply too large, especially the back mountain, which seemed endless. It was like a giant dragon was lying there. If one wasn't carefully, he would easily lose himself in this enormous sect. Xianxia clasped his hands and faintly smiled. This place is the Purple Division of the Heavenly Fate sect. Junior apprentice brother Wang Lin, to the west is where the Purple Cloud Pavilion lies. If you spread out your divine sense, you will find it. I still have important things to do, so I won't accompany you. Wang Lin nodded, clasped his hands at Xianxia, and flew toward the west like lightning. Xianxia's face still revealed that gentle smile without any change, but a mysterious light flashed across his eyes. As Wang Lin flew, he let out a cold snort. The first moment Wang Lin saw Xianxia, he recognized him as the person who tried to interrupt him in the human trial. However, Wang Lin's ability to scheme was deep, so he kept up a good poker face. Shortly after, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and found a palace giving off a faint, purple aura. On the front of the palace were 3 large words, Purple Cloud Pavilion. This Heavenly Fate sect is simply too big. If just the Purple Division is already so large, I wonder how big the other 6 divisions are. The main sect must be even more unimaginable than this. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he landed before the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he frowned and stared into the palace. He saw a person walk out from the Purple Cloud Pavilion. This person was a woman wearing a purple dress that was dotted by golden flowers. She had a cute and charming face, but right now it was filled with killing intent as she stared at Wang Lin. You can't enter here.